The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion, incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. How far from blow the house down.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup 2026. And today we will be kicking off Teamfight tactics and soon crowning yet another winner. I'm Troubling and I'll be your host over here on Stream B. And I'm here with the lovely Barry and Crowan. How you guys doing?
I'm feeling so good. I'm so excited to be here yet again to see this incredible 4v4 format. It is the most exciting in TFT, Crow.
Absolutely. EWC has gone global. We're in Paris, and I'm so excited for that 4v4 format. I think everybody is, honestly. It's just such a good treat.
It's so cool. It's the first time I will ever experience also teams, and I'm sure that people over at home are not familiar with the 4v4 format, but we will be explaining that very, very shortly. However, teams have already come in. They've collected their keys. They will be crushing keys towards the end of the tournament as well. And I feel like this is also one of the very fun aspects that we have here at EWC.
Yeah, there's not just the TFT on the line, there's the Club Championship. The teams are so invested in spreading themselves as strong as possible, getting the best rosters they can. And TFT, for some of these teams, is the do or die. It's very important.
Absolutely. It's really, really close. We'll take a look in a bit at that Club Championship points, but these players have been prepping so long for this event, right? We've had 2024 and 2025. Some same names are here. Not too many, though, but see if these players are able to cement their legacy here at EWC 2026.
Talking about returning names, there's also returning orgs that are looking to solidify their championship points on their way to earn everything here. Glory, money. So let's have a look at those championship points and which teams are actually currently leading the leaderboard. But before we get into this, let's see how we get there on our championship explainer.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The Club Championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Our teams have been fighting for 2 weeks now, and this is what the points look like. My eyes fall straight onto Team Vitality because they have also a very strong TFT team coming in.
Yeah, Vitality coming into this, one of the strongest teams coming in with that full Americas roster. ag as well, also another team that has a really strong chance at making a good run in TFT. So they're the teams to watch for the Club Championship.
Absolutely. Virtus.pro as well, runner-ups last year, back at it again, currently sitting in that 5th place spot. There's a lot in the line here for all these clubs.
Absolutely. And we'll see how these will form. We've got many, many weeks coming through, and our teams here are absolutely ready to grab as many championship points as possible. You will see there has been a lot of celebration so far. We are seeing DK from our League of Legends states taking this one. That was an upset, and we have been talking in general about upsets, but that was a big one on the big stage.
Yeah, the upset in terms of both teams coming into the final were unexpected. The energy with Carmine being there in Paris was so big, but DK getting themselves that victory in League, and we see there just how much it meant to them. And there are already some teams coming forward that we didn't necessarily expect to have the strongest showing, picking up dubs across different games.
Absolutely. So everyone really excited just to be here, right? Show up and have these big wins in an international stage. It is, right, so hype as well when you get those key crushes in there. Just the impact that that all has, and see how much it means as they get to lift the trophy there.
And we've seen so much emotion in general coming through from our players. It means a lot to them. A lot of them prep the entire year leading up to EWC to be able to lift their trophy and cement their totem on that wall with all of the other game titles. So fantastic job from all of them, and maybe we have an upset also in TFT, who knows. Now, you guys mentioned a little bit the 4 versus 4 format, and if you are also not very familiar with how the TFT format works, because I wasn't either, have a look at this.
Tacticians from all around the world, welcome to the Esports World Cup 2026. Before we see who hits a 3-star legendary or a fast 9, let's break down exactly how the tournament works. We kick things off with the group stage. 16 teams are split into 2 groups, each needing to battle through a brutal double elimination bracket to advance to the playoffs. Adapt or be crushed. As every match will be a best of 3, every team's skill and coordination will be pushed to the ultimate limit. Lose twice and it's a bottom 4 exit, but win twice to advance to the playoffs. 8 teams remain, but the safety net is officially gone as they move into the single elimination format. No second chances. One bad series and your favorite team's tournament run is over. It'll still be best of 3 matches, so don't count any teams out just yet. All that leads us to the grand final, where the 2 best teams have a final best of 5 showdown to be crowned winner of Teamfight Tactics at EWC 2026. Who will have the best strategies? Who will hit their power spikes and crush their opponents? And who will be the team to take it all? It's all happening right here at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Incredible and versatile format right here. We get best of 3s in TFT, which is something that we don't necessarily see very often, as well as the team environment is absolutely crazy. But let's not forget, apart from the in-game stuff, our teams are playing for money and glory, and my God, a $500,000 prize pool spread across this entire competition.
Yeah, 150,000 for the winners themselves as well, so much to play for. As we see it coming up here, everybody's going to be taking home something that's made it this far, but those big bucks to be earned right at the top of the standings.
Absolutely, and that's very meaningful for TFT players. Besides for those big events, right? EWC is going to be the one to get you, just be able to make a career out of it, and that's really nice at the end of the day. There's also that MVP, right, on the line as well. So you have players who are going to be able to get that top performing placement average, get a little bit more money on top.
All right, and let's see how our groups have formed so far. As we slowly but surely are heading towards more of an in-game juice here. Let's see what we have over in Group A and Group B, because this is how our 2 groups will be forming for the first 2 days throughout our group stage.
Yeah, and to keep it simple for you, on the B stream here, we're following Group B today. So we're looking across this lineup. These will be the teams you'll be following. We have the likes of Aurora coming up in our first series. So good. Zeta Division with that star-studded roster as well. Some exciting teams to see here.
Yeah, and we just take a look at all these clubs, right? There's some very storied names just in esports here represented at the Esports World Cup.
Anything that pops out in terms of groups? Like, are you having your eyes onto a specific group or like a matchup maybe you're looking forward to?
I do want to see how virtus.pro do. They're the last series that we have today. They're the lowest ranked team coming into the tournament, but they're last year's runners-up, and they're the same roster. So as we see our fixtures today, they're a team I really want to see which version we do get.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me as well, just our first series, Aurora Gaming versus Nongshin.
Damn.
That's going to be quite the banger to start things off with that star-studded roster of Aurora.
All right, so this will be our schedule for our B stream over here. We will be regularly checking in with Stream A to figure out what their games have looked like so far, but this is specifically what we're going to be having over on B stream. I'm seeing a Group A matchup in there as well, Godlike Esports versus Fnatic, which will be our 3rd best of 3 of the day. So stay tuned for that one. And for now, let's see how the bracket split works and how those 2 teams will be fighting off throughout all those best of 3s against each other to make it all the way to potentially the final.
Yeah, so as we do come in here, we have our first best of 3, then we'll be going on to this decider match. So everybody essentially has 1 life in this group stage. If you drop down, you have another chance. So we'll be having our 2-0s progress to the top of the group. Whoever goes 2-1 coming through with that 2nd seed. But if you're not able to pick up a win and you will be dropping out, then that will be your tournament over.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming, the defending title holders versus T1 there in that Group A top matchup. And T1, right, they're a team that have been here for a couple of years already at the Esports World Cup for TFT, trying to take down those defending champions.
And we will be having a look at the Group B as well to see how it works. Basically, with 2 losses, you're out. With 2 wins, you're progressing through. This is how this is going to work. Every single match is going to be a best of 3, which creates a lot of tension in the tournament. And we could be having a very slow day with all teams going to 3 games in their competitive matchups or quick 2-0s. Now, as we are heading closer and closer to our first match of the day, we have our Crunchyroll focus of the day. And I feel like when we discussed that, it was pretty unanimous.
Yeah, we are.
Hwanmei is the story.
Yeah, Hwanmei is the story. Hwanmei's Golden Road is what we're keeping an eye on here. This is a player who is the reigning champion for China and on the global stage, as well as winning the Paris Open, which is our most recent Open. So this is a player that is just on this historic run, Crow.
Absolutely. One of the GOATs of TFT, without a doubt. 7 Tactician Crown appearances. The only other player to match that at this event is Tidal, also with 7. And then the third most player has 4. So there's a big gap there between Hwanmei and the rest of the competition.
Absolutely. He's the GOAT of TFT, as we like to say. And they're both here, both Hwanmei and Tidal coming through with their respective rosters. And we'll see if anyone can snatch that team's victory here at EWC 2026. Because if you're good as a solo player, that's great for you. But now you have to coordinate with 3 other people.
Yeah, and this is what they're both missing, actually. They have their individual success, but neither of these players have got that team victory as of yet. And especially for Tidal coming in, we've only had CN victors in EWC. So for APAC, which a lot of us think is arguably the strongest region, even more to prove.
Yeah, absolutely. CN, a lot of people are looking at as, one of the strong regions, but APAC coming up just from the past few sets, right, have been so strong. Tidal definitely, front and center, kind of the poster boy of APAC.
What would you say is the hardest part of playing in a 4 versus 4, especially for Hwanmei coming in as the tech crown champion? He's obviously really good at learning new techs and adapting to them the same way that he did for the tech crown. However, we had a massive shift in terms of meta, and now not only do you have to coordinate that with yourself, but you have to coordinate that with the team. What do you guys think changes in the 4v4 environment?
Yeah, I think, definitely the players who are participating at the tech crown, right, they've been prepping for that, all set long, and then having to come right from that to this team's format, it's a whole nother ball game, right? You're going to be able to, coordinate with your team during the games, see, hey, I'm in a good spot for this comp, other person's going to be in a good spot for this comp. It's not just, hey, what am I strongest at? It's what's going to be the best for the team.
Yeah, and I think there are certain compositions that shine in 4v4 and others that just become impossible to play. Things like Anima, those big cash-out trades, they're so difficult. You have 4 people that are going to be desperately trying to deny you.
That was huge at tech round.
Yeah, and it plays such a big role in individual TFT. Whereas things like rerolls become more viable. If multiple people on your squad are rerolling a 3 cost or a 2 cost, it makes it so much easier. So definitely a completely different ballgame.
And also we had always those moments where people take items off and you're like, so that person will be doing this. Attack rounds, they'll be taking the items off, so they'll be moving their units in a weird way. In 4 versus 4, everything goes.
Yeah, you'll be seeing some rounds where there's nothing on the board for one person, or all their items are out on the bench.
Shifting some momentum.
Yes, shifting momentum is expected here, and you might load in if you've not seen 4v4 before and think, what is going on here? This player is just not doing anything. They are probably the designated griefer in that particular game. Sometimes a player will just sacrifice their own game to make sure the other 3 can thrive.
Yeah, if you're in a bad spot, you'll be like, all right, I'm just going to deny, especially if there's rerollers in the game, right? I'm just going to deny all of those reroll compositions, and we know one that has popped up right recently with the Akali and Jax. That's definitely going to be on a lot of the team's radars here.
Also on the Akali part, Akali finds herself in all different kinds of compositions, right? So if a lot of them get out of the pool, it will be much harder to hit for the rerollers. And I feel like this could be the name of the game. We saw the fast niners as well, but that requires a lot of econ. So some players are simply suck their board basically when they play their teammates as well. And what has been one thing you would guys say from the 4 versus 4 that has kept you thinking, this could potentially be the best format when it comes to that?
I do think it is the fact that the meta can be so unique. We've seen teams in the past come in with everyone plays 1 cost reroll on this team. That's just what we do. Or we have teams where they have 2 players trying to win out and 2 players just trying to avoid 8th and claw a few positions. So I think it does just create a completely different meta. There'll be compositions that, even though we're at the back end of the season, we won't see coming.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, I'm just going to say it, griefing is expected and encouraged, and I love that, right? Because it does go to that team coordination style. It's like, all right, from my spot, what can I do, right, to, just grief the enemy team?
Now we are moments away from our players walking on stage and our opening ceremony for Teamfight Tactics. We're only here for 2 weeks and we have many more to go, many more teams, many more titles, many more games, many more competitions. But particularly for our players in TFT, they have flown from all over the world. They have gone on the stage right now for you, EWC 2026 opening ceremony for TFT.
Of the top teams from all over the world battling out to be the best at Teamfight Tactics. Now you can enjoy the show? Yeah. to win it all. It's all about strength.
To win, it's all about 実現。心を空にして決定策略。如果想赢，我们就必须
Lock in.
Okay. With the teams riled up and ready, let's see who will be the ultimate winner of Teamfight Tactics here at the Esports World Cup.
Welcome everyone to the Teamfight Tactics Tournament at the Esports World Cup 2026. We are going to witness a brand new story starting this year. However, last year we saw Weibo Gaming battle it out with one more take.
Okay, so let's proceed.
A little slower.
That's right, Kitty. Right here, officially, it is time for the greatest Teamfight Tactics players on planet Earth to throw down for glory and, of course, for your viewing entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, every single lobby is going to test their skill. Every single decision made could be the difference between walking away, lifting up that EWC 26 trophy, or walking away empty-handed. The pressure does not get any higher than this. It is going to test their camaraderie. It is going to test their skill. It is going to test their resolve. And at the end, we will know who is the best Teamfight Tactics team on planet Earth.
The Club Championship is the ultimate race for glory. Across 7 weeks, competitors will be battling it out to climb the ladder and raise the ultimate trophy, the Club Championship Totem. I am in front of the Totem Hall, where this Saturday I will be welcoming the new winners of Esports World Cup Teamfight Tactics. But of course, it is not just about lifting that trophy. It is about securing those valuable club championship points, along with putting your keyframe into that totem hole etched in history, like Weibo Gaming did last year. After 2 weeks of competition, the battle for these points is starting to be very intense, and you know this week is going to be as well. So without further ado, it is time to welcome all of our teams for Esports World Cup Teamfight Tactics. It is time to welcome all of our teams for Esports World Cup Teamfight Tactics. Last year's runner-up, they were the underdog. Can they do it this year? virtus.pro!
The most experienced team here at EWC, T1!
Coming in with 1 veteran and 3 new prospects, ag.al! And of course, the sole Spanish representative. They missed out on last year, but they're back in full strength. Movistar, Koi!
Making their first appearance at EWC, godlike Esports. Powered by the experienced wet jungler, Mouse.
They might be veterans of EWC, but they're fielding 4 new players this year. Fnatic!
Entering their first TFT EWC and the event's first mixed gender team, Team Nemesis!
They finished top 4 last year, and of course they're looking forward to do better in front of the home crowd. It's gonna be Team Vitality!
Fighting out of China, Aurora Gaming.
For their first ever appearance, they made it 2nd place on the China qualifier. JD Gaming!
The big dogs. The China qualifier winner, the powerhouse, Team Vision.
Qualifying out of the APAC closed qualifier. When in Flash Wolves.
The lone Japanese representative, Zeta Division.
And for their first time at EWC, first at the APAC closed qualifier, Nongshim Red Force!
And finally, our title defenders of EWC TFT 25, Weibo Gaming! They crushed every key and every dream of their opponents last year in order to make theirs come true. And they have returned with their winning roster untouched as they aim for back-to-back titles. Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is officially set. It's time for TFT at EWC.
Absolutely stacked stage, and the fact that Weibo is here to defend their title makes that much cooler.
One of 3 unchanged rosters. You can see they're so locked in, they're so ready. And some of these teams, they just looked so focused, Crowan. They're unshaken by the task
I don't know,
ahead.
did you believe the Team Vitality focus? Did you?
They're locked in.
I said some of the
they're
teams.
pretty, yeah,
Some of them.
some of them, no. Team Vitality, of course, is going to be one. Speaking of Team Vitality, right, for Milk, it's his last ride. He did announce retirement after this event, so really wants to go out on a strong note.
However, right behind us, you guys will be able to see we're going to have Nongshim Red Force versus Aurora Gaming. And we've had a lot of chatting. You know, Nongshim came through their qualifier. They won the APAC qualifier. However, you guys told me they're coming in as the underdogs?
Yeah, you might think, okay, this is a full Korean roster, coming in as the champions of APAC. But this roster has so little experience in 4v4, just in general. They have no crown appearances between them. But in 4v4, we've seen this before, underdogs can thrive. And clearly, that qualifier went so well for them, they're so in sync.
Absolutely. During that qualifier, right, they took down Zeta Division 2-1, took down Virtus.pro 2-1 as well. So maybe they're not the underdogs. I mean, I think they have a hard matchup here against Aurora Gaming, but they still have a good start to, you know, the EWC season here.
Talking about Aurora Gaming, let me count. 1, 2... 16 world appearances on Aurora Gaming. We have Lilwo, Hwanmye, Ahao, thank you, and 62nd. These guys, they have the most appearances in attack round of any other team.
It's crazy. 16 just on that roster. I think the next roster has like 12, and then it's just a huge gap, right? Hwanmye with 7. Every other player having 3 attack crown appearances themselves. Lilo and Hwanmye are attack crown champions. They got 2 just on one roster.
Yeah, they have such an crazy lineup, but we will say they're 3rd seed coming out of CN. So we've seen in the past that the strongest roster doesn't necessarily always thrive. That's why Nongshim do have a chance here. We see the super team from CN last year, Falcons, fell short. Maybe Aurora the same. We'll find out soon.
I will say, though, you know, these teams that are underdogs that were like, okay, maybe they can come out swinging, they still gotta, you know, get their sitting, right? Get their footing here at EWC. It's going to be that first match on stage, a lot of pressure, a lot of expectations on you. I think maybe Aurora will take the win here, but I would expect them to have some good showings during the course of the event.
Yeah, and for Nongshim, it's a real test of can they handle the pressure of playing in a venue. We know that this Aurora squad has been to the highest stages before. So Nongshim, as you said, it's all about adjusting, maybe finding their feet in this first series. But I think when you approach something with nothing to lose and people maybe underestimate you, can definitely play into your hands.
I don't know, it's kind of crazy that somebody's called a tiny giant. I would be scared of that. Straight up. Of course, talking about the Nongshim roster that we're about to see on our screens right here, I have a critical question for you guys. Nongshim, all tier 2, Aurora Gaming, huge veterancy and experience in terms of tag crowns. However, Nongshim is the underdog and they have to play the veterans, but are they truly the underdogs if they've actually won?
I think that shows that maybe they were underdogs coming into APAC qualifiers, but they've certainly proven a point already. They had a strategy. They were playing a lot of one-cost reroll between them. So they just approached the game with, okay, we're going to play a line that's very hard to deny in 4v4, something we can hit for free, and it worked out a treat for them.
Absolutely. And while we might say, hey, maybe they're underdogs, maybe they don't view themselves that way, right? Maybe they're coming off of the confidence of winning the APAC qualifier and wanting to continue that momentum.
Yeah, and it does feel like, even though these players maybe don't have the experience at EWC, the likes of Ji Hanjing has 3 regionals appearances. A lot of these players have been playing since as far back as Set 7, so it's not like they're total rookies to the scene.
However, it's still the underdogs right here, and we do love an underdog story at EWC 2026. Really cool that we get to see the players actually sit behind us and get acquainted with their setups one more time, getting ready for our first match. Again, a reminder for everyone at home who is new to this format, as I was. TFT is a team of 4 this time around. No more solo play, best of 3 for every single team facing another team. You win 2, you're through, you lose 2, you're out. Cutthroat, quick games perhaps sometimes. And I want to ask you guys, for all the people who don't know at home, how do you actually get a winner if there's 4 players on each team in every match?
So we're still going through with 1 to 8 in points. So basically a key thing to keep out for, if a team has 3 people in the bot 4, they have lost. We'll obviously keep the points totaled up as we go through the series.
And if it's close?
If it's close, the tiebreaker, if everybody's positioned the same and it's all going to the end, it is whoever wins that lobby will be the tiebreaker. So often that's going to be the factor that whoever picks up the first is going to decide the matchup.
Yeah, and we've seen some really intense comebacks over the years as well. Players maybe going 7th, 8th, and it's like, okay, the rest of my team has to clutch up, go 1-2.
Yeah.
It can happen. It's difficult, but it can happen.
All right, can I get your quick predictions for our first best of 3? Again, I want to remind everyone we're going to have Nongshim versus Aurora, the underdog story versus the veterans coming through. Give me your prediction, Barry.
I'm thinking Nongshim win this 2-1. I think a lot of people are going to be going Aurora, are going to pick up a win here. I'm backing the APAC winners. I think APAC has shown everybody that it's the strongest region over the past year, and I think they're the winners out of APAC, so they've got something together. I'm backing them to pick up this surprise victory.
Trouble's ready to be like, all right, 2 Aurora, 2 Aurora. All right, let's get this over. No, it's going to be okay.
I thought I heard wrong for a second. I was like, what?
No. There you have faith. I do not have as much faith as you do in Nongshim. I think they can take 1 game, but my prediction is going to be Aurora. Like I said earlier, I think it will take a little bit of time on this big stage for Nongshim to get their footing.
I'm a believer more so than a little bit of blind hope maybe, but I'm backing these guys. I believe in this Nongshim.
I get it. You like a dark horse story.
Yes, absolutely.
Gambler, TFT player gambler.
Right?
Of course,
they joined the APAC region as the underdogs for Nongshim, and now they are faced with the big horse of the race that is Aurora Gaming. And as we're getting so closer to our first best of 3 of just day 1 here at EWC 2026, I'm going to have to welcome Tamura and Crowan to take us through our game 1.
Thank you, Trouble. Yes, the wait is finally over. We are going to be heading into game any moment here. The 4v4 format that we all know and love. And Crowan, we get front row seats here.
Oh, we do. It is a pleasure to be back and casting with you, Tamura. We have so much amazing action, right? Last year, it was truly a spectacle, even on day 1, right? We saw a lot of cool surprises, a lot of cool meta comps coming out that we didn't expect. Although last year, right, it was at the beginning of a set. Now we're going to be at the end of Space Gods here. So we still see things being cooked up that are fresh in the meta, however.
Yeah, it's been completely different. We've already had the Tactician's Crowns, but so many of these players that we've spoken to behind the scenes have mentioned that in a 4v4 environment, the meta shifts. And even though everyone thought that the meta was relatively solved, across a couple of weeks, we've seen it change again.
Oh, yeah. And that just goes to show the depth of a game like Teamfight Tactics, right? There's truly going to be no 2 games ever the same. There is so many things that can occur, can happen. And right when a meta starts to shift, people are going to adapt to that, shift themselves. It's really just a cascading effect at that point.
Yeah, and sometimes people will come up with their own strategies and bring that and completely shock the competition. We saw that in the qualifiers. Nongshim actually brought in the 1-cost reroll, which was interesting, and that kind of synergizes with itself. Usually you don't want to be contesting the same units. However, if they're in the same cost, then that's really helpful for your team.
Absolutely. There's a bunch of 1-costs there in the pool, but we got to see if they can take that same strategy that they played in the qualifiers, right? Because this is going to be against another region, right? They were first in APAC, but now that they have to compete globally, not sure if it's going to be able to have the same amount of effectiveness.
Yeah, especially with Aurora being led by Juanmei, already had that experience and doing well on the global stage there. So he's fresh, he's ready to go. But then do you think that's going to work against him because he's been worrying about his solo performance?
Right, I was going to say, he's fresh, absolutely fresh on winning that TAC crown, but that's in the solo game mode, of course, right? 4v4 is going to be very different. The coordination between your team, even just communicating all this information with your teammates, right? Players are not used to that, playing individually.
Yeah, but one thing I would like to highlight about Juanmei's in his gameplay is that he showed a really good macro in that Tactician's Crown.
Right.
He was already playing defense when he was solo. Just because of the checkmate format, he was showing that even in a solo experience, you can still show up and look at all of the other board states and think about multiple games in advance.
Absolutely. that's on a lot of TFT players' minds, right? Especially when it gets to that late game situation, you're trying to deny, these 3-star 4 costs and things like that, 5 costs even sometimes, are crazy you get there. But they're going to be focused more on those like 2 and 3 costs now to deny, especially with that Akali Jax. The Samiras and Orange as well for 3 costs. So we're going to have to keep in mind on who's maybe in a bad spot as we get into game here. Game number 1. Nongshim Red Force versus Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, and it looks like we've got Thresh and Echo available there. So the players, if they want to start taking those the Thresh options there from the God, it's going to be a little bit of randomness thrown into there. But sometimes this can work out because you can actually get some of your players to take those first and then get a bit of information before choosing what else others want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I love a little Gamba. I love clicking Thresh, especially when I get the opportunity. But the little quirk for this game is going to be there's 2 XP less to level into each different level. So the thresholds that you level up on 3-2 and on 4-2, they're going to be just a little bit earlier this game.
Yeah, so that might make it a little bit worse if you want to play around some of those reroll lines, just because the other players are going to have that advantage.
Yeah, they're scaling faster.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to be stronger at a cheaper cost. So we'll have to see if that's going to play into it.
Stargazer Huntress.
Okay, interesting there. You can see that players might want to consider that if they're given the right options. There's a few augments which will synergize nicely with that. Otherwise, a lot of the players, they might want to just favor pushing levels because of the region.
Yeah, absolutely. We got to see what players are going to land on in the early game, right? There are a couple of those traits that are going to lead very into that economy. You got Primordian, right? Getting 3 online means you print 1 or 2 gold every single round. Timebreaker as well is one that's a little bit harder to find, right? You need 2 of those 2 costs units to get that aligned to that 3 trait position, but that can net you some XP or some rerolls.
Yeah, and those traits that give you the extra econ is really good because you can stack that up. Some of the other ones which give you an advantage of pushing levels might not be as beneficial because you're going to get that advantage anyway.
Yeah,
we'll have
true.
To wait. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. We've got a couple of component drops, so it doesn't look like it's going to be anything crazy, as we've seen a few, 1 component openers. They really get a lot of gold at the start.
Oh, here we go. Heroic Grab Bag, a lot of players are going to be thinking about reroll, so that's definitely going to be a consideration here for Lilo. It didn't look like the units there were too leaning in that direction, so it's going to be rerolling everything, and some interesting options here.
Yeah, he's been given Warpath if he wants it. Doesn't choose to go that route.
Didn't have a strong enough board for that.
Yeah, the birthday present picked up. If you take some of those options like Warpath where you're given the champions, you don't know what you're going to get, it can be very beneficial to pick that up early. Let your teammate know, say to your other 3 players, hey, I'm going to pick something that's got a little bit of variance. You guys just wait for me, and then we can adjust our game plan after we see what the result is.
Yeah, absolutely. With Birthday Reunion here, going to be pushing levels and getting a little bit of advantages at those breakpoints. And that synergizes really well with this game because you're able to level up faster.
Yeah, exactly. And then it just makes it so much easier to cash out and reach to your level 9. When you're given options of the 5 costs, your TG will be coming along the way. So you're going to be very, very powerful at that point. It looks like a lot of these players are positioning themselves into be pushing those levels. So I don't think we're going to see too much reroll, as we did see the champion duplicators being skipped over quite early. We have seen those being very favored in previous sets. In the previous EWCs, we saw that the 2 and the 2 costs really, really dominant, right? So you want to take those guarantees, and then you can guarantee that you can hit, but that doesn't seem to be the game plan here.
Yeah, and I do also want to bring back the point to the fact that, especially last year for EWC 2025 here for Teamfight Tactics, it was at the beginning of a set, and it's just going to be easier to pilot reroll compositions at the beginning of the set when things are not solved. That gives you very clear direction to where at the end of a set here, you're going to know how to optimize all those level 8, level 9, fast 8s, fast 9s, and those transition points.
Yeah, and it looks like across the board, pretty much everyone, as you mentioned, is leaning into the things like the Timebreaker, the Primordian. They're just trying to push levels as much as possible.
Arbiter as well for a couple people here, or Aha as well. We don't quite know what that Arbiter is, but it is surely going to be something that is valuable to put on, but a couple of emblems here as well.
Yeah, that's a little bit tricky to play around. But the Vanguard's very strong. We've seen a lot of flex play on these fast 9 boards, but we do know that you can stabilize quite easily with a vertical Vanguard. You just need to get something that scales in the back line, a lot of damage, a lot of DPS, and then if you have a Vanguard frontline, it's very hard to pierce through that.
Oh, definitely as well. And it's a little bit unlucky for the Anima, emblem to come through and then not be able to play that early Anima. That is a board that can really have such a strong endgame cap if you're able to get that, 500 cash out. So.
Yeah, but do you think we're going to see as much of that in the 4v4?
Probably not, right? It's going to be so easy to grief that, right? You got 3 other players on your team able to help you out if that's going to be your matchup, but it's just a lot more difficult to run, say, comparatively to attack crown.
Yeah, because in the attack crown, players don't really want to completely grief their own game. You know, they're still in it for themselves, whereas here, it is perfectly acceptable to take someone's AVP that might be a 4.5 and just say, I'm going to go 7th this game, but I'm going to really screw over the person who decided to play around Anima.
Hey, you know that TFT saying we're like, oh, 7th place, not even bad here. I dodged an 8th, even if it's a solo game. It's going to be saying maybe I got an 8th, but maybe I sent 2 other players in enemy team in 6th and 7th. So it's just going to be worth it even in that regard.
Exactly. It's all about your team as a 4-man. That's all that you really care about. You don't need to be worrying so much about your individual placements. Sure, there's stats and MVPs, but that doesn't matter. They just want to lift the trophy.
Oh, absolutely. Going to be a lot more money, of course, as well. The prize pool, if we're able to get to that finals, right? The finals, we saw virtus.pro versus Weibo last year. Weibo, as we saw, especially during that opening ceremony, the title defenders. It is a lot on the line here, as all these teams going to be hungry to take them down.
Yep, hungry indeed. They've brought their A game. You can see so many econ points being hit here. 2, 3, 30 gold. Lots of these players are bringing up their econ, as we do get to choose between our gods and pick up an extra champion here.
Yeah, that thresh randomness and then 30 HP, something special happening for the Echo there. Could be looking into the future a little bit there.
Yep, so the Thresh bringing that randomness there. It's going to be a little bit harder to pilot, but definitely can have some high highs, some low lows.
Absolutely, as we get a chance to look at all of the augments as well on the left-hand side. But I want to take a look at the levels as well, right? The 2 players at the top of the leaderboards. I think there was one of them definitely who was level 5 before that little, not carousel, you keep wanting to call it carousel,
the carousel.
Right? But it's not the carousel.
Pretty much the carousel. But yeah, just pushing to try and dish out as much damage as possible. As long as you know what your matchups are, which can be quite hard to work out in stage 2. We can get to stage 3 where you know that you're going to be versing 3 of the opposition teammates, and that's when you really want to aggressively push those levels, dish out more damage, because HP is the most important resource in a 4v4 environment.
Yeah, for Jihaning here, we got some interesting emblems actually. We got Arbiter and Voyager, so maybe let's do a little bit of cooking to make those useful in the later game, right? Arbiter is something that, you're going to play in the early game. You don't usually play that in the later game, but let's see what they make happen with the rest of that.
Yeah, I mean, the Voyager, fits in quite well to all of those flex Fast 8, Fast 9 voids. If they can utilize it late game with the LeBlanc, usually gets traded out.
Early Nunu.
That is a very, very powerful frontliner there.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the best items to support it, but there with the Vanguard is going to be quite happy, and already has the Rage Blade. I talked about this before, how you want that DPS on the backline, so that's something to secure early. The Rage Blade, perfect.
Absolutely. We think of Rage Blade, we think of units like LeBlanc, right, for cause. Fantastic with that item as well. Probably one of the premier kind of compositions. If you're not re-rolling, you're going to be going for maybe a Nami, but LeBlanc is right up there too.
So I wonder when the tempo of this game is going to start to elevate, because we have so many of these players who are barely even playing a board. Level 4s playing only 3 units, making 50 gold on 2-6. All these players are going to be so rich. So when's going to be the bounce back? When are they going to actually start punishing other players utilizing their econ?
Yeah, right. And we should take a look at what players those are. This Hwanmei on 50 gold, Sam D on Nongshim, however, 57 gold, so super rich. Not too hot in the HP department, however, but that's the sacrifice, right? As we get to see if this win streak as well is preserved, and it looks like it will be for Lilu, taking out Jihaning there.
Yeah. And with none of the players really angling towards the reroll, it seems that, losing a little bit of HP in stage 2 doesn't really seem to be a problem. No one's going to be punishing you hard in stage 3. When you have a lot of 1-cost reroll lines, that's usually when you need to be scared, because the players that hit will be dishing out a lot of damage. Doesn't really seem like anyone wants to play stage 2, and maybe a little bit of stage 3 here. It's really going to be stage 4 when it's all eyes on the bounce back.
Absolutely. So I would see, those players at low HP totals right now going to really be able to cap on these super strong endgame boards. It does depend on what comps everyone's actually going to go for, because hey, at some point when you're all rolling down, you can all find the same things, grief each other, and you got to make those really snap judgment calls, especially communicating with your team, like, oh, I found this, let me go this route, or I found this, let me go this other route.
Yep. And the players being given the extra option of the anvils there, very beneficial. If you get a 5 loss streak here, 64 gold, Sam's going to be in a great spot to be able to be more flexible, choose where he wants to go. Some of his opponents who have slammed items looking to push win streaks, they kind of lock themselves into a line. So you want to make sure that they already have their direction before they push the win streak. Otherwise, they could find themselves in an awkward position with items slammed.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of awkward position, we have no items slammed here, right? For Sam D. Taking that spatula, just leaving it on the bench for now, wanting to keep that, as many options open as possible.
Yeah, it can really go anywhere with this. Does have access to the 3 time breaker. We saw time breaker very, very powerful across the entirety of the set. So powerful, in fact, that they had to reduce the extra econ you got from 2 to 3 now. But if you're lucky enough to find 3 time breaker and you're already on a loss streak, then that's a great way to get extra resources.
Absolutely, because I want to talk about a time breaker unit in specific. It has perished on this board here, but the Melio. I think it was Soju on Vitality. I was watching a game, in the TAC crown, and was like, hey, thanks to this random player on ladder, I know that Melio 2 can carry me to a top 4, even from just like a really weird position. I don't even have to go for a 4 cost there, and that's a timebreaker unit.
Yeah, we've seen that with Zoe as well. It's always these, strange backliner 2 costs who somehow manage to have the power of a 4 cost in the right setup, right?
Oh yeah. As we take a look at some silver augments here, going to be re-rolled, all of those for Ahau. Yep, get that Ascension.
Ascension synergizing really well with the front line and the Rage Blade. We know Rage Blade will stack up. Your back line will have a lot of DPS. And then by the time the partial Ascension kicks in, that's going to be very, very powerful as long as your front line survives.
Absolutely. And we have another Rage Blade there. It seems to be a pretty popular item in this game, right? Like you were saying, not so much in the reroll position.
Talking about Timebreaker, yep. What's better than 3 Timebreaker is 3 Timebreaker plus 3 Primordial.
You can't make any more gold than that. 11 rerolls stacked up, 18 out of 34 XP as well for a 60-second. Oh, when 60-second presses the go button, it's going to be a treat to watch.
60-second has put himself in an incredible position to have a comeback. He said, you know what, I can't play Anima, people are just going to grief me. So how can I get the best chance of winning the game for my team? This is definitely one of them.
Yeah, able to kill a few units here as well, right? I was just talking about the Melio. Unable to kill the Mordekaiser there, unfortunately. A strong board over there, but especially if you're playing those econ traits, able to take out as many units as possible, you're going to be setting yourself up for such a good position.
Yeah, and on top of that, if we just kind of look across the board, you can see there the Aurora Gaming. Oh, and manages to pick up an early Leona.
There we go. All right. And this is something that some Vanguard players will lean towards, is going for like a 3-star Leona and then looking to push levels after that. Just have that be your primary tank.
Especially if that's your primary tank, because you still have access to the champions like the Blitzcrank, the Nunu. They don't really need to be the primary, but you just give them a couple of off items. Nunu really likes anything that gives mana regen just to get a couple of casts off.
Vow, right? Just one item, right?
That's all you need. And as long as he gets a really powerful cast, then that's all you need. I want to take a step back and look at the macro here. If we look at Aurora Gaming, you have multiple players in the top 2, so they're very, very safe. We already got a look at 60-second and Sam D spot. 60-second spot. So many rerolls, so much econ. Sam, a little bit more confused. Had access to the spatula. It looked like a position which you could convert, but it's going to be harder. So Aurora already looking really strong right now.
Right, but look at the win streaks and loss streaks, though. Aha with Aurora Gaming on a 7-win streak, and Sam D at 7 losses. 8 losses now, so has not won a single round this entire game so far. As we get another choice, there's going to be the Scuttle Party, and once again, Thresh, given that RNG, a random boon.
Yeah, if you want the randomness, you can take that and then just hope that you get something that synergizes well with your current setup.
4 costs there.
4 costs are coming in. If you do go for something like the Scuttle Puddle, that definitely makes sense given the portal that we're in. You can delay. Some of these players are already clearly delaying until stage 4. They're not doing anything with their board.
Nami 2 at 3-5 for Sam D. There we go. You say he needs direction, and he has found it.
Oh, I may have given Aurora the cost first there, because I did say that Sam D's spot looked a lot harder to convert. Had access to the spatula, had a little bit of direction, wasn't too sure where he was going to go. This is perfect.
Yeah, it was a shop of all 4 costs too. Maybe it was that Thresh randomness there. But we do have a reroller, of course. This Darkstar, Cho'Gath, and a Lissandra here for us. So look from Nongshim, and we were talking about they leaned on those 1-cost rerolls very, very hard, and they're wanting to stick to what they know.
Yeah, wanting to stick to what they know. Cho'Gath, a unit who can scale up and be quite powerful if he can get online in stage 3. 3-5, not too late. Though. Yeah, but with only the gargoyles, and just not enough damage here, he needs to start winning a lot of rounds here.
Maybe Lissandra could do this?
Can maybe win a round, but really needs to be having a much more dominant performance. Is he going to be able to snap?
No, just barely. And you need to be stabilizing at this point in the game, right? Especially with Cho'Gath 3 and Lysandra 3.
Yeah, now is on 97 HP, so took an early loss, but on a 9 win streak now. Very, very dominant spot. There is multiple Thresh being picked up there.
Permanently increasing in champion's attack speed for that other offering there.
Yep, very, very beneficial, especially when you synergize it with something like the Rage Blade. You can see there in the top left corner. Yeah, just going to have to wait and hold because obviously we don't want that on any of our units currently on our board. Right. But once we get access to the LeBlanc or even like a Vex, that could be very, very beneficial.
Well, absolutely. I'm curious, if anyone's going to maybe think about going fast 9, it could be ag.al. Vex can fit into those boards, right? Graves as well, maybe, even in such a tight spot. But definitely Vex there at that Rage Blade you're going to be thinking about.
Yep, so all of a sudden, Nongqing Red Force starting to look a little bit stronger with Sam D having the potential to bounce back. That being said, only 39 HP. When you have a player on your team who quote-unquote high rolls and is in a really good spot, even if he's able to go all the way to the top of the standings, 40 HP is not that many lives to give up, right? So even if ag.al isn't going to win this game, he has a lot of HP to give to his team.
Oh, absolutely. That's going to be definitely a difference maker once we get into the stage 4. Absolutely. ag.al is already pumping a bunch of XP towards that level 8, is going to go in, right? Because this is a game where 4-1 is that perfect interval. Going to be seeing players go level 8 next round and roll to try to find their boards.
Yeah, especially you can see there Lilo's managed to pick up extra econ from his first augment there with the Epoch, so he's going to be having lots of rerolls to work with. It's going to be super cheap for him to push levels here, and we've seen in previous games, they might have to wait until the 4-2, but the fact that everyone's going to be going crazy on 4-1, I don't even know who to watch.
Yeah, and reminder, Lilu, this is Lilu's first EWC with this squad, right? Such a championed player, right? Winner in Gizmos and Gadget's Tactician's Crown, but we'll get to see him in a 4v4 format rolling down at level 8 here. Finds a Fiora as well, finds a lot of pairs. Nothing that super gives directions, however, right now.
Yep, is still holding on to the Nasus there, leaning in towards the Space Groove there. Yep. Is holding on to the extra copies of Ornn, playing a little bit of defense, might be using it as primary carry. The Morgana can tech into pretty much anyone's comp. Does get the Kenshin there as well to start stacking up a little bit of extra resources as well. A decent roll down, but honestly not the best considering what we've already seen players like Sam D can do.
Right, and there's already 3 Namis out of the pool, and Nami with that Space Groove was something that Lilu was looking for, but now looking here over on the side of Ji Haning. It's that LeBlanc with the Rage Blade, 3 Arbiter, 5 Shepherd on this board.
Yep, and 60 second. Still has lots to work with, but it looks like he's going to be taking some losses and is going to be playing towards the fast 9 there with the birthday present.
Oh yeah, Morgana 2, right, for Ji Haning. Morgana 2 is a fantastic frontliner, especially for this point in the game. You throw a few items on her, she'll just keep on healing up, give that durability to the team as we get our final augment choice in here. And ooh, the divine items here. Soraka's Miracle is a fantastic item. I love that one a lot, personally.
Yeah, especially has access to the backline items already crafted, so could look for one more at the front line there.
Soraka's Miracle.
This is a very, very nice LeBlanc board, but sitting on LeBlanc pair, that's going to be the final unit to hit. If you don't hit that, board's going to be a lot weaker. 60 seconds, made it to level 9 on 4-2.
That is crazy, right? But we talk about the economy of the players like 60 Second, who is sacrificing HP in the early game, just game in general with that 2 XP reduction on leveling up. We're going to be able to level quicker. Isn't hitting too much great there, it looks like, though.
No, he's only 23 HP, so he needs to win this round. I think he even left Primordial in because he couldn't really find the rest of the upgrades. So if he takes one more loss here in stage 4, then he's going to be heading into stage 5 with definitely 1 life, which is very, very dangerous, especially when some of the other players, he's going to eventually have to verse his teammate, and they can't sack forever.
LeBlanc 2 on the other side there for ag.al. There is a Riven who gets into the back line, but she does get taken out, right? Not that many items on her, but still, that Nami was enough. But that's okay. ag.al was like, hey, I can take a couple losses. I've won every single round almost in this game until now.
And 60 Second did manage to win that, and I think I actually saw there was Misfortune was holding onto those items. Now, when you go fast 9, Misfortune is not really the unit that you'd be expecting to be the primary carry.
Nope, not excited for that one.
No, definitely not. But we can use it to stabilize, hold on to a 2-star 3 cost, and then hopefully eventually start to pick up more of those upgrades. You really cannot afford to lose any rounds, so we can't gamble on a 1-star 5 cost here.
Oh, and gonna be gambling on a Zoe 2 here for Tiny Giant to be a good enough carry to get through stage 4. I'm not so convinced of that personally, but a lot of these AP carry 4 costs already out of the pool, right? And ooh, wait a minute, Jin 2 out of nowhere for 60 seconds.
You can see does have the Vex on the board. Those items, you know, might be a bit better on her. However,
Right.
this is going to have to do.
Too.
Yeah, this is going to have to do for now. Does have a decent board set up. The Graves 2 as well, just no items. So
Shen 2?
Yeah, the Shen 2, decent. I rolled some pretty nice TG items there for the Shen, so I decided not to move it over towards the Graves.
Yeah.
And the board is definitely going to be stable for
It's
now.
gonna win. It's
Yeah,
gonna win
this
some
is looking
rounds.
good.
62nd though, right? Bottom in the standings in HP, but it's going to be at least nearing the middle by the time we get to the end of stage 4. Ahau again is taking a loss there, but has a lot of HP to work with as that Soraka's Miracle. Morgana is so hard to take out. It's going to be trying her best, but it is going to be around loss for Ji Hunning there. And Tiny Giant stabilizes, right? That Zoe too is good enough.
The Morgana just doesn't want to die, but once you get to the end of the round, the ramping up damage there, she will eventually get taken down.
Ooh, the 5-cost shop for these fast 9 players.
Yeah, it could be very, very beneficial, especially the ones who haven't hit. We already saw that 60-second. Other than the Vex was pretty much online. Had the Shen 2, already had the Jin 2 as a temporary holder, as well as the Graves 2. Don't really need too much more than that. So we did see that some of the other players were willing to go with that Thresh gamble. They were willing to take whatever they want because they wanted the extra resources and are probably just going to stick with that. You can see more onto Tiny Giant's board, who is making use of that 2 cost. We mentioned this in the pre-show, just how the two costs can carry you quite far.
Absolutely. Tiny Giant going to be doing exactly that. Gets those Psionic mods as well in there. 60-second look at the board again. Blitzcrank in the shop, but this is pretty much what the board's going to look like there. Really needs to upgrade that Vex. Obviously upgrade that Tom Kench as well. But oh, this is 5 losses in a row here for Siluk.
Yeah, so it was all eyes before on Samdu, who was in a really poor position, but then he bounced back after hitting that Nami 2. Meanwhile, Siluk, unfortunately, has never really been able to convert this Cho'Gath 3 into a nice board. Cho'Gath needs to be winning early, winning hard, start to scale up, but we know that this 1-cost strategy that these guys like to employ doesn't work as well in the current meta than as opposed to what they were previously using in the qualifiers.
Yeah, and just to elaborate what you're talking about there, the stacking, scaling up from Cho'Gath is going to be able to get max HP in the early game, right? Which is going to be super beneficial if you win those rounds, if Cho'Gath gets those takedowns, but it just did not come through for Siluk here. So unless a miracle happens, right? Maybe not a Soraka's miracle, but some miracle happens, Siluk's going to be going out naif.
Yeah, and just the items, just a little bit awkward. We did have the Gargoyles online early, which makes sense because Cho'Gath's going to be your primary frontline, but then he's not getting as many casts off. You look at the backline there, does have the amplifiers. You've got the crit there with the JG, you've got the Giant Slayer, but not having something like a Nash's Tooth, a Shojin, a Blue Buff, you're not going to be casting as frequently.
No, it's going to be Cho'Gath, right? Not having as much scaling as you need to buy Lissandra the time that she does now need because you have a lack of items, exactly what you're saying. That's a scary board there for Ahau with the Blanc 2 and Karma 2. It's really a battle of the front lines. Which one is able to hold on longer? And Cho'Gath has taken so much damage.
Yeah, and Cho'Gath does have access to the D-Claw, but there you can see the Void stuff in the backline is going to be shredding it very, very quickly, and there's going to be no mercy from the side of Ahau's Aurora Gaming. So you're going to be taking out everyone, and that is Siluk down.
Siluk down, Nongshim Red Force take 8th place. We do see a lot of their players, though, towards the top of the standings, at least right now, in HP. Yep. But going out in 8th, going to be a tough start.
A lot of extra HP as 60-second is going to be taking a loss there. So 21 and 18 HP, technically 2 lives. If you play it right, going into stage 5, if they're versing one another, they can change up their board just a little bit to make sure that they're not dealing a lethal blow.
Yeah, and this actually could make a big difference. The players who have very little gold that need to reroll for specific items here, they might just not have enough gold to roll for what they want and have to just go with the subpar option here.
Yeah, definitely. Every single little bit of last gold matters because everything's accelerated. You need to be able to use your extra resources to sacrifice for your teammates. As we do see that 60 seconds managed to get the Kench 2 online.
And Vex 2.
Exactly. Despite the fact that all these 5-cost upgrades were important, making sure you have a primary tank, it somehow, in most sets, actually ends up being a 4-cost.
Right, yeah, exactly. And it's going to be losing last round as well. I don't know exactly when you got all these upgrades online, but this is 5 separate 5 costs that are tier 2'd. On paper, this board should be fantastic, right? We get a lot of synergies here. Most of it is just the unique synergies.
Yeah, and it's the perfect combination because the only low-cost units that you need to hold on to, we saw there was the Akali and the Aatrox.
Yep.
They don't need to be 2-starred. They're just there on towards the side because their trait is so good. However, it's really about hitting those 5 costs. And as we start to move on, if we make it all the way to getting extra resources, extra items is what you need. Because having no items on those 2-star 5 costs means that they're not going to be performing as well.
Right, they just don't do much at all. But what's doing a lot here is Sam D's board into G Hunting, who is stuck on LeBlanc 1. The Sona and Morgana tried to do a ton of heavy lifting, and it was like kind of close there at the end. Maybe it's just that LeBlanc 2 difference.
Yeah, that LeBlanc 2 difference for sure. When you have multiple players across different teams fighting for that same LeBlanc unit, once one team hits that, the other player is going to be stuck on a pair, and everyone on the opposing team is just going to start holding on to it. Once a player gets a 2-star 4 cost, the rest of the team can just start griefing themselves because it's not going to do anything against them, and that's really, really crucial.
Oh, absolutely. We see a couple of items on the bench here for Lilu, maybe facing a teammate in the next round. Maybe we'll swap in this Aurelian Soul, put the items on there. But taking a look at this Morgana, right? The little subpar items with the Sterix in there. But hey, I mean, it gives you a little bit of a shield, so it's something.
Does have access to shredding there at the front, and has the Shojin. Not as nice as the synergy as the Nash's with the crit there. Is going to be going up against his own teammate. I think potentially might just be sacking here, recognizing that given that the way that the games are going up against, he's going to have to go out in 7th, and 60 seconds in a great spot to try and win this game, so that's okay. You've already had someone on Nanjing go out in 8th. If Lulu takes a clean 7th here, that's perfectly fine. The game plan's still in play.
Absolutely, right? Sometimes you got to take that sacrifice for your teammates. That's what this 4v4 format is all about, recognizing those situations. Players are going to have practiced this kind of strategies, making these tough decisions a lot already, as we get to the point where a lot of players are going to start to fall very rapidly.
Yeah, are going to be getting knocked out. So we see a look at Tiny Giant, who is going to be holding on for dear life. Again, I guess we see another unit who doesn't have that extra mana gen there on towards the Karma. Will be getting a little bit of base mana gen, but won't be casting as frequently. Does have access to the Voyager synergy, nice. So it's a nice board for 5-3, but we've seen a lot stronger so far.
Yeah, I'm looking at this, like, there's a lack of damage here. Definitely, like you're talking about the lack of mana generation. There's a Sona with just a Challenger emblem and a Void Staff there. It's going to be hard pressed to win this fight against Shi Haning there, who has found the LeBlanc 2 at this point.
Yeah, and this is a similar situation, just the reverse. Instead of Aurora, it's going to be nudging, where you're going up against your own teammates, and you kind of have to recognize, you know, one of us is not going to be stronger, but it doesn't look like there's been any intentional sacrifice. I think they've just kind of looked at the situation and gone, who is stronger? Who's actually going to have a better chance at making it through?
This is going to be a win here. It looks like, yes, the Karma able to hold out against Ji Haning.
Very, very scary because there was no removers used there, despite the fact that 4 were available. So that could have been a lethal play when it didn't need to be.
Absolutely. But now 11 HP for Tiny Giant, still alive. Ji Haning, 4 HP, still alive. If they can both now win their next fights, we could see Nongshim Red Force be put in a pretty solidified winning position, however, but there's still that big raid boss of Ahau at the top.
It's an uphill battle. The raid boss there, Ahau, up at the battle for sure. He has 59 HP. That's a lot to work with here, and 60 seconds in a position that looks like he can win out. So it's really going to be up to Huanmei if his teammate can give him extra lives.
Yep, absolutely. Because of how the format works, right? If Aurora Gaming go 1-2, they have won the lobby, right? So let's see here. We have Huanmei on the right side.
We've got Ahau. It looks like we're going to have the LeBlanc board that showed dominance before. And it's LeBlanc v LeBlanc on the right there.
Yeah. Oh, it's
LeBlanc
actually,
walks up.
They're both boards. Wow, LeBlanc walks up and gets taken out. Oh, this is actually really, really close. Blitzcrank going to be alive there at the end. And finishing out the fight in a couple eliminations.
Yep, looks like that is going to be Huanmei going out as well. We do have 2 players in the top 2, so technically they can still hold on. It's looking dire there for the Nanjing, as they've already had someone go out in 8th, so 8th and 6th. So they're going to have to clutch it up here, and it's looking tough with 60 seconds on a 4 win streak.
Absolutely, it is. Aha on a 3-win streak, right? Sam D on a 2-loss streak found that early Nami, but now has found some really good items for, I mean, not really good items, but some items to put on the Blitzcrank. They're going to be doing a lot of work there. Space Groove on the Morgana. She's going to be very, very strong. Can Sam D hold on this round?
I don't even know if they have enough HP because they're both sitting there on 1 life at 11 HP. So Sam D here with the Nami is going to be stunned for quite some time. It's going to be going up against the LeBlanc, and the LeBlanc's not touched. There's plenty of HP to work with. Looks like it's going to be one more cast that comes out, and Sam D...
Not enough there in that fight. Will be going out. Just briefly dodges the damage by scouting on their board. Nongshim out again here in 3rd, or 4th, sorry, for Sam D.
Yep, and that should be it for Aurora. It's managed to clutch out with potentially, well, it does have 2 top 3 finishes, and guaranteeing that they didn't have the 8th will be enough to close it out. Great play across the board.
Absolutely. Aurora Gaming showing why they are this star-studded roster, showing just how strong they can be. And, you know, I don't want to say, too much about Nongshim Red Force and how they are having a slow start here, because those may be a little bit of expected, right? It's their first time on this big stage, but still, they had a lot of really good moments, I think, in this game. So I'm pretty sure they could make this into a Game 3.
Yeah, Samdu's spot looked very poor and then did manage to get online there with the Nami, but unfortunately just not able to go up against some of these players. Ahau, massive win streak throughout all of the early games, so stacked up a lot of extra money from winning, extra HP, which he didn't even really need to use. I mentioned that he had 59 HP a while back, and I think he's been around there. Yeah, he's been there for quite some time. 62nd, on the other hand, was the complete opposite story. Completely shone through as a very, very scary position at the start of the game. However, as we started to see him transform, we recognized, okay, this is a board that's going to come online.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Tiny Giant, right, I think just recognizing all of this, what this board has become, right? It was playing around that Vanguard flex, Karma board, still playing Vanguards, but now the backline is a Sona 2 and a Bard 2, doing a ton of damage, but not quite as much, it looks like, is needed into Ahau there, as Aurora Gaming, of course, take game number 1 versus Nongshim Red Force. What a start to EWC.
Incredible start. That's what we predicted. That's what you guys predicted. You thought,
well,
this...
not Barry.
Yeah, no, Barry's still a believer. Who knows, he might still be believing on the sideline, and there might be still a way for them to come back. Nongshim Red Force did show that they have the potential. They can keep going. There's just small things that they really needed to clean up on, as some of their positions were looking a little bit worse for wear. We noticed that Aurora put themselves in a dominant position all across the board, and having that consistency, the player at the top who has the extra HP to work with, the player at the bottom who has all of the extra resources and can bounce back, having that variety across the board is something that you really need to succeed.
We are back here, traveling alongside Tamura and Barry. Of course, Tamura took you through the game as well, but he will be joining us for the next segment. And let's take it from the top. Sona opener means less XP to level. However, that didn't dissuade a lot of our players for playing more of a low-cost reroll lines. I feel like we saw Siluk from Nongshim go for the Darkstar Singularity, which leads into a Cho'Gath plus Lissandra line. Didn't pan out very well.
Yeah, wasn't a huge fan of that. We saw that the Cho'Gath just couldn't come online. The Lissandra didn't have the extra mana gen, so even once they hit the 3 stars, Barry, it just wasn't really doing much in stage 3.
Yeah, unless you're able to win out in that stage 3 and you're able to get yourself far ahead, it just bleeds out. It's a competition that falls off, and we saw that just it couldn't keep pace, and especially when Aurora had players that were contending for the win out, very difficult game to turn around.
So did we notice anything that was completely out of the ordinary? Because usually when you have a Sona, you're kind of shooting from the sky, right? We saw it early in the video as well. 3-star, 5 cost, or like going fast 9s. It's usually the name of the game. We only saw one player going fast 9.
Yeah, it looked like everyone wanted to at least go fast 8. That's how it kind of positioned from the start.
Which has been so uncharacteristic for the entire TFT set, right?
Exactly, and that can be the downfall, because we saw the LeBlancs were so heavily contested.
Yeah.
In previous patches, we might have seen that, players really need the 2-star frontline to come online, but with access to so many different options, it was really the backliners they couldn't manage to 2-star, and that was the downfall of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, we saw a lot of the AP flex was played, where there's a different carries you can play, but as we see here, as we got into 3-5, we already had players that were hitting incredible spikes. We ended up having a Nami 2 at this point in the game, which was just crazy to see.
Yeah, and crazy to see because if that was a solo queue game, you'd be thinking that's it, that's all you really need to do. But then Nongshim kind of realized that across the board, Aurora had lots of HP to work with. You see that the LeBlancs were really struggling to come online as you enter in 4-2. The Nami 2 was hit early, so it was kind of leaned away from going, okay, well, you know, they've already got that.
And at 4-2, a key point as well, that was when our birthday reunion went up. So we had a Shen 2 being hit, Fiora 2, and once you have a player that is your clear win-out contender, the rest of the lobby, as you said, stuck on level 8, just trying to play for every placement they can.
But at the end of the day, in a 4v4 format, that's all you need, right? The more players you got in the top 4, the more points you get overall and you win out. However, I have to commend right here. I feel like okay, I don't know if I want to comment somebody who hits the Nami 2 on 3-5 roll down, right? But particularly, we had our lower HP earner 60-second hit the birthday present, and I feel like he manipulated the champion so well, hitting the Jin 2 first, dumping the items there before he finds the Vex.
And only had crucially 20, I think it was 23 HP on stage 4, which means that if he takes a loss, it's really, really scary heading into stage 5, being on 1 life. But managed to use the Misfortune, who's a 3 cost, to stabilize his board. Then, as you said, pivoted to the Jin, and then eventually came home towards the Vex. And with those items, that's who you want.
And on the flip side, we see the likes of Ahao just had so much HP to work with that once you get to that stage, you're able to sacrifice for your teammates who are potentially 1 or 2 lives. If you have somebody that's so far ahead in tempo, just gives you extra room to work with, as we see. He did get this elimination there. And for Aurora, a big win for a star-studded roster. So coming in and putting down a bit of a marker early on.
Yep, breaking the curse of the Giants getting knocked out early. If all of the lights are on them, if all the expectations on them, they still managed to show up.
But we're just 1 game in, so maybe not breaking the case just yet. There's plenty of time.
He's hoping.
He's a believer.
Yeah, he's a believer.
believer.
When I asked for your prediction, you did say 2-1
exactly,
to
yeah.
Nongshim. So you wanted them to have like the wow factor, the comeback, the reverse sweep.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're going to keep you guys busy while our players get back on stage for the game number 2, so do not go anywhere.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back to Teamfight Tactics at the Esports World Cup 2026. I'm Crowan back here with Tamura for this fantastic series between Nongshim Red Force and Aurora Gaming, where Aurora Gaming are now up 1-0.
Yeah, they're up 1-0. Incredible start to the series. This is what we expected. This is what everyone was thinking, predicting, because Aurora Gaming have such a strong roster. And we saw that across the board, that all of these players were able to hold their own position. We saw at the front, ag.al, HP lead. Then we saw 62nd at the bottom with the comeback story. Players like Hwanmi sitting in the middle as the middleman to kind of guide the team. Now what I'm curious to see is, can they switch those roles around if they're given a different game state?
Absolutely, because I do think in scrims and practice, some players are going to be more comfortable filling some roles than others. So I think that's a fantastic point to bring up if they can all adapt, because you kind of need to, right? TFT is such a game of variance where you're going to be in such different positions. But we did, however, see a lot of good stuff out of Nongshim Red Force as well. They did lean on that one cost reroll yet again. That did not do very well, however, so maybe they need to switch up their game plan.
Yeah, so Silok, they're playing around the Dark Stars there, recognizing that if he plays around the Cho'Gath and gets those items on towards the Lysandra, can be quite powerful. Unfortunately, the items didn't quite go his way, and he wasn't able to swing the tempo in his favor. And when you're playing a one-cost reroll and you roll all the way down to 10 gold on 3-2 and you're in a bad state, everyone's going to be so powerful on stage 4.
Yeah. Especially if you don't hit, everyone else, right, was pushing levels, was scaling. So there's going to be so many more strong people, like what happened in that lobby. Hwanmi, like you were talking about, able to play that kind of that team captain, that middleman, right, and guide all the others. I think there's just a little bit, at least, I don't want to speak too soon, but like a caliber of player difference, right? I think we were talking about that with all the accolades that Aurora Gaming have bringing to the table. There are still those small, mechanical choices, those small strategic choices that really shine through, even in a 4v4 format.
Yeah, definitely. We saw that players like Sam D weren't afraid to take the loss streak. Playing around the spatula, it looked a little bit dicey, it was a bit scary, but still managed to come out with a top 4 performance. So the players on Nongshim Red Force are still willing to play that risky play if they need to. However, just across the board, they didn't have that structure that Aurora Gaming had. So it's going to be on all eyes on them to see if they can bounce back.
All right, heading into game 2 of Nongshim versus Aurora, and we get Thresh yet again as one of our gods, but Evelyn as the other one. Players are going to be tempted to sacrifice their HP.
Yeah, tempted indeed, and you can see that Talon's going to give us some extra augment rerolls, so they're going to have a little bit more flexibility. Now, we talked about how players like ag.al were at the top, they had all the extra HP to work with. Now, usually these are also going to be working with Evelyn because they're going to be getting extra resources, but sacrificing a little bit of extra HP.
Now, ag.al here has an early Samira and Maokai, but Samira can lead into some very, very good early direction with more augment rerolls. If we see that gold tier 2 tanky, we could see that come through here.
Yep, and we are going to have the boar for the Stargazer constellation, so getting that extra gold on the win is going to be able to push their tempo even further. They can then start to pick up the Evelyn and push levels even more aggressively. If you're pushing levels aggressively, when you know you've got the right matchup and you use your removers correctly, you can dish out even more tactician damage.
Absolutely here, as we get just a tier as well. So if we're going that Samira direction, not having the items really to slam yet, however, tier could still go into some good tank items for that orange Spirit Visage, of course, as well. And we have the Arbiter. Every 4 seconds have a 14% chance to gain a Leona at the end of combat. So the Arbiter being a Econ Arbiter here, or Econ Opener rather, and 3 Arbiter online with the find of that Diana.
Yeah, very, very crucial there that Tiny Giants managed to pick that up. We saw previously getting the extra copies of Leona manages to stabilize there on towards the Leona 3. That's very, very crucial because if you haven't hit the rest of your board yet, you can start to play a little bit of defense, get a little bit of extra econ in the background. Looks like across the board we're going to be seeing a lot of 3 costs early.
And it is going to be that gold tier of augment. We get some quick rolls there into a salvage bin. Heavy as the crown is very, very intense here.
It's interesting. I love to watch it. I hate to play it. It's scary.
It's very scary. Can you make this work in a 4v4 format as well? It's going to be maybe a little bit better than usual.
It's terrifying. One thing to note about it is that you can actually manipulate it. It's one of those items that you can pop off quite easily. And then you can actually use that to force a loss streak if you need to. So it can be beneficial if you're playing around the anima line.
It's rerolled though.
Yeah. Let's go on.
Yeah, considering it though for a long while was Tiny Giant, but I think weighing that it's not going to be worth it at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Salvage bin picked up.
Definitely very safe going with the salvage bin. So much flexibility. This is really beneficial in case you end up contesting one of your teammates. Do get the Blighting Jewel.
Yeah, Blighted Jewel on the Victor as well. You know, there are some Victor reroll comps that are out there, but it could also just be a great unit to get you through that early to mid game and go level 8 as well. Back to maybe that Nami line that Sam D did play. Works really well with Blighted Jewel.
Especially with the Nami and the Karmas that we saw before, which didn't have that extra mana gen. Getting the Blighting Jewel and then synergizing it with more mana can be quite beneficial. I feel like we don't have anything as egregious as something like the Malzahars we've had in previous sets. So just a nice pickup, but definitely not the nuts. As you can see there, Hwanmi unfortunately just one off of making that 30 gold interest point. As we do see in Akali. We didn't see this last game.
That's true. And Akali and a Jax going to be on board here for Ji Han-ing. Triforce as well from that portable forge. That's a decent item for the Akali. People really just kind of go for the guard breaker, Deathblade, Gunblade a lot of the time, but Triforce is serviceable.
Yeah, I mean, Triforce just kind of fits on all of your carries, right? It'll never be the absolute nuts, the best. However, it's just a very, very solid pickup. And now that we are no longer playing on the Sona region, it just makes a lot more sense to make sure that you have at least one designated player on towards that reroll line. We saw the Cho'Gath fail, but we know that Akali is definitely a lot stronger and considered higher on the meta right now.
Absolutely. Get a couple more emblems here. Now, this is an augment that players are really leaning towards. There's a lot of good high rolls you can pick up there into getting those verticals online. What kind of verticals are you going to be looking for, do you think, Tamura?
Well, we already saw before with the Space Groove. It's just the one that everyone wants to go for. It just synergizes so well. The Nami there, playing around the Ornn as the front line. When you can play a vertical where a 2-star 3 cost effectively is a 4 cost, that allows you to stabilize so much faster, and then you can use your extra gold to punish the other players and play defense.
Oh, absolutely. And Hwanmi, a man of many talents, one of the goats of TFT, is saying, hey, full open strategy is still very much on the table here. Gonna be, of course, losing instantly against Lilu.
And I'm so glad that Hwanmi's taken this route where he's the calculated loss and he is going to be looking to be the win-out player, because we actually didn't get to see much of him last game, and that's because he was the middleman. He wasn't the guy at the top, he wasn't the one at the bottom. He was just a control player who was looking to get a 4th or a 5th placement, and he did exactly that. Whereas this game, it's going to be all eyes on Hwanmi when he does eventually do his stage 4 roll down.
Absolutely. Playing from that position of behind, he's going to be very, very comfortable with that. ag.al once again finding a good opener, playing from ahead there. 3 wins between ag.al, Sam D, and Siluk. So a couple of Nongshim players towards the top as we get our choices here between Thresh and Evelynn. Get a 4 cost.
Tempting,
lose 4 HP though.
Yeah, you lose 4 HP. Not the end of the world. You know, sometimes it does come down to that, but getting the extra 4 cost, especially early, can be really, really beneficial if you want to get a little bit of direction. Hwanmi, we saw already, didn't really know where he was going. He's got the calculated loss. He still has a lot of creative freedom there, so maybe he gets something that's beneficial. Although it could work against him if there's anyone else who tries to snap his streak. Although, that being said, if no one else has something as determinant as calculated loss, more likely to hold on to units.
Definitely. Very curious as to if anyone did pick that Evelynn choice there, and what 4 cost they did get, because like you said, it gives a ton of direction. Maybe that's the high roll that you need to be like, all right, hey team, this is my route now. I know this is my route, so you all can play around it. And it's better that that happens, right? To get your game plan underway early for the rest of your team.
Yeah, not only beneficial for you, but for the rest of your teammate is so, so crucial. We're starting to see a lot of these gargoyles being slammed and players playing around that AP flex line. We know that they like to play around the Zoe, quite powerful as a 2 cost, and then eventually can move to things like the Calm and the LeBlanc and hopefully stabilize. If these boards can't eventually make it to level 9, we usually expect them to finish anywhere from 3 to 6th.
Absolutely, and Ji Han-ing does have a pair of Akalis and pair of Jaxes there. Jax had that gargoyle. It's gonna be a little too weak, however, to take down Tiny Giant. And I think Gargoyle is just kind of the default, you know, we're going to slam this item whenever we get the chance. It's one of the preferred slams as well for any frontline tank. JG is rather flexible as well still for any AP lines.
Yeah. And if you look at players like Hwanmi, who aren't going to be holding on to too many of their units, have plenty of money, are able to do it.
64 gold.
64 gold and rerolls. Incredible position. They aren't able to play defense. So until Hwanmi builds himself a board, isn't going to be able to hold on to Akali, just to guarantee that loss streak. However, I do believe heading into stage 3, he doesn't have to worry about it too much. He's not playing Anima. Anima's where players will go the extra mile to try and grief, but he looks to be in a relatively neutral loss position.
Yeah, absolutely. Silic trying to maintain this 5 streak as well as ag.al. And they're not going to run into each other. It's going to be Silic versus Sam D. And it looks like Silic is pretty strong here with that Bastion,
the Shepherd there as well.
Leona, yeah, Shepherd in early as well.
So the Vanguard, very, very powerful there with the Shepherd, just because it synergizes so well there with the Alawi. The Bastion's a little bit awkward, however, you can just take in a Shen late game. So just having 2 Bastion on your board is never really a bad thing. And having access to 2 traits that you can utilize relatively early, very, very beneficial. And even just
2 Orns there, actually, as well. You can make use of the mid-game for
yeah, exactly. And Orn's a great powerhouse unit because of his ability, that extra item that you don't have access to early game. And even the stats. In previous sets, some of these emblems were really for just unlocking the verticals. However, now they give stats as well.
Absolutely. Hey, look at us here. We got a little anima there.
Yeah, we got anima action, taking in with the Primordian as well. It's kind of similar to before we saw the Primordian as well as the Timebreaker there. Right. So synergizing multiple econs, because if you're going to be losing, you're going to be losing hard anyway. You might as well try and get as many resources as you can.
Hwanmi is 50 gold level 6 on neutrals with all those rerolls. Maybe had to roll a little bit to find a strong enough board to beat the neutrals, right? That's going to be one of the challenges of full opening, however.
Yeah.
But I think Hwanmi is going to be one of the best players to play that full open, to be that full flexible player, having the most experience in those high pressure situations. I think he'll be able to stabilize just fine.
And so because Lilo is actually on Hwanmi's team, he's not going to be going for the full grief anima there anyway, because he will eventually have to verse his teammate. But however, is recognizing that if I play a relatively strong primordial board, I'll get a little bit of extra econ from the units there. And then, you know, if my board's not going to be that strong, I might as well try and get a small cash out here. Might just be a little bit of extra resources. Yeah. It's going to be a little bit awkward though if 60second doesn't manage to get a HP lead, because you are going to have 2 Aurora players who are quite low in the HP.
Absolutely. Even a little bit of a tech there in that fight to trap the Alawi in the corner, just to make sure your board's a little bit weaker. It is such a good micro, adjustment, but hey, sometimes it does matter.
Yeah. And having access to the early Shepherd and the Teemo 2-star, very, very strong unit. Great holder, all of LeBlanc's items there. You can see the Rage Blade and any extra AP that you can throw on him. So Silic in a great position here, now sitting on a 6 win streak, as we do get a Prismatic 3-2 option.
Hey, here we go. Prismatics, hype, trifecta. Going to be for the 3 costs, but we don't have any 3 costs on the board, so it's rolled away immediately. I think, unless you're going to AP route, right, with the Space Groove, Wand Overflow seems to be a fantastic pick up there, and Ornn 2 is found as well for Silic. We were saying a couple Ornns in the shop just a few rounds ago. Finds the Ornn 2 now. It's such a fantastic tank, the best tank probably, as a 3 cost in stage 3.
So Hwanmi in the lose streak was looking to be in a good position. Now 62nd, as I just mentioned, needed to get a HP lead, so he's managed to pick up some random emblems as well. Hwanmi still playing quite a weak position, and it looks like he's not going to be even trying to field a board. Is sitting on a 50 out of 100 there for the cash out, and Lilu as well, relatively weak. But all of these players are going to have to bounce back and not dish out horrible losses.
Yeah, right, and more horrible losses will come through if players did take combat augments for Prismatic Tier, because they're going to be really, really strong, pressuring the bottom of the lobby even faster, right? Killing one or two more units every round is going to lead that HP gap to be even more massive.
Yeah, so it looked like Lilu actually picked up the tiniest Titan there to give him some extra HP. Now, this might be him conceding that he is not the win-out player. You have 2 players, him and Hwanmi, both in Aurora, who are looking to play that lost streak route. If Lilu recognizes that he's not going to be the one to win, instead he's going to have to sacrifice a little bit of his HP when he does eventually verse Hwanmi and they're both 1 or 2 lives. However, maybe just that extra HP will allow him to stay alive longer.
I was taking a look at, we saw Jihaning for a moment there, was on 20 gold just that last round, so rolled pretty deep to try to stabilize with that Akali Jax line. I don't think he'd found that many copies. That is going to spell trouble in stage 3.
Yeah. Stage 3 is really where you need to bounce back, and if some of these players have managed to pick up a strong 3-2 prismatic augment and you're not even able to get your Akali board online.
Yeah, it's still tier 1 Akali right there. Jax 2, right? But Akali 1 after rolling down to 20? It's rough.
That's not what you want to see. Going up against a Gargoyle, the massive shield there, the Akali doesn't really have the damage multipliers to deal with it. I take that back as the Jax is able to stay alive with the double Gargoyle. So
Jax is a beast.
As long as you're strong enough to win the rounds, you don't need to be rolling deep in a solo queue experience. However, on the 4v4 stage, not even having the 2-star means that it's a lot easier for your opponents to grief you.
Absolutely, as we get 12 gold as the Evelyn option, but can't buy champions for 2 rounds. Gonna be fine for some players if they're wanting to take their anima cash outs, right? Even more, it's just be a lot more gold, a lot more resources to work with once you do hit that cash out.
Especially with players like Hwanmi who are going to be playing around the calculated loss. Once they already have their anima online, it doesn't really matter. They don't need to start buying their champions until they're level 8 anyway. You know, maybe they might have gotten a lucky champion on level 7. But that's really one unit, and you think about how much gold and how many rerolls he has, he's going to be able to get them later.
Oh, absolutely. You're probably going to get more value out of finding, getting that 12 gold to roll a bunch and find the particular forecast that you do want. Maybe not just that one lucky one that's okay. As we do see Lilu as well, low HP 49, having that anima in still as well, with a gunblade being the trajection there for items. Rather flexible.
Seems like the players still really favor the Thresh anyway. They're willing to go for that extra resources there with a little bit more variance. These players, they're TFT players. They love variance. This is their game. And so they know how to play around it, and that's going to be good for them. I do want to keep an eye out on the Lilu Hwanmi dynamic because it's going to get really dicey as they start to get low on HP here.
Oh, it absolutely is, right? We saw some Nongshim players who are dropping low, but they're all, middle or top of the pack here. Really, really good adjustment to be saving HP. But we do have to get to that point, right? Start of stage 4, where it's all going to change up, and all these players in the bottom, like Hwanmi, like Lilu, are going to be really, really strong.
Yeah. You can see there, Hwanmi, I think it might have even taken a cash out, isn't looking to get anything too crazy. Does recognize that on 29 HP, we'll have to just, pick up a few small cash outs here. And it's actually going to be doing a pivot here. He has 13 goals, 13 rolls here.
Yeah. Not a bad time to do so, right? Rolling before everybody else means you get all of those forecasts in your shop. Not many are going to be taken yet. A pair of Nunus, a Nami 2 as well. Even an early Graves could be a consideration, but having the Nami 2 is good enough direction.
Yeah, and just doesn't have the items now. This can be a little bit awkward when you have to activate the Arbiter. Just takes a little bit more time. And actually has the LeBlanc there on the front line. I think recognizing that he's picked up the Nami 2.
On the correct side, though.
Yeah, exactly. and this is looking good. And still only Akali 1.
It's still Akali 1 for Jihanning, but it's done really good, actually. His top of the lobby in HP, 5 win streak with Akali 1. I think it just goes to show the strength of that composition with Akali Jax, win streaking all the way through stage 3 as well. But that Nami can get the job done. Jax is still alive, and yes, Jihanning with Akali 1 takes down Hwanmi after the transition round.
That's a really bad beat there for Hwanmi. Did have a guaranteed 2 lives. Will have 2 in stage 4, but the fact that Akali 1 is able to win so many rounds in stage 3 goes to show why these players have recognized the shift in the meta. We didn't see it too much previously. However, players have gone, okay, if you get the right portal and you get the early Akali, something with the Triforce, then definitely you should be angling it because a 1 star is doing this.
Absolutely. Fast 8 from Lilu as well, doing a little bit of rolling during this round. Crazy getting to level 8 and rolling before the stage 3 neutrals. It's like something you rarely ever see, but with the calculated loss full open from Hwanmi, it makes sense. Lilu, however, going to be not finding too much yet, but these are where the rolls are going to start to come through.
Yeah. We'll have to keep an eye on him later, as we do get a POV of a couple of the different roll downs. We have on the left side there already managing to find the Leona 3-star, which came pretty much for free there with the Arbiter, and then getting an Orntu. That's one of those really cheap combinations, which is very similar to hitting a 2-star 4 cost as your front line. However, you don't even have to roll for it.
Absolutely. A couple of these players that we saw, that might have rolled on 4-1, gone to level 8, are actually going to greed out a little bit, maybe wanting to make that perfect interval level at 4-2 instead, not feeling as pressured as you would be if the lobby had a little bit higher tempo.
And Hwanmi had to stabilize there on the early Nami too, but it's good to see for Aurora's perspective that it didn't grief his teammate 60second, who is also stabilizing there on towards the Nami. We are finally going to be going up against an Akali too, so we'll see if the front line is going to be able to deal with it. But the double gargoyles there on towards the Jax is really, really hard to penetrate, and it doesn't look like any of these level 8 boards are able to deal with it.
No, even Nami too. I mean, it is a little close there. Akali, you know, is just one hit away from death there, as well as the Jax. But we see the strength and why everyone's talking about that composition after Tac Crown being like, hey, there's something that y'all didn't figure out yet, and it's gonna be something that y'all should figure out.
And it'll be interesting to see if there's going to be any answer here from Aurora, because you can play the denial game going for the 3 stars, but if a 2-cost 2-star is dealing this much, wrecking this much havoc against your entire board, you're going to have to rethink your strategy, because you can't even play denial on a 2-star.
No, it's a little rough when the tier 2s do that much work, but we see the roll downs here for a couple of players. Silic on the left, Ahau on the right does find Corki too, going that AD route. Only a Rammus 1 as the front line though is not fantastic. Going to want to get that best friends value online for the Corki as well here.
Might have run out of time there, unfortunate.
It was close.
Definitely a comp that we've seen throughout the set, quite strong. The Riven, the Corki, and the Rammus fallen out of favor a little bit after a couple of patches have made their way through. But when you take something like the spreading roots and you kind of have to play around what you hit, then sometimes you're forced to go back to some of those older comps.
It was Hwanmi too that had the Nami too, right? I'm not crazy, and now it's LeBlanc too. Yeah. It's did a little polymorph there.
Maybe a bit of communication there, because I think 60second really needed to play around the Nami. So once Hwanmi had all those extra rerolls and a bit of time to do it during neutrals, he could say, look, I know you're about to roll. Give me a second, I'll sell it.
Yep.
And then it's all yours.
And that's going to be, you know, just that small decision making that actually ends up making a big difference, right? 60second did have that Nami too, as Hwanmi was able to pivot on over and had the items for it as well. I think that's very, very key. The emblems, that's something we really have to look at, especially you mentioned earlier, when a player gets that Space Groove emblem online, it's strong.
Yep, and Sam D on the other side wasn't given that hand holding there from Hwanmi, so maybe there was a little bit of timing there where Sam was rolling for he really needs to be playing around this Nami, but Hwanmi said, no, wait for Sam D to roll. I'll sell it when you're ready to roll.
Yeah.
And then 60second was easily able to hit.
Absolutely. Sam D on 0 gold, at least upgraded a little bit of the front line with the Tom Kench too. Double gargoyles and playing against Silic, who is also on a 1-star 4-cost carry. This Leona is not able to do it, however.
Good matchup though, going up against your teammate, the one with the higher HP. Want to just give a little bit from the rich to the poor. Is that Akali the Akali?
Yep, same exact items as well. Oh, Lilu taking the loss there.
Yep.
5 Nova Akali, yep. No Jax frontline though, it's the Morgana frontline.
Yeah, not great to see there, as he did decide to push levels instead of playing the standard reroll line. We'll see if there's anything that Lilu can do to bounce back. He took the extra HP there from the Tiniest Titan, so hopefully he was able to, you know, be able to give a little bit more lives or stay alive for a little bit longer. But unfortunately, it looks like he is going to be on 1 life regardless.
Right.
So very, very bad position, because now he's playing down a Prismatic Augment.
Yeah, definitely. You see 6 Shepherd for Silic with that Shepherd emblem. See, I didn't see if there was a Sona in there yet or not, but...
yeah, just...
Nope. So able to still make it to that 7 threshold here.
Yeah,
maybe 71 gold, gonna level to 9 perhaps.
Exactly. You talked about the verticals, you know, where you really wanted to be playing around the Space Groove. However, the Shepherd's not one that we commonly see. It can be very powerful. And in previous sets, you know, we've seen a lot of these really strong verticals where you're just waiting for that 5 cost. You need that 5 cost to bring it online. Sona in this set in general before 7 Shepherd hasn't really had that. She's a nice unit to tech in, but it hasn't felt win or lose.
Yeah, some comps were like, okay, 5 Shepherd's a bit of a power spike, but not super impactful, as this is going to be an important round for Lilu here. Rolling to find that Morgana 2 and Akali 2 at level 8, not going for that traditional reroll style of play, but the 5 Nova is just deleting the backline before Akali even needs to get there.
And before that graphic change, you could actually see there was the 4 Nanxing Red Force, the red on the top there, and Aurora in the dump on the bottom side there. So Hwanmi on 9 HP. Lulu eventually will stack up enough HP to have 2 lives and be able to sacrifice 1 for Hwanmi. But we've seen on the other side, Tiny Giant, their 7 win streak heading into 4-6.
That is going to be very scary for Aurora Gaming. You would love to see them on a win streak right now, at least a couple of them, like Hwanmi and like Lilu, who were stacking a lot of HP, but they're just going win-loss, and eventually you're just going to bleed out there.
Yeah, for sure. We'll have to see. Oh, and it looks like Lilo is going to be going up against Hwanmi now. So 19 HP on 4-6 still technically could be 2 lives. Hwanmi needs to win this, but only barely. It's looking decent. Lilu's still carrying there the Akali on towards the side. So
good CC there.
But Hwanmi does not want to lose this. It's looking like it's going to be a pretty close fight. I think only maybe 4 units alive there for Hwanmi. So still 1 extra life there for Lilu.
Yep, gonna be not too bad of a loss, like you're saying, 2 lives for Lilu. And they're not gonna face each other for a while. So
that's good.
If they both win out, we could still see potentially Nongshim Red Force in a little bit of danger here, right? As Tiny Giant and Jihaning are in a really good spot, 55 HP and 64. But for Sam D and Silic, they're in little danger territory.
Yeah, a little bit of danger territory, but eventually Tiny will be able to sacrifice some of that HP lead that he's built up. So that's gonna be very beneficial. If they've saved their removers up until that point, they only really need to have a couple and they can make a big swing. Hwanmi and Lilu get a little bit of breathing room. However, Silic, he's not on 1 life. Sam D and Silic both around 30 HP. So if they play their cards right, it's going to be a while before they actually are in the danger zone.
Yeah, and I think a lot of what we need to look at for this next Hwanmi fight is what the Nunu is able to CC, right? That's going to be so crucial if the LeBlanc is given enough time to stack up with that Rage Blade, Sona as well, to get all that anti-heal spreading around.
Yeah, it's still a really nice board there, though. So as long as the positioning is correct. Lilu, on the other hand, it's still a little bit awkward. It's a nice board, but to be 1 life down a Prismatic feels bad.
To be on Akali 2 at stage 5, it's very scary, especially when you go up against multiple 4-cost 2-stars. That Bastion Riven with Bloodthirster and Sterix on there, opposite side of the Akali. But this frontline Morgana is going to go down here soon.
Yeah, and so Aurora going up against each other multiple times. You see Lilu and Hwanmi had to verse, and now he's versing Aha. So we'll have a lot of... And he is gone.
Yep, Lilu.
I was gonna say that it would be a little bit of a different dynamic, as now it takes some breathing room. But we saw this in the previous game that Aurora were willing to let people go, and now this means that it's a little bit easier for them to pilot. Except it sucks having someone go out in 8th.
It absolutely does. Aurora Gaming on the back foot here in game 2. Maybe Nongshim Red Force shook the jitters off after the first one. And I don't want to say it too early, but it could be a little reverse sweep in the making here. We'll see.
Definitely on the cards, and it seems like this is more of their wheelhouse, playing around these sorts of lines. We saw previously maybe they weren't as comfortable pushing levels and being forced out of their reroll lines that they know and love. You can see they're looking a lot stronger and much better positions here. So we do see Hwanmi on his last life there, going up against Sam. Sam sitting on 15 HP. If it's a bad beat, could get knocked out as well. Hwanmi's board is going to absolutely destroy Sam. And is Sam going to go out? He is in 7th.
There we go. That is the strength of a legend like Hwanmi there, able to make the board so strong and hold on until that point as well. Sending Nongshim out in 7th is so crucial to hang in there.
So crucial, but again, you look at the graphics. Now that Sam D is out, you do have 3 and 3, a clean split. Nongshim Red Force looking absolutely dominant with the HP advantage here. I don't know how it's going to go here. They are, Aurora is going to have to recognize that they're probably going to have 2 players in towards the bot 4. So it's really going to come down to, do you think Hwanmi's board is actually strong enough to cap out and go first? Because they're probably going to need that tiebreaker.
Yeah, looking at it right now, I mean, it's strong, but it does not look like a first place cap out kind of board. It looks like, hey, maybe I can go 5th, 4th, maybe 3rd if I'm super lucky. But having to win every single round is tough.
Especially when going up against some of these other stronger boards which were able to relax and cruise their way to level 9. Because Hwanmi had to be, on edge the entire time.
Good CC from Nunu there, but these frontliners are dropping very rapidly. Just the carries left. LeBlanc from Juanme is able to take it out. But that's such a close round, though.
Such a close round, and Silic was actually on LeBlanc 1 there. So
Right.
Juanme managed to hit the LeBlanc 2, so playing a little bit of denial in that sense. Every single time the Morgana cast, though, just giving a little bit more frontline there. So the LeBlanc's looking very, very powerful, as we can still see some players still stuck on their 1 stars. So we're heading into 5-5 now, and these players have been playing defense and are denying forecasts.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Silic there, of course, has found the Sona. So 7 Shepherd online. We got the big summon unit there.
Does have to sell 1, is going to be waiting to the very last minute to sell the Rammus, just to make sure that he's not giving Aurora Gaming any chance to be able to pick up an extra 2-star there, as we do get a POV of 2 matchups.
Wow, Jihan Ing's positioning there. Interesting, all in the corner. On the left-hand side versus Silla. Could be Nongshim on Nongshim. But on the right-hand side, it is Juan Mia as well, right? Seeing if he can still hang on versus Tiny Giant. That Morgana, look on the right-hand side of the screen. It's going to be going down here soon. Get another cast off. It can.
Yep.
The Nunu CC as well. LeBlanc does go down, and so does Juan Mia.
And Juan Mei is out. It was looking so close there, but that was incredible positioning there.
And there it is. There's 3 members of Aurora Gaming out in the bottom 4. So Nongshim.
And the reverse sweep is still on the cards. I want to really highlight their incredible positioning there against Juanmi with the Leona, just shutting down on the right side there. So if you've got your carry stuck on someone with a D-Claw, your LeBlanc's just not doing as much damage. You're not able to swing the tempo of the fight, knocking out some of those units. Nunu did his best to get 1 final cast, but it just really wasn't enough. So we said before that Aurora put themselves in positions across the entirety of the last game that looked better. It looked to be the opposite here.
It really did. I mean, they took more high variance positions, a lot riskier positions, and weren't able to convert on them. It was very, very close, right, with Lilu and Juanme, but they were contesting each other for a little bit, though, with between 2 players trying to go into that Nami direction. Juanme had a lot to do with a little bit of time. I was actually saying, hey, if there's anyone who can do it, Juanme can. Nearly did, but Nongshim starting off, or I guess continuing strong here, I guess, in the game 2. Reverse sweep is going to be in the cards.
Yep, and now this is terrifying for both sides. Nongshim going to be able to bring a little bit of momentum to game 3 in the series versus the likes of Aurora Gaming, who started out strong. Still almost smiles, I guess, on some of the face. You know, they're going to be able to talk over their strategy, but they don't have much time to really reconvene. They're going to bounce back into this 3rd game soon.
Oh, they absolutely do. And we saw, you know, maybe Nongshim saying, hey, 1 cost reroll, let's just forget about that one at this point, right? We're not going to do that at all. We're going to play these, you know, level 4 compositions, or sorry, 4 cost positions on level 8, as we saw a little bit of that Akali Jax playstyle as well from Ji Haning. It was so powerful, able to make it with 3 of the Nongshim players in that top 4. That was kind of a stomp, honestly, a little bit.
And we are back. Your host, traveling here with Barry, joining us with Crowan. Crowan, you got to witness maybe some sort of the glimpse of genius that Barry brought out with his prediction.
Hey, like I said, we need to, you know, take some time for Nongshim to get their footing, you know, get comfortable. It might have only taken 1 game, Barry. I don't know. Maybe you were seeing into the future here.
There's something about this team for sure. They've had such a good run getting here. That first game playing on stage, maybe a little bit of jitters. They had more difficult spots this time round. It was actually Aurora that were up against it. They had 2 players lose streaking, just no HP to work with, and Nongshim were able to capitalize on that. They just had so much more comfort in this game.
And of course, we're going to get to watch some of those highlights of our game. We had Ji Haning here with the Akali reroll and the Jax, which went really, really well. I mean, beating a Nami too when you're playing Akali is a huge feat.
This was a devastating round for Juanme as well. He needed to win this round. He went all in. He spent so much gold. He was hoping that moment he was able to put together a win, and not able to do so. And same here for Lilu, another player that was just up against it the whole time, never really having a lot of HP to work with.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very high-tempo game, you know. At the end, there was players like Juanme, like Lilu, that were just so low, and there was a crucial round, like you said. Juanme wasn't able to win. If he was, though, could have absolutely finished in the top 4.
And I feel like this was the most characteristic playstyle that we saw from Juanmi. He did that a lot on Tac Ground as well. He plays for 8th or 1st. They needed to win right here to make this a 2-0. Wasn't quite the case. Juanmi had an incredible roll down on 3-6 even before even the neutrals to try and stabilize the board. That's why Barry also mentioned how brutal that loss was.
Yeah, and when you compare it to the likes of Tiny Giant, who had such a long win streak. And
Huge Giant.
Regular Giant. He's just he's shoulder to shoulder with the greats of the game right now. But just had so much HP to work with. I do think we need to touch on the fact that it was Thresh and Evelyn. So if you have 2 players lose streaking, you have less bailout potential. You can't guarantee extra HP. So having 2 players playing so low Crowan, difficult to then turn it around.
Absolutely. Say perhaps it was like a Soraka, right?
Yeah.
Potentially as God. We could have said a whole different game. But that's what Space God's all about, right? You got to play to what the options are. Tiny Giant, of course, having all of that 2-star Sona, 2-star Aurelion Sol in the back, playing with such high HP lead. Aurora Gaming just weren't able to hold on in time.
Tiny Giant was also holding a random Ramos 2 on the bench as well. You know what? If worst goes to worst, you can actually start rolling down on that level 9, had the excess gold. Maybe you hit a Ramos 3, can absolutely win the game.
Yeah, there were some players looking for Ramos pretty actively that game too, so it could have been a little bit of a denial just because you're so rich in such a dominant spot. So good heads up thinking.
Yeah, and that's what the HP advantage gives you. You can then start playing full denial. The 2 players that are up against it for Aurora, the advantage in the past would have been maybe Carousel. You get to deny units if you're low HP. That's no longer even a thing. So Juanmi, unfortunately, having that loss streak early, same with Lila, not able to turn things around.
Well, Barry, you're 1 win away from being a genius on your first prediction. 1-1 between Nongshim and Aurora Gaming. Check this out, and we'll be back for a very juicy Game 3 in our first series.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
It is 1-1 with Nongshim Red Force versus Aurora Gaming here at the Esports World Cup 2026 for Teamfight Tactics. Crowan here with Tamura as we get into this final game of the series. Nongshim showed that they are not to be taken lightly, Tamura. Do you think they can close it out here with a reverse sweep?
They definitely have the potential. I think seeing their game plan when playing around some of those lower cost units, they know how to utilize the Jax so well. We saw Akali won throughout Stage 3, absolutely dominating the field. And some of these players like Hwanmei were able to go push fast level 8, and they had so much gold to work with, but it just didn't seem like any of their boards came online early enough.
No, and I think now that players, I mean, they probably realized before, but there's evidence now to back that Akali 1 can win out in Stage 3, and Akali 2 can still be finding these wins versus 4 costs like LeBlanc 2, like Nami 2, even with upgraded front lines. We might be seeing more of that potential, not just in the reroll route.
Yeah, and it didn't even really seem like it was a reroll problem. This was a problem long before we... it was a problem before we even got Akali 2, let alone Akali 3, right? So when you get certain items like the double gargoyles, or you get the right items on towards the Akali, the extra AD, maybe some of these players will be more likely to kind of hard force that, take those extra item augments to get them there, the Pandoras, or if they take the lost streak route, then they can get those extra component anvils at the neutrals.
Absolutely. Do love that, being able to get some options there, kind of show up your variants to come back in the game. But hey, Barry might have been a prophet, however, with the 2-1. Nongshim, again, looking so good. And it's going to be that star-studded roster, you know, this third in the qualifiers from China, or Aurora Gaming, but just with their star power doesn't mean you're going to be playing that well as a team. It is a totally different format where Nongshim have been prepping for this 4v4 format for way long, and Aurora Gaming, right, they were focused a lot on the TAC crown.
Yeah, and it looked like across the board, Aurora Gaming in the second game actually all had decent solo positions, but we did see, you know, they were fighting a little bit where multiple of them wanted to play around the fast 8, and not to Hwanmei's fault, but had to pick up, you know, the extra copies of the Nami to try and stabilize, and even that wasn't enough. And then you're denying your partners like 60second who also wants to do the same. So having that spread across the board is very crucial here in 4v4.
Absolutely. Nongshim in good spirits there, looking like laughing, having a good time. They don't really feel the pressure at all, saying, hey, we took 1 game, we can take 2. We do have evidence, of course, from the qualifiers that Nongshim took out virtus.pro, the runners-up from last year, right? That is a big deal, and took out Zeta Division as well. So why not Aurora Gaming to add on to that warpath that they're on?
Oh, the warpath indeed. If you can win the entirety of the APAC qualifiers, you've already taken out some great teams to get there. Some of them still made it through on lower seeds or through the global qualifiers as well. But yes, they've already proven that they have the ability to do that. And so now it's going to come down to this final game in this series to see if they can put themselves, you know, on the front foot, have a little bit of breathing room, because even if Aurora is knocked out here, they still have that extra life to work with. However, that's not a great feeling to end your first series.
No, definitely not. You know, there will be no eliminations today, but starting off on the back foot, you're going to be feeling a lot of pressure there. Taking the keycap off the keyboard,
taking
and fidgeting with it.
It reminds me of the poker players, you know, just playing with their chips.
I do that a lot.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a nice little way to stay calm, as he doesn't want to get a stress ball or something else.
Yeah. Just a little stim toy, you know, just have your hands preoccupied. Absolutely love to see that as we see the key. Nongshim Red Force, they want to keep it alive and crush the dreams of Aurora Gaming here soon, of course. I just love the fact, like, the symbolism of the key crushing, right? It's just so cool.
Absolutely. Being able to crush your opponents and then take that trophy with them, it just, you know, builds so much more excitement here for the players. It's not just about getting points on the board. It's not just about, you know, securing their own legacy. It's the entire club working towards that and working with teammates, because that's the best part about 4v4.
Yeah, there's so many games here at the Esports World Cup. TFT, of course, is one that we love, but it's part of a bigger picture here and what this all represents. We were taking a look at the start of the show of those clubs who are nearing the top, right? There was Virtus.pro, there's ag.al, who are pretty good in the club standings right now, but a win in TFT would make them feel real good.
Yeah, especially when you have teams like Virtus.pro, who are the runner-ups from the previous EWC, coming back with the same roster. Some of these players, if they play together in the same roster, definitely going to be coming back with a lot more communication. We've seen that in previous EWCs, and even in some of the ones today, that because these new rosters are formed, sometimes the communication seems to be lacking a little bit. We'll see in some of these series where there'll be a little bit of a contest. These are all challenger players. These are great players. They're obviously not going to be contesting the same reroll lines, but just a couple of overlaps on some of the units, and those small things make a difference.
Yeah, absolutely, and I love that you mentioned that as well for the players who've been on the same rosters for a while. There's not that many teams who even have like the majority of the same roster. A lot of organizations, right, who have picked up a completely new roster, right? Fnatic comes to mind on that one. New year, new roster for them. For Aurora Gaming, right, they've been here, some players who are on Twisted Minds before, but now they're coming all together. Some of these superstars from CN for Aurora Gaming. As we get into game number 3, no more Thresh, it's Varus and Evelyn here.
Varus and Evelyn. So Varus going to be supporting some of those reroll lines, which we mentioned with the Akali, can be quite powerful. Evelyn was picked up a little bit for some of the more greedy players. So we are going to be getting... Oh, and...
Okay.
Looks like we're going to be getting a champion duplicator to support that. So... Are there going to be any other rerolls? I'm predicting already at least 2 Akali Jax players. But given this region, we might even see more different reroll lines.
I'm really curious, actually, if Nongshim are going to go back to their 1-cost rerolls, because there is that Varus option where you get like a bunch of tiny duplicators as well. That is really a little bit later on in the game, but that means that you can push levels while still being a few units off of your 3-star 1-cost carries, getting towards that endgame capped out board, and then finishing the 3 stars afterwards.
Exactly, and pushing levels can definitely be done with a couple of the 1-costs. You can see there on the board the Leona. We've already seen multiple Leona 3 stars
in each game.
Yeah, because it's just so easy and free to get if you are able to get the Arbiter, which gives you the extra copies. But then there's also other options. For example, we've seen Veigar Printer in previous series. So there's just different ways that you can utilize the reroll without actually technically playing reroll.
Absolutely, and we're gonna see here who is able to start off with those reroll lines. Silic as well, 4 Cho'Gaths already, and 3 Cho'Gaths for Tiny Giant. Primordian as well, though, just needs a Rek'Sai to get that 3 Primordial online, which would also give Brawler, and would be a good start for Tiny Giant.
Yeah, very solid start there. The items don't necessarily support the Cho'Gath as much. We did see previously that it didn't really work out for Silic when all he had was the Gargoyles and the slightly suboptimal Lissandra items. So I do believe that the Cho'Gath needs to come online early with multiple items to start really stacking up and becoming a powerhouse, because if you don't get online early, then you're going to get outcapped in Stage 4 quite quickly.
Absolutely, and there are a couple of different 1-cost reroll lines for Cho'Gath. There's the Cho'Gath Ezreal variant, which maybe not as strong, but we've seen that come up over the course of the set as we get gold augments here for our 2-1 option. Nothing looking too crazy here, too appealing.
Yeah, just a couple of extra items available there if you want to go for something like the Prize Fighter. Even if you're not 5-streaking, can be quite powerful. We already saw the Loot Singularity picked up before when we wanted to hard force the Cho'Gath and the Lissandra line. Seen in previous patches, it was very favorable to go with this because the Dark Star was just super powerful to push levels as fast as possible. However, in this galaxy, we maybe we'll see a little bit more favoritism towards the 1-costs.
Hey, there we go. It is going to be that Loot Singularity. So extra Lissandra, extra Cho'Gath there, going to be, I believe, contesting.
Has the chain available. Unfortunately, the other 2 items being a bow and a sword, not really what you want to see when you're trying to get this Cho'Gath online. So you're going to have to see how he's able to play around that. You do have some AD carries in the Dark Star line, and eventually get towards your Kai'Sa and then your Jhin. However, that's quite far away, so maybe just try and get that Cho'Gath online early, and then we can utilize some of those AD items.
Yeah, absolutely. See Juan Miet here with the Marauder emblem as well, getting a little bit of value out of that even early with the Bel'Veth. Briar, a lot of units on the bench there.
Seen some of the Marauders push levels in previous patches, the Master Yi being quite favored there. Playing around the Legion of 3, you usually want to stick to some of the 3 costs there. However, sometimes you can just utilize that for, it's just a gold augment. It doesn't force you into anything, but it can give you a nice little bit of direction. And that's one of the gold augments that you definitely want to be picking up early into the planning phase, and then let your teammate know about it.
Absolutely, and we see the Thresh's Lantern there for ag.al, right? Going to not be one that players will prioritize super often for that artifact emblem, but going to be able to get a little value of it, pulling units from the bench.
I think it's just a nice way to get an extra unit onto the board when you're playing around this AP flex line. So we've seen with these sorts of frontline is you don't have that unkillable Jax 3. You don't have something that it's like, okay, well, when this unit dies, my frontline is gone. You have the Shepherd, you have multiple frontlines, you can have the Morgana, you can tech in the Vanguards, you can have the Nunu casting, a Blitzcrank even on your final cap board. And so being able to just throw in those extra sort of legendaries around that is quite a nice synergy, and you can never really go wrong with this. Yes, it's not going to be the thing that you go, okay, I've won the game, I hit the nuts combination, but you're never really upset about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great point. Jihanning versus ag.al here. We see the power of that Thresh's Lantern, right? Getting in one more body, because Jihanning had two of their carries in the back line there, two-starred between Caitlyn and TF, even had a Gunblade Slam, but it just wasn't enough, of course, versus ag.al here.
Yeah, and actually opted into only playing, I think it was like a very weak backline there, but does have the front line there. So having the two upgraded units, usually when you have your front line upgraded and then the raw stats there from the Lantern as well, it's very difficult for some of the other players who have the upgraded backline but no front line, because that's a lot more important. Once you get into the later stages of the game, you can start to get away with the one star of the front line. You can have a Nunu, and as long as you have a mana item, you just cast once, that's okay, because you have more units spread across the front line there. As we do see on the reverse side, is going to be going up against his teammate here, Juanmei, who doesn't have the strongest board, is playing around that Marauder there, so isn't going to have enough DPS to deal with any of them, but 3 Primordian online is perfect. You see Juanmei loves his gold.
Absolutely. Juanmei last game loved his gold so much he was level 8 on 3-6, rolling down already for the units. Wasn't able to make it happen, but as Trouble did mention during the death segment, Juanmei did that a lot during the attack round. Very comfortable with that strategy, so going to be something that maybe it didn't work out last time, but not going to dissuade him from doing it again.
Yeah. And he just knows exactly how to play the game. He has so much experience, so he never really seems shaky, never really seems phased about going down low HP. He's willing to play that win-out strategy if his team requires it, and so that's really good to see. But I also like the fact that in the first game of this series that he played the middleman perfectly, so we know that he has range. He doesn't necessarily have to play towards that tack crown, I want to win the game strategy, but if the Primordians present themselves to him, then he can definitely go on his back foot.
Okay, a couple of Ross there, interestingly enough, but we get to see the Arbiter as well. Didn't get a chance actually to see what they clicked there, but get some confirmation here soon. Shojin slammed early as well, is going to lead into the AP tree, or Corki, right? I guess it still could be a little bit flexible.
Yeah, flexible indeed. Does have that rod, so usually will lean towards the AP just a little bit. Nice, there we go. There's the JG slammed onto it as well. Definitely a nice combination of items there. Silic, unfortunately, does not have the upgraded backline. But as I mentioned before, when you're playing around something like the Shepherd, you can get away with having some of these 1-stars at the front line because there's just so many units there. And even if Silic isn't able to continue his win streak due to the lack of backline upgrades, still going to be in a very favorable position. As I say that, the Thresh's Lantern there, so much frontline.
Yep. Pulled in the Gragas, and Gragas like, hey, I'm just another beefy frontliner that you cannot get through right now. 4 win streak for Silic.
Yeah, and was that an extra Leona printed as well, if I'm not mistaken there?
Yeah.
So might be confirming our Arbiters there. Yep, so perfect. So that's just going to give a little bit of tempo. And then maybe you can pull in some extra units, as we do see the Primordians there. Very, very strong. That's what you want to pick up.
Take a look at the bench, right? There's another copy of the Belveth, as well as the Akali and the Jinx. So that's also a 2-cost reroll route that players have discovered early on in this set, right? With the Challengers and then the Akali as well to be a beefy frontliner.
Yeah, and going for the buried treasures there, wants to synergize well with the Varus, the extra rerolls, the extra champions you're going to get available. It just synergizes also well to play around that 2-cost slam.
Very nice. 60-second. Going for the Econ as well, right? 50 gold. Not going to be very strong at this point in the game. So Sam D not able to get that full loss streak. I think recognized that, maybe wanted to snap it, right? That's why he slammed the items there. Deathblade might have just won anyway, honestly.
And looks like Silic is going to be on a 4 win streak, but going up against Lilo with the 2-star at the backline is going to snap the streak. So very unfortunate there for Silic, was in a great position, but Lilo, despite losing the first round 2-1, has managed to pick himself up a 4-win streak. And if he can continue his win streak, then he's going to have a lot of gold heading into stage 3.
Absolutely. The only player on a streak here is 62nd with 5 losses. I think something that he's very comfortable with in game number 1, going that fast 9 strategy.
Yeah, it has access to the birthday present. We already saw how powerful that can be, especially when piloted by the likes of Aurora Gaming. They know how to get to level 9 when other players are stuck on 8.
Absolutely. Birthday present, that like 1 attack crown, I'm pretty sure. Was that Dish Soap? Yeah, 1 attack crown with birthday present. So it's very strong, can cap out very high, of course.
Yeah, I do believe that Dish Soap used the prismatic variant of this. We got the birthday reunion, just a little bit weaker, but still on the same
concept.
Yeah, same concept. You want to push to level 9, and that's how you need to win attack crown. If you want to win attack crown, you need to win the checkmate format, and that's exactly the type of augment that you need. And Aurora's recognized that perfectly, as they have other players who can utilize their stable positioning. However, we need to have at least one player who can fight for first.
Yeah, there's a lot to work with on the bench here for Tiny Giant. Still level 4 as well on 3-1, players having that 1 cost reroll potential. A Quicksilver Slam for Sam D. That Belveth needs to be the carry, but that's a misfortune to IE marauding their side there for Juanmi.
Oh my goodness, Juanmi playing around the Legion of Threes. That's exactly what you need. The 3 cost gets benefited from the augment, and to hit it on 3-1 as a 2-star, this is something that's effectively a 4 cost as you push levels and you utilize your augments. So Juanmi's position now, super stable, 89 HP. He can push levels, he can have lots of extra HP to work with, and then you have other players like 62nd who need to bounce back. But it's kind of the reverse. You can see all the blue there at the top there with the Aurora.
Bunch of champions here. Got a Master Yi, got a Karma for the 4 cost. Just using it for econ, really. I think that's a fantastic usage of, hey, you don't have anything that's really good with my comp. I just want money so I can roll and win out for the rest of stage 2 is really important for the tempo of these 2 cost reroll compositions.
Yeah, and so we talked about how Akali would definitely likely be played when on a region such as this. Is going to be proccing that extra buried treasure, is going to be getting a little bit of extra resources, but is sticking towards the Belveth there. What do you think about this sort of line where it's not the same Jax variant?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is definitely weaker. People are thinking that the Akali Jax variant is very optimized, as the Akali with that 5 Nova is able to just take down the whole board. Jax lives forever. It's just so strong. This is a lot more, feast or famine, do or die. It's going to be a lot quicker fights. You have to position super well on what side you go on, where your units can wrap. That Akali is able to survive without that front line of Jax is going to be a lot harder to pull off.
Well, I'm interested to see, because Sam D, although he had the Primordians, was probably given a lot of extra copies of the Belveth, so decided to lean into it. However, because he had access to the buried treasures, he could have just not played any units. Could have maximized his econ, just got those extra couple of units for gold, and then sold them and done a full pivot on 3-2, as we've seen in a lot of 2-cost variants. If you know you want to play towards an optimized line, you have all this extra econ, you can just do a 3-2 roll down. So he's consciously made that choice to say, no, I've been given a good chance to play around Belveth here. Let's see how far I can shine.
Yeah, absolutely. Juanmi having some Belveth copies as well. Probably not re-rolling them, of course, but just holding them on the bench for that extra denial potential. Perhaps can consider going for that MF3, right? There's going to be that Legion of Threes.
I don't know if he had this before, but no, he's managed to pick up the Brawler, which synergizes quite well there with the Marauder. Just a nice synergy. We haven't seen as much Master Yi previously. It's had a couple of patches where it's been very dominant. We'll have to wait and see if Juanmi's able to convert on this, but in such a nice position that once he has the MF there on towards the backline, I'm sure that he's going to be stable. Might be taking a loss here. We'll see how much HP the Marauder, the Brawler on the Belveth there can tank, and it looks like it's going to be enough, staying alive long enough for MF to take out the rest of the backline. So Juanmi now starting to build up a win streak. Not in the best win-out position, but definitely very stable.
Nope, and 60 seconds going to have to pull the trigger soon when it comes to stabilizing the board. We get Evelyn Steamroll going to be the option there.
Yeah, definitely a couple of these players who have more HP at the top there, who are more willing to go down that route. However, we do have a couple of players who are definitely leaning towards the rerolls, so we won't really want to skip too far away there from the Varus, especially as they get those 3 stars online. They'll be working their way towards the Varus boon, which will be quite beneficial when they have all those 3 stars to synergize with.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the point in the game where a lot of these HP totals are going to start to shift and change. Sam D hitting that Belveth 3 items as well. Last Whisper, maybe not going to be the best, but it's good enough for now. Later on, that could be transferred to the Jinx backliner to get all of that shred going. And yeah, this is going to be all those tiny duplicators onto that Cho'Gath. Don't know how many stacks are on that, but it looks fairly beefy.
Yeah, don't mind the items as well, having access to the extra healing nerf, the Spirit Visage. A little bit different there towards the Gargoyles, stacking up all those extra sats there from all the chomps. Going to be getting a nice positioning here as we're able to take out quite a lot of the cannon fodder on towards the side. As long as the Leona doesn't wrap towards the very, very safe Kai'Sa in towards the backline. It's looking quite strong and didn't manage to hit the Lissandra 3, so instead has slammed the Infinity Edge and is playing around the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, Kai'Sa's not too bad. I know players who go the Darkstar route do use Kai'Sa 2 as a carry before you get Jhin. In fact, Kai'Sa 2 is probably stronger than Jhin 1 in a lot of cases, so you get that Jhin 2. But a really strong carry here for Tiny Giant.
Yeah, and I actually mentioned this before, that we were saying, you know, theorizing that previously with the Darkstar, you push levels and you get towards the Kai'Sa and the Jhin as your primary carries. In fact, we saw in previous patches that people were just carrying Kai'Sa 2-star all the way up until Jhin, and then Jhin got the leftover items. And Tiny Giant, level 650 gold, has managed to kind of put himself in a position where he can actually stabilize off the Cho'Gath and do exactly that.
Yeah, absolutely. This Cho'Gath has a couple of good items like you were mentioning. Going to be able to get a lot of stacks going here. And probably going to get some stacks into Hwanmei here as well. Hwanmei's board hasn't changed that much. Does have a Brawler emblem, however, which can lead to some very strong cap boards.
Yep. Does have 3 items there on towards the Kai'Sa now. He's going to be playing his absolute strongest board. Is an MF 2-star there, so it does have a lot of damage and can deal with it, but the front line is gone and Cho'Gath's going to survive just long enough with that extra healing that Hwanmei is not going to be able to streak in stage 3.
Go and back into Silic's board here, taking a loss, 6 losses in a row, dropping down. We still see Aurora Gaming 3 players at the top there, but 62nd at the bottom.
60 seconds going to be, we're going to have a look at 60 seconds pivot to see if he's going to be able to do anything. He does have Amelia 2-star, so
yeah,
this is awkward.
Morgana 2, actually. Yeah, that's a good start.
It's a really strong board, but it's awkward because he doesn't want to roll too much of his gold on level 8 here, right?
No, he doesn't. It's going to be, I think what separates, you know, good players from great TFT players is knowing exactly how much gold you need to roll at these pivotal points. You don't want to overroll because you're not going to be able to cap out as high as you would have. You need to assess the strength of everyone in the lobby. But what's good in 4v4 is everyone's kind of doing that for you as well, helping you, being like, hey, this play is really strong. You might not need to roll that much, right? You're going to be feeding all this information to help out. Every little bit matters as we get the roll down starting.
Yeah, so does still want to roll just a little bit. Already had the Morgana 2 and the Amelia 2, but...
Oh, there we go. Doesn't even have to roll too deep to find the Nami upgrade.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need. And he's able to hold on to all these crucial 1 costs that synergize so well there with the Nami. So it already hits the crucial 4-cost 2-star at the front line, the Morgana, the Nami at the back line. Now, you would hope that that's enough to get to level 9. And as you mentioned before, you know, the best players need to be able to know when to stop rolling. And in positions like this, you have to recognize that even if it's not enough to stop rolling, if you roll deeper, you're going to be in a bad position regardless.
Right. You have to take a little bit of that risk at some point, right? Because it's not going to be as value if you don't. But seeing as well, once again, this Belveth 3 items does take out the Cho'Gath 3. Akali as well with that Thieves Gloves, right? This board is still strong. Sam D, level 6 on 4-1 on that 5-win streak, and keeping it at stage 4 is really, really important.
Yeah, and has so many copies of the Akali that is probably going to be able to play the Akali regardless. We are given prismatic options here, and for some of these players like Sam D who've already hit the majority of their board, can pick up something like the Tiny but Deadly if they just want pure combat right now. That's exactly what it's going to go for.
Absolutely. Tiny but deadly. Not Tiny Giant there, but that's still going to be fantastic combat power for the board. As we see, yeah, Hwanmei is going this level 3 reroll composition, right? Has 6 misfortunes. A lot of gold to work with here as well.
Yep, can keep going, and I said that he was going to be stable there, sitting on the MF 2-stars, able to push levels, but given that his current setup, he's recognized that no, staying on level 7 and rolling quite deep is going to be quite beneficial here. He's playing a little bit of defense there, holding on to a couple of copies of Akali, but probably is just going to try and 2-star that. Hasn't slammed his frontline items yet, if he has any. Very strong brawler.
Does have a couple.
Yeah.
But it's going to be playing up against Lilu, so maybe wanting to give Lilu the win here. Thinking that if he puts him on the Rek'Sai a little bit late into the fight, but is going to be not a bad loss for whoever does take the L here.
Yeah, looks like there's just not going to be enough frontline there from Hwanmi as he slammed his items too late. But, just a little bit unlucky, because if that had been a 3-unit loss, that's about as perfect as you could have asked for.
3 or 2-unit loss is pretty ideal in that situation. Maybe slamming those items a little bit earlier to get value from that vow. 3 or 2 more Kai'Sas here. Yeah, we see 108 gold here.
I mean, you really can't ask for anything better than invested when you already have your frontline stabilized and you know you just want to push levels from this point. Most of the time when players pick invested, the downside and the reason that they can't pick it is because you're down in Auckland, right? You're going to be super weak. However, he's kind of in the position to start sacrificing HP for his team anyway, and then he can play for the win out later.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was talking about, hey, is this going to be a reroll on this board? And it is for Ahau, going to be not only a Leona 3, but is now accompanied by a Zoe 3 as well. And that's some pretty strong items there.
Might be multiple players on the Nanjing Red Force contesting the Akalis, and I do believe that Hwanmei was holding on to some as well. So if Hwanmei is able to 2-star his Akali and then some, it's going to be a little bit awkward there towards the Nanjing Red Force. However, as we've seen previously, the 2-star Akali can be quite stable, as well as the fact that if your primary carry is going to be on towards the Primordians instead, playing around that Bel'Veth, it's not going to be as big of a deal. Although, you know, a little bit of contest within the same team.
Yeah, a little bit, but that's okay. At the end of the day, both can hit. Now some 5-cost options here. Jhin and Sona playing the Space Groove on the board, however. So probably going to go for the component.
Yep, and this is where we can start to see some of the bottom players pick up that extra 5 cost. If they are given one, that synergizes well with their board. It'll be quite powerful as they're able to bounce back before they make it towards level 9. And you'd hope by this point, if you've been lost streaking for the majority of the game, you've utilized those component anvils to get the items that you want. So you're not too picky about the item that you get. It's more about getting your upgrades.
Yeah, and we see 60 Second did lose against Silic the last round, but actually has that Vex 2 to potentially go onto the board now at level 9. Finds a Shen as well.
It's a little bit awkward, right? Because you've already made those items there for Nami because she is a caster. He had access to the TG there, so had he got a Blitzcrank 2-star, a Shen 2-star, would have been able to utilize the TG Vex.
Vex 2 on bench.
Yeah, hyper-specific on the items that you need for her.
Absolutely. It's a strong board, however, but it's just going to be selling that Vex 2, making a little bit more money. Going up against Tiny Giant here, though. These rounds are very, very important for 60 Second to hang on in this game. If Aurora Gaming goes down first, they're going to be in such a tough spot, but 60 Seconds very strong at the moment.
60 Second, incredible position here. He has so much damage to work with, has the Morgana with the Sunfire, has the extra voice off there on towards the Blitzcrank, so can really shred through some of those unkillable frontline units. So 60 Second on 13 HP will start to be able to bounce back. Isn't really playing around that Fiora, so probably will be on 1 life, but I think for the early stage 5 is definitely positioned himself into a point where I think that he's quite ahead of the tempo of the lobby.
Yeah, Jianing seems to be the resident Akali player for Nongshim, going that once again this game, but not hitting 3 stars of each. There were extra copies on the bench, however, so leaning that way and has 58 HP, top of the standings to work with that. 0 gold for Tiny Giant, still 2 Kai'Sas away.
That's awkward because he actually utilized his rolls to stay on level 8, so the invested looks like a position to maybe play for a fast 9 and cap out with the vertical Darkstar, and then you can try and get the Jhin 2 online. But he took the gamble and decided to roll on level 8 primarily for a 3-cost unit, so that really feels bad when you don't even hit that, so now he's down a Prismatic.
Yeah, 60 Second on the right-hand side as well, making quick work of these fights. Very strong board. Same thing with Tiny Giant there, is still going to be strong enough at this point to win the round. 5 Darkstar in there, but like you were saying, having rolled all that gold, not going to 9, Still 2 Kai'Sas away. Very, very awkward. And while he's winning rounds right now, how long can he keep it up is the big question.
And he only has 2 more gold to roll with. He's trying to get something which isn't 3 components because it's just but he has to take something at the end. Already finished the items on the front line, the back line, really just looking for something either for the Kench or the Karma.
Yeah, there's some gold.
Yeah, having to roll that extra little bit of 4 rolls down to 0 gold.
Unlucky.
Yeah, he's in a really bad position. And I said that he was in a spot where he could maybe play for first, given that he was given that invested, but it doesn't really look to be the case.
No, it doesn't. A level 7 on the board here for ag.al, of course. Going to find that Victor 2, but not be going for that 3-star. It's just a battle of, hey, let's eke out 1 or 2 more placements. I'm going to position as well as I can. Maybe go level 8, level 9 if I can, but I don't know if ag.al can reach level 9 this game.
Yeah, and has access to the holder line, so champions like the Karma, who you'd usually see on the back line, aren't going to be stealing any of those stats. It's just going to be boosting up the Victor 2-star and the Zoe 3-star.
Yep.
We talked about how Zoe can be quite powerful as a 2-cost to try and push you forward. However, actually managed to hit a 3-star and has made it all the way to level 7, so he's definitely feeling quite good about that. It's just going to be throwing in a random Gwen, so I predicted that he might try and push levels with that free Leona 3-star, but unfortunately isn't the case, and throwing in something like a Gwen means you're going to get absolutely ran over by boards like this.
Look at this. Lilu still making that Lissandra 3 look very strong here at stage 5. That's because the other board was so weak there. But Lilu, I think, very impressive shift from last game, going 8th place with that Akali 5 Nova line that had the Morgana front line instead of the Jax. Wasn't able to work out for here, but good recovery in this game.
Yeah, definitely. The blue buff, red buff there on towards the Karma is definitely going to be supporting this board quite nicely, but you can see still 2 away from the Kai'Sa, and I'm sure if we were to scout across the board... Yeah. There's 1 there, however, still 1 more away and doesn't quite have the gold to get there. However, Aurora's definitely going to be playing defense on that.
Very, very important round for Tiny Giant. And 62nd on the right-hand side as well. Tiny Giant is going to be versing ag.al on the left. ag.al having the Zoe 2 Victor. A lot of damage going to that Cho'Gath, but how long can the Cho'Gath hang on for? Is taking a bite out of this Leona. Kai'Sa is going to get another cast here soon, and yeah, it's going to wipe the board of ag.al.
Now Tiny Giant, going to lock his shop, or he's going to have to sell Lissandra. Has 1 away there from the Kai'Sa.
Right-hand side, though, 62nd. Wow, that's an elimination, actually. Was not able to take that round. That's our first elimination. Aurora Gaming is going to drop in 8th place first here.
That is huge, because ag.al's still only on 6 HP, so he's...
there it is.
Oh, does he have the units he can sell? Has to sell something here.
Has to sell something. It's going to be the Lissandra. I mean, it could be... Oh, okay, we just replaced...
Drops one of his frontline units there, so still has a decent frontline, but is holding on to that copy of the Lissandra in the hopes of picking up a Jhin later. So, can definitely get a little bit stronger.
Waiting for the win out.
Quite awkward. ag.al sitting there on 6 HP. So if they have multiple players in Aurora dropping out, then this could be the comeback for Nanjing, as they were looking a little bit weaker before. We can see on the right side of our screen there, the reroll line from ag.al is not looking too hot. The Leona 3-star is going to have to hold on for as long as possible, and is going up against the Nanjing Red Force. Is going to be taken out, and it looks like ag.al is definitely going to be knocked out here.
Out. 2 eliminations, it looks like there.
That's 2 of them, and the Giants are falling.
Giants are falling very, very quickly. It's going to be Tiny Giant in 7th.
Okay.
ag.al in 6th. So there's still hope alive for Aurora Gaming. But hey, it's going to be maybe this Nongshim surprising the world here.
Bit of breathing room there. Lilu does still have at least 2 lives. The Nanjing Red Force plays there at the bottom. Silic and Samdi definitely could get taken out quite soon. Janning can give them a couple of lives if he knows his matchup or has any leftover removers. We can see there on the left side, removers are almost all depleted now. It'd be surprising if any of them had any left. We're getting down to that point.
Absolutely. And Aurora Gaming is going to need 1st and 3rd, or 1st and 2nd, to win this game.
Silic actually manages to get a ghost matchup here, so potentially could get an easier fight. Nothing seems to really be removed from the primary carries, though. so his board is going to be stronger. Look at the Jin's lucky gloves there, Rolls. Not even lucky, but just incredible. And that's going to make a bit of a difference. Honestly, the fight was somewhat close. So against the real board could have been taken out.
Sam D
falls.
So it's 2 eliminations per team in the bottom 4. Still anyone's game so far. But Lilu on 11 HP is very scary. If Lilu gets a bad matchup, it goes out in 4th place. That's it.
Yep, so if Lilu has Hwanmi in his pool, it's going to come down to if Hwanmi has any removers that he can utilize. He's sitting on a 5-win streak, definitely one of the strongest boards that we have left here. Silic's position still carrying that on, doesn't look like he's going to be getting too much stronger as the rounds continue. So I expect that Silic's going to fall, but it's going to come down to whether or not Lilu falls first.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to be seeing both fights here. Silic up against Ji Haneng. And then Lilu versus Hwanmi, and that's the matchup you were talking about.
So did Hwanmi manage to sacrifice any of his board strengths? I would imagine so if he knew that he had a good chance.
Yeah.
And Hwanmi's board's getting absolutely run over. So yes, very credit to Hwanmi there, was able to do that. But is Silic going to fall against his teammate?
Oh, it's going to win as well. So we get another round for both players.
Both teams playing perfect here. They're utilizing their extra HP. They're going to take us to the dragon. We hit the neutrals because they know what's happening with their HP and they're playing the macro game.
Hwanmi is dropping dangerously low as well, though. I think 18 HP is potentially 1 life if it's a really bad loss in stage 6. So both players need to win out. They're not going to face each other, in the next round. So we'll get to see if they can both hang on.
Yeah, especially because Aurora had 60-second go out in 8th place, means that they really needed to have that 1-3 finish to match the 6-8.
Yep.
So it's all going to come down to this. If Silic, it just depends on the matchups, but we already know that they've versed each other, so they're going to have to verse their opponents now.
Yep, there was a Blitzcrank upgrade in the shop there for Silic, and that's very powerful. The items aren't fantastic for the TG, but they're going to be okay.
There's no more...
Shen goes in.
No more sacrifice play here. Has access to 1 more remover, but we know because of the matchups, they're going to be going up against each other. Silic traveling away here to go up against Lilu.
Oh, this is an important fight. Lilu, the fast 9 versus Silic as well. With that Nami carry, is it going to be enough? There's Hwanmi and Ji Haneng on the right side as well.
Yeah, Hwanmi is stuck on the front line there. Does take it out, but Akali is still alive. There's just too many units overwhelming. Akali's going to get knocked out. 1v1 by MF, but now MF has to verse 5 units on her own. It is going to get taken out. Hwanmi.
Back to the left, Silic.
Did he sacrifice too much HP? Silic's going to get knocked out, but Hwanmi lived on 1 HP.
Okay, so there is still hope alive left for Aurora Gaming. Silic does drop out in 4th, meaning even if Hwanmi or Lilu goes out in 3rd, if one of them wins against Ji Haneng, they will take the series.
So this is where it's going to come down to Lilu versus Hwanmi. Who do they want to send forward? It doesn't really matter which one of them wins because they just need the 1-3 finish. Yep. So if they have them in the matchup, it's not going to be about who's better between the two of them, but who can actually take it home and win against their opponent.
Yeah, whose board's going to be better against Ji Haneng is the question on their minds. And they're going to be able to figure that one out here as we see a ghost round and then a real round as well.
So you would hope for the sake of Aurora that if Hwanmi isn't able to beat Ji Haneng head on here, then you just wouldn't, you're not going to have to send him forward. But it looks like it's going to be an absolute stomp here.
Was that the ghost board? It looks like that was.
Yeah, and so it looks like Aurora is in a really comfortable position because both of their players are actually stronger. We're at 6-3 now, 17 HP. If you're, not pulling your punches, 17 HP, that could be 1 life here.
Absolutely could. This next round could decide it all for Nongshim versus Aurora Gaming. Ji Haneng, there's not much more you can do with this board. There's 2 Jaxes away, still sitting on that Morgana upgrade as well, but this is the best that Ji Haneng can do right now.
Yeah,
it's a ghost board for Ji Haneng.
It is a ghost board. It is unfortunately going to be positioned up against the Rek'Sai there, so all the carries are going to be stuck on them, wrapped around. Rek'Sai's going to get a really nice pass there, knocks up the Akali and the rest of the front line. We are going to get a POV of the other side as well, as the players are going to be versing up against each other.
This is okay. Whoever loses is going to be fine. It's Ji Haneng. with that board if he's able to survive that Ghost matchup.
Yeah, and Hwanmi is at 1 HP. If you see in the top graphic there, Lilo is going to get knocked down. We expected that.
Ji-Hunting as well actually lost the Ghost fight.
Poetic. Here we have 1 HP going up against each other. And crucially here, Hwanmi made it out with 1 HP. That was a sacrifice play. He didn't need to be 1 HP. That was to sacrifice for his own teammate. Had they miscalculated by 1 extra unit, Hwanmi might have not made it here.
Yeah, this game would be over. They'd be in the loser's bracket. It'd be an entirely different story we're talking about right now. But Hwanmi and his Golden Road looking to take that international title here at Esports World Cup 2026. Just has 1 more round left to go here for our first series versus Nongshim and Ji-Hunting. Who's going to take it?
Hwanmi is positioned, all going to be stacked on towards the Jax. 2 there is going to be doing as much as he can. Akali around towards the side is going to have an easy time taking out the units without any resistances. But Hwanmi is now going to start attacking Akali, and the MF's on the Akali. Akali is down.
Okay. Hwanmi, the carries, they're still alive. They're still full HP. And it will be Hwanmi taking out Ji-Hunting to secure Aurora Gaming, winning the set, winning the match, and starting off EWC strong.
Starting off EWC with a banger, a 2-1 series, and how poetic. We brought up the likes of Hwanmi. He was just in Paris recently to lift the trophy, and it looks like he's come back even stronger to bring 3 of his close teammates to do the exact same thing.
Oh, absolutely. Wanting to lift another trophy here. There was a little bit of, maybe they're not going to make it. Maybe the reverse sweep can happen from Nongshim. But even though Nongshim lost, I do want to give them a lot of credit, right? Going toe-to-toe and taking a team like Aurora Gaming down to 1 singular HP is a really good promising start, even if they didn't take home the win.
Yeah, definitely showing up and showing why they were Apex #1 seed, showing as a unit, 4 players together, so they can tackle the likes of Aurora Gaming. So they definitely can't feel too bad about their performance. Aurora up there looking strong as ever and showing that even after dropping a series, they still can bounce back.
Yeah, absolutely. They can bounce back. Aurora Gaming, though, I mean, really, Hwanmi is showing he can do it all. There was Hwanmi going for lost streak, Hwanmi at top of HP for an entire game, even being that middle of the pack kind of player, right, in game #1. So just showing how versatile he is so fantastic for the roster, just in its entirety.
Yeah, the versatility is extremely important. You need to make sure that you have the players who can do all of it, right? In a game of TFT, based on your starting options, what units you have available, what augments you're given, you can't say, I want to be the designated win-out player, I want to be the middleman. That's not really how TFT works, and it's great to see that these players have range, and they've displayed that across 3 games.
Absolutely. I think, we could say the same thing for both teams, right? It really just is a matter of these little small decision-making things that happen over the course of it, and, it didn't go Aurora Gaming this time, but I think if they played that set, 10 times, it'd be maybe like a 6-4 kind of. I think Nongshim could have
for sure. In terms of our predictions on where we thought each one of these teams stood, didn't look like that at all. Maybe after the first game, Aurora looks quite dominant. Yep. Then as soon as we headed into game 2, Nongshim bounced back and they showed us, why they're the first seed, and they definitely showed their range and depth as well.
Absolutely, and we take a look again at just how Aurora Gaming was able to do it here with that last one. We see the Belveth reroll for Sam D, right? We hadn't seen that in the first couple of games. We saw Akali Jax, but not this other 2-cost style with the Jinx and Akali Belveth.
Yeah, and it looks like he might have actually gone for it because of the other players trying to play around that Akali as well. So do get a look at 60 who we thought was going to be the win-out player after hitting Morgana too, as well as the backline there. Right. Nami, we thought, okay, this spot's amazing.
It looked real strong.
Push levels, got the Vex, could blame it to low roll there, wasn't the right item, so wasn't able to capitalize off that, so did fall. And then after we saw how was stuck on level 7 playing around a, not a very well upgraded board, we thought Aurora was definitely in trouble. However, from Hwanmi managing to sacrifice enough HP, stay on 1 HP, and then clutch it out with the win, that's okay.
Yeah, really just perfect team play there. At the end of the day, you're talking about just that 1 HP difference. It could be 1 unit in stage 2, right? That goes and makes the difference. Such good stuff there. So look, right, this board looks so strong. It has that upgraded, Ornn in the front line, has Nami 2, has Blitzcrank 2 as well. That was a key thing that came onto this. Riven 2 as well, has the Space Groove on it.
Yep, you can see the Ornn there just missing out on one cast there, so might have been the turning point. The Blitzcrank did get the revive here, and it looks like there's going to be just too many units overwhelming, and small little things like that can make a huge difference in the outcome of a fight, and therefore outcome of a game. But we did see how powerful this Akali was, managing to make it all the way to the top 2 there with just a Jax 2-star.
I know, right? It's so crazy, the strength of these two costs. We wondered, are they going to actually show up here? Because they can get contested a bunch if you're going for the 3-star route, but 2-star is going to be enough to get into that top 4 and even make it a little bit higher than that. But Jihaneng, of course, wasn't able to do it at the end of the day. Hwanmi playing around that early MF2 was crucial in saving all that HP to get to this point.
Yeah, incredible read there from Hwanmi. After already hitting the 2-star 3 cost, thinking, okay, you know, I'm in a great position here. I can push levels if I want to. No, I'm going to cap out with a very, very powerful board there on towards the level 7. And so he kept rolling, stayed strong, built up the HP lead, sacrificed for his teammates, and then came out with the win.
Yeah, such good stuff there. And I think if this sets a precedent for, the entire event, which it absolutely does, we are in for such a treat. This is just the first match, Tomorrow. We're going to be seeing so many storylines, so many players really give it their all here at EWC.
Yeah, giving it their all they will. And it's just the beginning, Nongshing will be able to bounce back. They fall back into the losers bracket. However, this is just the first series. It was a best of 3, and they'll be able to play another one later. However, Aurora definitely going to feel a lot better, higher confidence. They have an extra life to work with now, and this is just the beginning.
Absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if Nongshim do make a losers bracket run, get all the way back up there, into that playoffs bracket. But right now, we have an interview that Trouble is going to take us through with Aurora Gaming, who are the victors of that match.
Thank you so much, guys. Amazing cast, and I have no other than the current Tactician's Crown champion from Aurora Gaming, Hwanmi, with me. And of course, thank you so much for the translation as well. Hwanmi, congratulations on that win. You are the reason that Aurora won that last game, and majority of the lobby played very heavy towards reroll lines. Why do you think was that the case, and why did you choose Misfortune?
那么我们欢迎回到我们在的现场来。那我们刚才看了一架非常棒的这样精彩的表演，有我们的这个获胜的选手呢，您在这里。我们现在呢想要，你是我们刚才这一场赢的这个主要的原因。那么你对刚才的这一场的比赛是一个什么样的感觉？为什么选择了这样的一个站位，这样的一个角色来去进行这样的格斗？
因为就是我们那个什么需要我去那个什么中期混着混着嘛，然后我中期混着混着混出了节奏，最后可能因为我们老八出了点意外，就是地的差了一点嘛，然后其实我们当时就是战术已经有点崩了，然后我就被迫就是必须需要我来做出上线，然后赢下对局。
Actually, during the game, we had a little bit problems with this strategy, and I felt that maybe we were in danger not winning the game. But that's why I was there. I was in that position and finally won this game.
That is incredible, because my next question is, you guys have 16 Tactician's Crown appearances in the entire roster. You have won it 2 times. You've got another Tactician's Crown champion in your team. You guys have big voices in the team. How do you balance it out? And could you potentially be the leader that the team needs?
那么这个很有意思，也带来了我们的下一个问题，就是你的整个的团队是非常强大的，然后每个人都有很大的自己的优势，你们也有其他的这个冠军。那么在这样的一个团队当中，怎么样来平衡每一个人不同的看法的呢？那是你会在未来的比赛当中成为团队的领先的人物吗？领军的人物？
在这个团队里，我是就是一般是我来主导，就是整个比赛的走势。然后我们队里的选手都实力非常不错，所以我们其实要求也非常高。就是我们不仅那个什么，我们所有人都可以当那个什么，就是这把游戏的终结者，也可以当这把游戏的辅助者。就是我们需要所有人根据游戏情况去适配当局的 角色。
Well, yes, we have a great team. Everybody in this team is really strong. Most of the time, I would be the leader. I would take the lead. However, everybody else, they are strong. So we need to see the actual situation and then decide who will be in which position so that we can collaborate and then be a great team together.
But talking about being a great team together, Aurora Gaming coming from China. There's other Chinese orgs here, Weibo, the title defender. We have JDG and ag.al. Huanmei, do you think that Aurora Gaming is coming in as the strongest Chinese team?
是的，那么您的团队非常的强大，但是同时我们知道呢，这场比赛当中还有未来的很多的有力强大的对手，包括我们的 JD Gaming， 包括我们的 ag.al 等等这些团队。那您觉得你们这个团队在这样的一个总体的比赛当中的表现会如何呢？您是否有信心能够取得最终的胜利？
其实我们信心还是非常足够的，就是我希望就是我们团队打好接下来比赛。由于 BO3， 可能我们团队有时候可能确实就是有时候会发挥失常，但我们整体水平都还是比较在线。希望就是我们能够顶住压力。
Yes, that's right. They are strong opponents, and however, I have a great confidence in our team. Occasionally, our team members may have different discussions. We may not perform perfectly well, but I believe we can take this challenge. I think we have the courage and I have the confidence.
Nothing else expected from the goat of Teamfight Tactics. Thank you so much for the translation. Huanmei, 谢谢.
非常感谢。
We'll see you guys very shortly.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
We book Esports World Cup.
Welcome back to EWC 2026 Teamfight Tactics Tournament. I'm Troubling, your host, and I'm here with Barry and Tamura to get you to our next game. Finally, we're getting EMEA on the stage, guys. We have Mouse versus ag.al, comes from China.
Yeah, exactly. So all gamers, very, very strong roster. We already saw the dominance from China. 2-1 slip. Barry almost was the prophet there.
However, Juan Mia said that their team is stronger than ag.al.
He did say their team was stronger. He said that, they have a lot of great voices there. Sometimes he had to be the leader, the captain, to kind of ground themselves.
That's
he
right.
also showed that he can not only do that in the voices, but also on the stage.
Yeah, but with this Mouse squad on the other side, this is the EMEA top seed. So they've had a great performance so far in qualifying. It's a stacked roster. In terms of our series today, this is probably one of the hardest to call in that you look at it and you're thinking, okay, there's Crown experience amongst all 8 players.
Absolutely. So for Mouse right here coming through, Wet Jungler, the only returning player for the roster. And then we've got Travis, Og, and Kubikson. I'm a little bit biased for Og because we're both Greek, so I am rooting for him to do pretty well. However, I will say in recent TPCs, I feel like those players have sort of been struggling, specifically with Jungler and Og.
I think Travis has probably been the most consistent player over the last 2 seasons. And you might look at this and think Jungler's the player that's had a second place at a Crown. He's had the most high-profile finishes, but Travis has been really solid ever since TPC started, and I think that's a player that they're maybe going to be leaning on to just carry on that consistency into this tournament.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Wet Jungler's experience will start to kind of shine here again. He can start a new road. Or versus, on the other side of all gamers, you actually have multiple players there, the Chuchan and Ryu. So we have multiple players who have 2 appearances at Tactician's Crowns, and one of them came second at both of them, and that's got to feel bad. Like, you're the prince of TFT if you're managing to do that, getting all the way to the second place.
I think a thing for all gamers is a huge advantage is their coach is Horror X, who plays in the EMEA circuit. So he knows all of these players super well, and that's going to be a massive advantage.
All right, well, we're going to check out the mouse players as well. They have prepared something for us, so we get to see it on our screens right now.
Hello, I'm Cubixon. I represent Mouse at EWC. On my team, there is our captain, Travis, who is really vocal. He speaks a lot in-game or also in the outside of the game. There is also Ag. He's a bit quiet, but he also has like the different perspective of the game, and it definitely helps us. And there is also Jungler, who has like the most experience of the 4v4 format. He been on all the EWCs yet, so me, Travis and Doc played the last year qualifiers as well. I want Mouse to be remembered as the best team in the Europe.
We had Cubixon right there telling us how Travis takes the lead on that roster. However, on the ag.al roster, I see so many goated names who have attended TAC Crown so many times. And I'm like, hey, it might be a situation like Aurora where there's just too many strong voices coming through.
Yeah, Li Xuan has 4 Crown appearances himself, but as we touched on with Aurora, sometimes these rosters out of China are so star-studded, it feels like every roster they send is just some of the most experienced players you have, and then it's difficult to exactly find who is taking the lead on these squads and who is the player that is going to have the driving seat.
Yeah, and they have so much experience being to the crown that many times, but I really like that Cubixon touched on the fact that the different players had range. They had their own roles, and so being able to fill those different gaps is super important within the game, but also outside of it for preparation.
And guys, we're just moments away from getting in the game. So everyone at home, enjoy this game between Mouse and ag.al. It's going to be a best of 3, and Tamura and Baron are going to take you through that game.
Thank you very much, Trouble. And yeah, as we do approach this game to Tamura, a quick prediction from yourself. How do you think this series is going to go? Any first thoughts as we see these players getting ready to load it?
Look, honestly, I was sold on the All Gamers taking the series over Mouse, but after seeing... Well, I was. But after seeing that infographic there from Cubixon and seeing the range and the different roles that each one of those members fought, I'm kind of on his side now. I'm going to say 2-1 to Mouse from his words alone. What about yourself?
I'm going for a 2-0 for Mouse. I am the EMEA caster. There's a little bit of bias in there, but they're the first seed coming out of EMEA. Mouse are a returning team, but they actually have only 1 player in junglers. We do get in here, we have Varus or Evelyn as our options, so 2 completely different gods in how they shape the game.
Yeah, and a combination that we did see in the previous lineup before, and that specific combination does allow the Varus to enable those rerollers, and we actually saw that kind of get out of control. Once Varus was an option for some of these players, they said, this is going to enable me, and I'm going to follow that.
And it's a 2-cost start as well, so already you might have some players that have some very early direction. I think just as we touch briefly on some of the players, you know, if you're new to TFT and you're new to this Mouse squad, you might think, oh, this Cubixon guy looks like he's potentially a rookie. This is a player that's been around for so long in EMEA and actually has 3 crown appearances himself. So just because some of these players might seem young, they've got a lot of experience.
Yeah, you're definitely selling the side of EMEA to anyone watching or listening to give them a little bit more experience, despite if they haven't had as many TAC crown experiences because they've been playing for so long. And now they're coming together as a unit. You mentioned that we have the 2 cost, but also options of the 3 cost being dropped early gives so much direction, as we know that if you get champions like Pantheon, then you know you can get the time breaker online and you can push levels. We saw a lot of that with the Chinese. Do you think that the EMEA is going to be as greedy as we saw China with the early econ openers?
I think every team should have somebody that's at least been super greedy. I think as a team, if you don't have one player that's playing maximum econ early, I think it's a mistake. You should always look around your lobby and think who's best set. As you said, jungler here, pretty clear potential direction with Replicated. It is the bar for Stargazer, as I observed. Thank you to the observers for showing us that. So potentially a little bit of drip econ, but don't imagine Stargazer will be leaned into too heavily in this game.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be the default line. We know that in recent patches that players have started to adopt, refine, and really put a high priority on towards this Xayah line. It's been optimized. Before it was just the Lulu, whether or not you had the specific setup, you had the right Ornn items. However, you know, we haven't seen any of it yet. Maybe we will soon.
Do get into our first augments here. It is gold augments. So we've seen spreading roots be very influential. Treasure hunt in a Varus when you have potential reroll options. Also a good option. So these players will be discussing who's best set for certain lines. augment rounds, Tamura, definitely take a little bit longer in 4v4.
Yes, most definitely, because the spreading roots is available, and that's one of those choices that you want to take, and then you just wait and see what you get. So the treasure hunt, he could be saying, look, I am available to take treasure hunt. However, maybe just waiting to see one of his teammates if they're going to say, no, my position to play Akali is perfect this game. Do not contest me, take spreading roots, and then they have more flexibility as a unit of 4.
Yeah, and we can see how long Travis is taking to make this decision. He was looking across to his teammates, does go for spreading roots in the end. So Timebreaker, something that allows you to potentially push on Fast 9. Nova, which does obviously open up the likes of Akali, but also just a flexible emblem as well. So both really, he can still take this game any direction. Yeah. We see on the other side, Jungler already having that 3 Timebreaker, so just player in a good position.
A little bit awkward when you have to be the captain, Travis, there. You know, making sure that everyone in your team of Maus is super comfortable with their position. It actually left his final board that he ended up making on 2-1 just kind of all over the place, because he had to take spreading roots at the very last second and then would have had about maybe 2 seconds to adjust his entire board with not that much time to do so.
Yeah, I think we saw on the other side though, Jungler having Advanced Loan already, as well as 3 Timebreaker. We said every game there should be somebody, as we do check in with him here, that is leaning towards his Econ opener. Definitely a good position to be in. Primordian, another thing we've seen always picked up early on, just so much clear direction. And Akali 2, waiting to go to Mira.
Akali 2, incredible. And utilizing the Primordian there to get the extra resources there. So we saw previously maybe playing towards the backline there with the Belveth, but no, definitely in this position, once you commit to upgrading a 2 cost, you definitely want to be playing around it. But even if we're not making the Econ intervals, as long as we've got the 3 Primordian here, we're definitely feeling great about our position.
Yeah, 4 copies of Akali as well. As you said, it's still going to be pulling it in, so you don't need to push levels. You can just have this go on the board. Anyway, we see Primordian on the flip side for Li Chuan as well. So 2 strong Econ starts. He's got the Sona coming down the line eventually. So I think a lot more augments that you maybe necessarily in single TFT wouldn't consider. But I think exactly like that, you have certain players that are just going to be playing for their late games.
Yeah, and certain players really like to play around the Econ because it gives them more flexibility. We've seen in previous EWCs that players put a lot of high priority on augments, which give them a lot of extra Econ, even if it doesn't mean that they're going to cap out as high, just so that they can play defense. However, on top of the augments that you can get extra Econ, it seems like everyone really wants to be playing around things like Timebreaker, the Primordian, so that they have more flexibility in what they do.
You see, even though that Jungler had 3 Timebreaker in, he actually sells one of the copies to be able to try and make himself weaker. So a player that's prioritizing that lose streak over anything else, which makes sense. You don't want to deny the other lose streak of potential from the other team. And I think early on, as we do see the setup here, there's quite a lot of direction already locked in. So we already know which players on Akali, we already know which players are going towards Fast 9. And I think maybe in some of the we saw in the last series, some lines were a little less clear this time around. Definitely not the case.
Yeah, definitely not the case. Taking something generic there like the Thresher's Lantern just enables you to have a relatively strong setup here.
Crazy spot to be in, yeah.
Destroying the competition whilst making the Econ. It's going to feel bad for Wet Jungler if he's taken something like the Advanced Loan. Will definitely be weaker later, and then having to make his board worse, not getting the extra Timebreaker in just for the sake of being a team player. I'd expect that Wet Jungler is going to have a lower placement because of this, but overall should put his team in a better position.
Yeah, we do see the Varus option here is 3 cost shop, so it's not a case that we're going to get into tiny dupes or anything like that. So for the potential 2 or 1 cost rerollers won't be as impactful. So on the other side, Evelyn has so risky to take anyway, but in 4v4 it feels like it's an extra risk. Last time around when Evelyn was offered, not a single player opted for it as their boon, so definitely something that players don't want to be seeing.
Yeah, it definitely feels like something that you can take if you want to be the designated win-out player, but even the win-out player really wants to be sacrificing HP if they're streaking to get there. That's really what you're going to see with this kind of setup, but we'll have to wait and see if anyone is going to gamble into that, if they think that we have multiple players with extra HP. We did see previously the Tiniest Titan being picked up, and you can kind of leverage that both ways, right? Because the Tiniest Titan will give you the extra HP, which you can then sacrifice to Evelyn to give yourself more resources, but it honestly looked really weak as a 3-2 pickup because you're down that Prismatic.
We saw there actually Org had his 3 cost shop, which was 3 copies of Urgot. He already had a copy, and I think he was like, this is really expensive to commit, but he is our player on a win streak. I think a little bit of discussion between the Maus squad there, probably thinking, okay, this is a fairly flexible unit for the mid game, you can play around it. So does opt to pick that up. And I think Maus and ag.al both in pretty comfortable positions right now. We see on the flip side, I think Archen definitely the player that's feeling the most confident about this game.
Yeah, as we see Kubikson also playing around the spreading roots, so players really seem to love this. I don't know if it's just in regular or if maybe it's 4v4 that it gives you even more direction. If you have too many players on the spreading roots, it could be a little bit dicey as a team of 4 to try and navigate, but maybe 1 or 2 players is the sweet spot.
Yeah, I think in 4v4 definitely even more favored than it already was in traditional TFT, where we saw it be picked up pretty regularly. I think you either pick it instantly and then the rest of your team knows what emblems you have and they can make their decisions on their augments, or you wait till the end, as we saw this time around, and then pick it. I think those are the 2 scenarios. You either insta-click it or you wait until as late as possible. And in this case, we saw Mao's taking that damn sweet time with it. As we do load in to our final round of Stage 2 here, Achuan should be able to keep the streak going. It's coming up against a pretty beefy frontliner on the other side, but we know how powerful this Akali is, especially early on.
Yep, and going up against the Primordian there from the Legion of 3, seems a little bit awkward. We have seen the Primordian reroll there with the Belveth. It worked to some extent. Definitely not as powerful there as the Akali. However, it can be utilized quite well. We saw that Hwanmi was able to cook up quite well with the Legion of 3s, playing around the 3-cost MF. Do you see anything or any potential there when you're playing around the Primordian, or do you think it's more going to be just used as extra econ?
I think last game we saw it was lent into econ, last series, sorry. So I think the Jinx reroll line kind of fell away a little bit because of the emergence of Akali. Definitely makes it more difficult to play. Achen did lose his streak there, so it was pretty close. Still in a good position, though. 3 copies of Jax as well, so not going to be panicking too much. But having the Primordian in, as he said, just drip econ. We saw players, they keep Anima in for a few rounds, they keep Primordian in for a few rounds. Every little advantage you can get.
And one thing I want to highlight is if you look at the streaks across the board, so Mao's are actually in a much better position in the sense that Wet Jungler was able to maintain 5. Travis was quite weak, but he still has a nice 4 streak. Then you flip over to All Gamers there. 1 lost streak there, snapped from Weimu, snapped from Lituchan. They're feeling a lot worse about that position because... And also a Chen at the top had a 4 win streak and then got it snapped at the end. So across the board, definitely not as good as they could have been and are now going to be suffering in econ because of it.
Yeah, and Travis and Jungler going to head-to-head in round 2-1 definitely set that up for the rest of the stage. We do take in here with Li Chuan, who already has that Sona coming down the line, so definitely wants to play this AP flex sign. Having Nami as your mid-game item holder, definitely going to be nice. Another player keeping this Primordian in, just trying to eke out every little advantage. You need extra econ in 4v4 because it's a lot harder to find your units because there's so many people playing defense.
Yep, and on the side of this Yuchan playing around this delayed boost of power there from the Sonar, it doesn't have the aura farming until he actually gets it on the board. So he's going to be playing down a gold augment, but when you're looking across the board in your opponent's side with Travis and Wet Jungler playing for that loss streak, that's going to give you a little bit of breathing room. You can actually play a weaker board during stage 2. It's unlikely that they're going to be super strong during stage 3, and then by the time you get to stage 4, you've got your Sonar 2 online, most likely with 3 items.
Yeah, and this is a dream scenario in the for MAUs where you have the 2 lost streakers and 2 players healthy. It doesn't matter if they have a full streak, you need players that can sack late game for your lost streakers. So whereas ag.al have a lot of players middle of the pack right now, I think the HP advantage could end up being pretty important if Kubixon's able to keep that going. But Ryu on the other side, 5 win streak, definitely a player that's setting down a bit of a marker as we do get more gold augments coming through.
More gold augments and options like the Earth there, if you want to utilize multiple different spatulas, synergizes quite well with some of the previous emblems that we've seen picked up. You can get a little bit of extra econ with the Pilfer. Pilfer's an interesting one, right? Because that's where you get the extra copy of a champion that you killed. Now in a 4v4 setting, that can get exciting.
Yes, it certainly can. You can guarantee upgrades for your team. You can go, okay, you need your 2-star frontliner, I'm going to play the 1 copy I have in my shop. And then you can potentially sell it the round after you play them. Or you can even play Denial. You can guarantee you're hitting the units that other players need, and then you can hold on to them. So very valuable.
And he's playing Akali. So any one of his teammates who has an Akali on board, if they can even partially justify playing that Akali on their board in any way, shape, or form, that's going to be perfect. That's feeding Akalis.
And Akali, you can pretty much always justify. This was one of the trait bot units of the whole set. When you get to these legendary suit boards, Akali was always there anyway, so it feels like easy to pick up. Players can just hold the 1 copy. They don't want to make a 2-star because it could deny their teammate, and then as you said, they can feed that over. So definitely a great position to be in. We see Kubixon Very strong early game board here, able to make good use of that Legion of Threes, pick up a pretty comfortable victory.
Yeah, and I feel like that's going to be the turning point really of this game, is how quickly they're able to get the Akali 3 online. In a game of TFT where there's so many variables, so many things that lead to the final fight, it's very easy to determine, you know, what went wrong at the end, but it's the crucial points along the way that really enable that.
Yeah, and we do see here with Jungler, who is our lost streak player, so you touched on, he took that advanced loan, which can be risky. He then took another risk with the emblem. He already had the Shepherd emblem, this is not the one he got. So he's got the Rogue coming through, which is, okay, you can maybe fit the likes of Riven onto almost any board, but definitely not what he was looking for. However, Rageblade, Shepherd +1, having the Aurora upgrade, should be a decent setup to get towards that LeBlanc. But on the other side, we have a player with the exact same setup.
Yeah. And the Rageblade synergizing very well there with the Shepherd. We've seen LeBlanc been heavily contested across the board. The extra items there, it's going to take a while before we get everything else online. But already having that Aurora there on the side means you're going to have a very stable Stage 3. That being said, going up against the double Gargoyle tech seems to be absolutely unkillable at all stages throughout the game.
Yeah, it certainly is incredibly strong, especially when you have Arbiter and Shepherd +1, such a good emblem hit on the side of Ryu, so able to pick up that victory there. And I think you touched on LeBlanc being the most contested so far. That definitely was the case during regionals, where going into week 1, basically no one played LeBlanc, and then week 2 everyone was like, oh, LeBlanc was the best thing last week. And we are, obviously the patch has changed slightly, but for the most part things are very similar. So LeBlanc's still going to be a comfort comp for any of your teammates that are just stuck on level 8.
She plays around that attack speed, that Rageblade. She scales really well into the fight, so it's really just about optimizing your frontline and how the meta evolves. So if you have a fast-paced comp where the backline's getting wrapped, your frontline's getting destroyed in seconds, she just doesn't have that time to ramp up. Whereas if you have a slower paced meta where other people are playing store comps as well, that's where she really shines, and so that's what matters.
And there's so many frontlines you can play. It's very flexible. We see the Shepherd variant. You can play around Nunu, you can play around Morgana, we see even Kench as an option. So lots of different frontlines you can build. As we check back in here with Org, who off the back of this early emblem, 2 flexible options, is potentially just playing Space Creep anyway, but has Timebreaker in, so can still take this game any direction, has a lot of extra econ to work with through the additional XP he's getting.
Yeah, and aside from Wet Jungler, we've seen all of the different double gold pairings. It means that there's actually quite a lot of emblems across the board. We've seen a couple of these players pick up the spreading roots there, but we've also seen people willing to pick up the extra Earth's Gambit there just to continue that potency. We've seen in previous sets how some players will go for those verticals. They'll gamble this, they'll try and get, previously getting getting an emblem off of Carousel, something like that, the extra spatula, and go for the verticals. This doesn't really seem to be the case in this set. The verticals aren't what they're chasing here.
Yeah, it certainly seems that, especially Space Groove, unless you get the +1, you just play the 5-piece. We see there's a lot of different ways to play the 5-piece. Obviously, there's the reroll option or just playing around Nami. But as you said, those chase traits, definitely not as prominent as they have been in the past.
That's another Pilfer player is there, except this one's not Akali, so Rhea also picked up the Pilfer there. But then if you can sacrifice a Leona to your buddy, then that's going to be even easier to get towards the Leona. The only thing that I'm concerned about is normally when you play those the Pilfer, you want to try and sacrifice some 4 or some 5 costs. Yes. That can be really difficult to do later into the game. Sounds good in theory, but sacrificing a 5-cost unit can be difficult.
And they have the 2 players on Pilfer as well, and if you're both trying to give 1 or 2 costs, you're both delayed in cashing out your Thieves' Gloves from the Pilfer, which is essentially playing down a gold augment for quite a long time. So even though the potential is there, if it costs them too many rounds potentially in Stage 3, if it means they're not able to get maximum value in econ from the augment as they're trying to greed, could end up working out the opposite direction. As we do see, Kabixon is our one player on this 6-win streak here. We know his Legion of Threes board was very strong, but on the other side, Ryu, pretty good Shepherd board, not enough to be able to take down Kabixon's setup here. And keeping that streak going, he's going to have a lot of HP to potentially trade if he needs to in the late game.
Yep, there we can see the Legion of Threes as well as the Earths there. But you do get a look at Wet Jungler, the only player on the board who has a silver augment. Is going to be level 8 thanks to that advanced loan and is able to roll down during 3-7 the neutrals instead of waiting until 4-1. This gives him pick of the litter. He can choose exactly what units he wants to take out of the pool first, whilst also playing defense. You can see he's playing around a nice AP flex board, but also is holding on to extra copies of Kindred there.
Yeah, keeping that as an option due to having the Rageblade, but sells off a copy. I think the flexible part for where jungler is who the secondary carry is and the front line, but he needs LeBlanc. So rolling early before the potential other LeBlanc players, before anybody else is level 8, so might not be in their shops. And also, in 4v4, if you, at this round for jungler, he asked his teammates, anybody got a LeBlanc in their shop? They can either buy or sell it. Able to get the upgrade in front line he needs, but he does need the backline.
Double LeBlanc shop there at the end, so it was looking quite dire. I think you could see the look on his face, wasn't too happy with his initial rolls. Frontline is looking immaculate, really just needs that one final copy. But you gotta think 4-1 before we even get to 4-2 augment that this board should be enough to at least stabilize him. I don't know how strong his matchups are.
Yeah, should be okay here. Does have the void stuff coming through, an additional item on top of LeBlanc as well, potentially. And should be in a pretty comfortable position, whereas Li Chuan here still yet to get to his 5 cost that is loading in. He has the Sona items ready on a Sona, but as of now, still playing down essentially 2 gold augments and hasn't hit really an awful lot.
Yeah, really needs that front line to come online. The Morgana, it's going to be taken quite well, but it's going to be one more round sacrificed until we can get to the next augment and then finally get the Sona online. Winning this is huge from Li Chuan if he can win this, going up against Org. So luckily that he's able to clutch out a win here, just so he can have multiple lives. But jungler sitting on 38 is quite comfortable. No players have dropped to 1 life yet, so it's definitely a lot of room to bounce back. But having multiple players needing to play out for that win out from the bottom position can be quite scary, as we do get another gold option here.
Yeah. So is a triple gold coming through, unless you're wet jungler, in which case it's not. But for everybody else, that does mean you've seen a lot of your gold augments already. You know what you potentially can almost guarantee in some cases, so it does give some good options. Ryu, though, unfortunately, in a position where he has to hit the booster pack, so he's going to be trying to go potentially to level 9, but try to roll a little bit on 8, and no combat power at all to mirror from these augments, so if he doesn't hit really everything, he's going to be very, very weak.
Yeah, a little bit awkward there. He's carrying the Victor, so decently strong. On the opposite side, we have here Travis, who's managed to utilize that Pilfer quite well, make lots of extra money, roll down quite aggressively, go all the way to level 8, and he's kind of already given up on the Akali. Oh, no, now I see why. Looks like.
Already, as you said, on the other side, there was a player from AG playing it as well, so maybe just thinking, if I play this line, it's going to slow them down. We know Akali 2 is strong enough on its own in a lot of instances. So essentially having someone play defense, and Travis did have a 5-loss streak at the beginning of the game, is now on a 6-win streak, so able to have a lot of extra econ. Not a player, not your win-out candidate for Mowers, but definitely someone who can have a solid placement as well as playing Denial.
Yeah. And the Akali 3 is looking quite powerful. He's getting stunned around a little bit. The Riven's not going to have enough DPS, I don't think, to get through the front line there. Aug is going to take a loss. Archen managing to hit the extra duplicators there. It's going to synergize quite well. We can already see Varus has been picked up twice there. So very, very strong, utilizing the portal to make the most of his position, as well as the gods offering their boot.
And has the Space Groove emblem for Riven as well, which is so, so strong. Not as insta-win as it once was, but can be certainly a candidate in a lot of cases. Li Chuan finally getting that Sona coming through. He had to wait a long time from the aura farming and bled quite a lot of gold. But key upgrades in the front and the backline have been hit.
Yeah, so getting the aura farming means you're guaranteed to have a nice stable board once the rest of your supporting units are online. Has access to the extra LeBlanc. Is going to be utilizing that Sona mod to give the LeBlanc an extra item. Li Chuan is going to be denying a couple of extra units there. Is looking to get the Karma as well, so could have triple carry by the time we head into stage 5. I'm not too sure if Wet Junglers managed to hit the LeBlanc, because if both parties have the LeBlanc 2 online, then that's going to be end of denial for that unit.
Yeah, certainly can be. And Li Chuan actually holding the Nami pair as well, so leaving himself really open for his potential tertiary carry in this AP line. In a strong position right now at Chen, though, we know that on this Akali line was just, from the beginning of the game, going to be one of our contenders. And is going all the way up with his levels. He's 40 gold, level 7, so definitely ahead of curve for most Akalis.
Yep. A random 2-star 4 cost. It seems a little too late to be picking that up. Most of these players, if they needed the 4 cost 2-star, they would have already rolled. Most of the players have already done their 4-1, their 4-2 roll. We even saw Wet Jungler did a 3-7.
And the problem is as well, a lot of the forecasts you want have already been hit, so it's probably going to drop you one of the forecasts, a Kindred or something you're just not looking for at all. I think when you look around the lobby and all the front, everybody has Morgana already, Nuno already, this just becomes an even worse option, as well as it just leaves you HP, which is extra valuable in 4v4.
Yeah, most definitely. The extra champion duplicators could be beneficial to some. Archen, I was going to mention that, as he didn't really need the duplicator because he's hit absolutely everything else, and he does have the HP to spread.
And the Thresh's Lantern, so he can throw in whatever he hits if he needs to.
Exactly, and so...
Or sell it.
Yeah, sell it. Get some extra money. Go to level 8 even faster. He's in a very comfortable position to be able to do that. So just chilling at this current position. And also because he's already picked up 2 of the Varus boons, he doesn't have to worry about getting to stage 5 and then having to pick Evelyn because it's not really synergizing well with his current setup. Many 3 stars, you always want the Varus.
And checking in here with Org, as we saw elsewhere, ag.al were holding Namis, and this is a key reason why, because Org is the closest player to elimination for Mowers. He's playing the Space Groove line, only on 6 Space Groove for the time being, and not having the Nami 2-star is massive.
Now this is interesting, right? Because Kabixon's sacrificing for Org, but if you look at the HP pot totals across the board, this gives the assumption that they still think he can outplace the 2-Chan.
Yes.
Because if he's sitting on 15 HP, he will eventually have to verse a tougher opponent. This is not looking like a board that's going to win out. This is looking like a board that they're hoping gets maybe a 7th, maybe a 6th at best. So they've taken a bit of a gamble because that HP could actually come back to bite them.
Yeah, it certainly could, because Kabixon, yes, he has the MF3, which he took the items off, but he's not going to have a crazy front line going forward. I will say for Org, though, Space Groove with the Riven can cap out really high. If he's able to get to Nami 2 and then get 7 Space Groove in, then certainly is something you definitely can climb the ladder quite a bit, potentially gain even 2 or 3 placements. So a gamble, but could pay out.
Exactly, and that's what we love to see in this 4v4, are those intricate dynamics, those gambles about the HP. We've seen it before where certain teams are willing to sacrifice a player if they know that they've done the best they can, they've gotten to their highest placement. So it's going to be eyes on Litu-chan and Weimu to see if they're going to take any losses here, because if they take one loss, then that gamble could definitely pay off, and one of the All Gamers members could get knocked out in 8th.
As we do see our matchup though here, Kabixon, who sacrificed that HP, takes a loss now on the flip side against Ryu, who was our level 9 player. He's also playing this AP flex line. He's playing around the ASOL, which is fine. I definitely think there's a higher caps that you can take this board to, but for the time being, able to take advantage of the fact that Kabixon really lacking in the front line. And as I said, Kabixon sacrificed that HP, maybe HP he will no longer have to work with. And for Mowers, I think there's a few players like Kabixon, like Org, who definitely are in difficult spots where ag.al feel like they have a few potential win-out boards that have been assembled.
Especially because he sacrificed it on 15 HP, which in stage 4, as long as you have a relatively close fight, is almost guaranteed 2 lives. Now as we head into stage 5, sure he's gotten 1 extra life, but he could have been that regardless and let Kabixon keep a little bit of HP extra for himself. Kabixon now is most likely looking at 2 lives. Had he not taken that loss, maybe could have just stretched it out to 3 if they'd played that a little bit differently. And of course they said that Travis, the leader at the top there, sitting with the most HP, is probably the one to make that final call. But when you have so many things going on during the game, it's very hard to make that analysis.
And as we do see, we're looking around at different players here, every item is on the bench pretty much. So many players are waiting to see who they load in against before they place their items. Travis especially one of these players that will want to be sacrificing. Just get a few coming down. It's key that he gives HP over to his teammates, sees it's Lichuan loading in, so we'll be spamming everything he can.
And he actually had to push levels due to the fact that Archon already took away all of the extra copies. So despite the fact that he's very HP in a nice position, he's still sitting on 2 stars for pretty much all of his 2 costs there. So he's not in a position to win out. If his other teammates aren't either, they don't have enough HP to cruise through and then not take first place.
Yeah, it feels like Travis is your 4th player, and you ideally want somebody else who can pick up the slack. Unfortunately though, Kabixon's now on a 5 loss himself. Org is already eliminated, so already dropping out into 8th place. You have Kabixon, who's now on a 6 loss. Jungler did pick up a win. HP is very close in the middle of the standings, so Travis is the only one that has quite a lot to play with, but I don't think he's going to be picking up many wins going forward. It feels like his cap potentially starting to fall away.
Yeah, so the sacrifice there from Kabixon is definitely looking like it's going to come back to bite them, because he's sitting now at 16 HP. Org went out in 8th place regardless. It was looking likely that that was going to be the case anyway. Kabixon on 16 HP, that might be enough HP where he can still outplace Ryu or Litu-chan, as they're going to eventually have to go up against each other. we'll have to see here.
We do see Kabixen's going up against Archen on the left side, Ryu up against Li Chuan. So an elimination likely on the right-hand side for Li Chuan. If Kabixen can keep himself alive here, we'll have to see. As you said, that HP he sacrificed, maybe he's going to cost them here. I think for Ryu and Li Chuan, they're just going, whoever has the strongest board wins. We've seen this in the last series. You don't sacrifice when you're both low. You just say, whoever is the strongest player, that is who remains.
It could be a really close fight, though, based on the number of units.
Kabixen looks like goes down
by quite a lot of units as well. There's that 3-unit loss there. I think the HP might have actually favored them. And Kabixen -2, -6. So Kabixen still out in 6.
But he would have been alive.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, he maybe backfired, as he said, for Org, letting him pick up that round when Kabixen would still be alive here. And then maybe he could have sacrificed the next round for someone like Jungler if he thinks that cap is higher. So we'll see if there is able to turn this around. Jungler on this Shepherd line is only on 6 Shepherd, though, so hasn't got to that all-important 7.
Yeah, stuck, unfortunately, there, and is not really going to be able to make that much use out of the Rogue. So if you take away the branching out, the advanced loan that he doesn't have anyway now, the Duo Q, he doesn't really actually have any augments, and he's stuck on level 8 with a, albeit, very strong level 8 board, but he's stuck there.
Coming up against Ryu on the other side, who has got to the AP Flex dream position. He's got the +1 Shepherd, he's got Bard 2, Sona 2. This was the original Fast 9 Shepherd Flex, where you have all these AP carries, and we see coming up against Jungler, just far too much to deal with here. Ryu picks up that victory. Kabixen falls out as well, and that will be it, Tamura, for this first series.
Yes, and not what we predicted. Your 2-0 sweep there on the Mouse is not going to be the case, as the All Gamers line looking too strong. To be honest, I think our little analysis there on the sacrificial HP there for the Org didn't actually matter. It seems like it's something small that definitely could have turned the tables, but across the board, it just looks like Mauser's positions were not as strong.
Yeah, and ultimately, ag.al just had so many players that were able to play for these win-out positions. I think any of these players are contenders for the lobby winner, where Travis on the other side was never in the position to do so, and it feels like Maus just never had anybody that could ever cap as high as multiple of the AG players.
Yeah, unfortunately, from the get-go, didn't really have that position. A lot of them were trying to do a bit of damage control. We saw there with the Akalis, but having to go Akali 2 and push to level 8 means, you can maybe play for a 4th. But at the end of the day, there's still a player on the other team who has that Akali 3. They are guaranteed to be in the top 2 from what we've seen in terms of the performance there. So it's something that they have to consider when moving forward, is that you have to have players across the board. You can't just have 3 players who are looking to cruise in that middle of the pack, because it looked relatively close in the sense that they finished around there, but they didn't have a single player really looking to carry and lead them forward.
And a difficult spot really for Maus in the early game. I think you have to just put this game behind you and think not much we could have done, as we are rejoined by Trouble to see exactly what we saw in this game.
Please let me know. Oh, I can hear me now. Hello, everyone. Please let me know what EMEA could have done better, because just Travis doing well is not how it works in a 4v4 scenario. You need the most points accumulating in your team to win that game.
Yeah, they never had anybody in a win-out position, and you need somebody that can contest the top 2 positions in a lobby. They never had that situation. I think, unfortunately, ag.al just had such a strong Akali spot early on. Sometimes that's just, you're not dealt the cards so that you can turn around a game like that.
Yeah, and I think sometimes they need to take a little bit more risk in the middle of the game. Look, they set themselves up quite early. I think we actually mentioned in terms of the way that the streaks went, they were looking quite good. As we do get a nice look at some of the replay positions, for example, Wet Jungler opted into rolling a little bit earlier into towards the neutrals just to make sure that he was able to get pick of the litter first options. However, maybe from their stand, from a macro perspective, they may have needed to concede the fact that they didn't actually have the right setup and needed to take a little bit more risk when they were pivoting.
And also we saw that this was a very heavy emblem lobby. A lot of our players just choose direction. I guess it kind of makes it easier to differentiate between your team who goes for what. But in this particular game, even when it comes to reroll, when it comes to pushing fast 8 or fast 9, Varus always helps. Because even if you don't necessarily get to reroll with those duplicators, you at least get the chance.
Yeah, and I think with the other option being Evelyn, did kind of really make Maus's setup struggle. As you said, Varus opens the reroll options. It basically gifted an Akali 3 for your other opposition, and then you have real lack of options. The illusion of choice as you get into some of these god rounds. MOUZ were not in the position to sacrifice HP. They had to take what Varus was offering them, and just none of them really on these reroll options.
Yeah, and then we saw at the end of the game that they actually sacrificed a little bit of extra HP to Org. That was definitely ended up looking like a mistake, just because you knew that one of their players was probably going to go out in 8th anyway, and if they don't look stronger on average across the board, they have to take that risk and sacrifice some players down to the bottom and say, look, I'm going to be stronger later, I'll make it to level 9, I might take the Evelyn boon, and I will win the game, but I have to do it myself and carry you guys up.
I think ultimately, as we see with Jungler here, the MOUZ players were just playing AP Flex, but on level 8, ag.al were playing it on level 9 in a lot of instances. So just how can you compete?
Yeah, and you definitely do not want to be stuck on level 8 playing a level 9 comp necessarily. What changes would you guys like to see from EMEA to come back? We talk about MOUZ and we talk about how stacked the roster is. You know, Wet Jungler has been doing super well over at the EMEA, not necessarily recently, but they have had high highs over in their respective regions for the side of MOUZ. What do you potentially, Barry, expect to see from EMEA to bounce back here for Game 2?
Yeah, for Jungler, it's a returning player that struggled in previous years as well. So up against it now, I do think it's just a case they need to have someone taking more risks. They need to have somebody that is going for the full loss streak or potentially open fort approach and leaning towards a level 9 composition, because they didn't have any winner options.
Yeah, especially you saw there at the top with Travis taking a really long time to decide, because he had the spreading roots but also the buried treasures. He was in a position where he could have maybe just hard forced the reroll line and said, I'm going to take buried treasures and I'm going to put myself in this position. It seemed like they were doing damage control. They were firefighting the entire game, and none of them were putting themselves into that position. So maybe they could switch that around and bounce back to bring this into a 3-game series.
They never had any agency in the whole series. They were just playing defense, 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 try to claw back every position, and it's just very difficult to turn a game around.
So perhaps for the EMEA players and MOUZ and for everyone at home, reaching out and hoping that they do better in that game number 2, maybe an emblem potentially, that's something that will give them that direction that they can stick with. We're going to go into a very quick break and we will be back from MOUZ versus, I lost it right here, MOUZ versus ag.al on that game number 2 of our best of 3. Be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. House from blow the house down.
Welcome back to Teamfight Tactics at the EWC 2026. We are getting ready for Game 2 of Series 2 here between MOUZ and ag.al. It's 1-0 so far for ag.al. This star-studded roster Tamura starting very impressively.
Yeah, starting impressively indeed. We've already seen in the previous series that China has come to represent. They have a stacked lineup across both of the teams we've seen, and the amount of Tacticians Crown appearances that we've seen across the board, and they're starting to show individually that they are better. Every single one of their spots looked like they had played a lot of TFT. They've been at the Crowns and they can show out winning spots. However, across the board, MOUZ didn't seem to really have that sort of individual prowess. However, we know that they can work well together as a unit. They're the #1 seed from EMEA. They can definitely bounce back.
Yeah, they certainly can. ag.al had to come through the global qualifiers themselves, which they did win, but that does mean that you didn't dominate your regional qualifiers. It's a difficult position to be in. It's much like play-ins for regionals where you don't want to be there, but once you go through that, you have a little bit extra practice. So potentially that extra tournament, that extra stressful environment can give you an advantage. And I think for China, they've been the dominant region for 4v4 in previous years. Every roster we look at looks so scary, and so far today they've started pretty well.
That's exactly what we thought in the previous series, but we know that players, when put on their back foot in a best-of-3 series, you know, they can turn it around. They can say, okay, that game didn't go so well. What can we do differently, right?
And we do get into this game here. We have Yasuo and Thresh as our options. So a little bit more randomness once again. And I do think, as you touched on, MOUZ now need to have a complete reset as they go into this game. Just think what they can do differently. Because as far as the games we've seen today, that was probably the least convincing performance across both series.
Yeah, exactly. And oh my goodness, we have we have a Rust. That means that we talked about, you know, what can MOUZ do differently before. We said there was so many emblems on the sides of ag.al, and we thought, okay, MOUZ need a little bit more agency. They need to stop fighting fire. They need to choose their own journey. Choosing your own journey is a little bit difficult when Rust shows up on your doorstep with 3 emblems.
Now, it feels like last game, ag.al had the best setup straight away, so maybe the emblems will just play into MOUZ's hands here. We do see a good combination already for Kabix, and we don't know the Stargazer as of just yet, but Darkstar is very strong. Brawler you can fit on any board. There's definitely some you want to be keeping an eye out for. The likes of Space Groove, the likes of Nova, these things are just so powerful.
Yeah, the powerful synergies are going to be the ones to look out for. You have something like the Marauder and the Rogue. They're both, you know, good melee options, but a little bit off. They kind of fight against each other.
With the Arbiter as well, like no crossover.
Those are the sorts of spots where you're going to have to go, okay, either 1, can I get access to a Reforger, or 2, can I be the player who plays for 5th place? If someone has really poor emblems, they can play Denial, and then they manage to get 6th place, they've done their job. That's exactly what they need to do.
And Jungler did actually instantly hit the 3 Arbiter, so if he does get one of the Econ options, definitely can suddenly turn things around. We saw Travis also had Rogue and Marauder as well. We see Archen here, has the Marauder +1, has the Primordial. Vanguard is so good, he's already got a Kali. Items are looking decent as well. I'd be a little worried about that particular setup.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you have a really dominant 2-cost reroll strategy and you go, okay, I'm just going to play it every game, or at least we're going to have someone on our team play it. How can you justify that when someone is given a spot to play it, and then you're forcing it with 3 emblems that don't really do anything?
See here, Waymo on the other side does have the anima potential, so he'll definitely be trying to lean into that. But Bastion and Meeple pair together really nicely if he does want to take it that direction.
So I mentioned that comp before. We saw that, you know, Riven, when paired with the front line there of the Rammus, the Corki, the backline, the Riven and the Corki, very, very strong combo. It's fallen out of flavor. It's not the...
A humble Corki.
Yeah, a humble Corki. But if you're given the options of that, then you can start taking in more of them. Increase the vertical. There's more Bastions. You can play Shen. A lot of the times they don't play Shen until they get to level 9. And it was traditionally a comp where they roll quite heavily deep on 8.
Now, Stargazer is the medallion, so unless you're re-rolling, not something that we will see lent into. So a bit of a low roll if you have been given a Stargazer emblem like Kavixen, but as I said, Reforger's more than likely to come along. Lichuan here, we see Voyager very, very good. You can fit in almost any comp. Psionic, a similar 2-piece you can splash. Brawler, essentially just got himself a little Gragas that he can run on the board and get some trades. So you can really play anything from this spot.
I really do hope for MOUZ's side that they're able to bounce back in this series, because if they do lose 0-2 from here, given the nature of the last game, it's going to be really hard for them to diagnose because they're looking at 2 games where emblems were just dominating the field of play. And in a game of TFT, that happens, once every 10 games, once every 50 games, you might get unlucky where the other team just gets better emblems than you. So it feels really bad in a 3-game series if that's the outcome here. However, they have been given a few outs with some of their setups.
I do think ag.al's emblems look a lot better, though. We have a player here that can just play Samira if they want to, or they have Shepherd, which is very, very flexible. It feels like, as we've looked across, ag.al possibly have quite a few emblem combinations that are already looking very scary. As you said, the Reforger can bail Mouse out in a few instances, but off the back of that disappointing defeat, you definitely want to see some high rolls coming through. Doesn't feel like that's the case.
I think the high rolls coming through is justified. I will allow it. At this point, I think that Mouse should be able to get a couple of Reforgers just to give them a little bit more of a fighting chance. Love to see a variety.
Achen's emblems are just disgusting.
Disgusting, for sure. And then because it's only a silver as the first augment option there, everyone's just taken a couple items, something here, something there, that can get them towards where they're already going. Nothing throwing the game around. Some of these other gold augments, which have the extra emblems, could really change the playing field, whereas it seems like because they already were in a really comfortable position, then they can just keep cruising.
Org does have Caretakers, and it is actually Belveth, so it's a very good hit. When you look at his emblems, he has Belveth as his emblems, so definitely a player in a good position. You would really hope that you're able to tempo off the back of that, but not able to hit any other upgrades. But with Primordian, he has the Nova +1 as well, so you can play this into like a Kindred line. You're just going to have a Belveth 3. Marauder Kindred's done very well as an option, so definitely feels like Org, the player with the most clear direction right now.
One thing that I want to highlight as well, taking the Caretakers right there. So Caretakers, usually when you have 3 emblems, it's not the best augment because most of the time you're already chosen where you want to go. Caretakers is one of those augments that you pick and then you play around it. However, I want to highlight that Mal's definitely scouted. They know how poor their emblems are in relation to the opponents. So going for something risky like this and then getting a high roll rewarded is exactly what I want to see out of Mal's.
I don't think there's a better thing he could have hit. Maybe a Kali just because it's so broken right now. But in terms of his overlap, he has Nova +1, Marauder, and Challenger, and he just got given the Primordian unit he needs to complete the 3-piece as well. So definitely in a strong position. And as you've said, you have to play the flip game there. Travis, early on here with a 3-win streak, our Mao's representative, who seems to be going for the play with as much HP as possible, play strongest board. He is the team leader, so having your team leader be in the position to almost dictate what's happening elsewhere, definitely an advantage.
And extra HP there coming out of the Yasuo Hex there. So any of these players were stacking up the Gargoyles, some of those lower cost units. We've seen Jax 2-star making it all the way to the end of the game. And if you're given something like a Yasuo Hex, this could be even more powerful. That being said, across the board, we've seen multiple different gods. Everyone loves the Thresh. It seems like if Thresh is available, you pick Thresh.
Yeah, Thresh just gives you so much variance. I think there's a few spots where that if you're in such a good position anyway, maybe the variance is not worth the risk. You don't want to potentially grief your own game. But we see here the likes of Waymu. It feels like a player that isn't going to be going 8th. He's on a line that should be able to put something consistent together. So I definitely would be confident if I was ag.al. If we do see Org, though, definitely the main hope as of right now for this Mouse roster.
And that's a great storyline given that he just went out 8th and unfortunately was dragging his team down a little bit with it, taking some extra HP when he went out in 8th from his own teammates. But now it's going to be the opposite. He can tempo, he can save HP. He already has double AD items there on towards the Belveth. He's going to have lots of HP by the time he gets towards the end of the game and can start to give a little bit of it back. In terms of the actual units, he's been given a great spot to position himself well. But once he gets to level 8, gets to level 9, it's going to be still tricky for him to get the strongest board, as we have seen the attack speed AD units not cap out quite as high as some of these legendary AD units.
Yeah, it feels like he's still not a win-out player, which was Mouse's big problem last time around. Travis in a similar position. Definitely could be with the Timebreaker. Rogue is a 2-piece if you're able to play around it. Does have the DB slammed right now, so I think Travis is just going for strongest possible board, essentially taking somewhat of a combat augment to be able to put together this streak. But Maus do need to make sure they have somebody that can be a win-out candidate, which so far maybe not the case.
Yeah, so it does have access to the Timebreaker Rogue, so we'll synergize later just to throw in a random Riven and kind of get something going. The fact that he's able to synergize his board in the early game is very, very beneficial because he really needs to be winning. Going up against the Brawler frontline, it's going to be hard to knock it down, but if we can get one more cast there out of the Fizz, it looks like it's going to be just enough. One final cast. That Fizz is unstoppable.
Yeah, this Fizz right now just being a little bit of a menace, spreading the Sunfire around as well, just hopping from unit to unit. Travis keeps his streak going. Kabixen also remaining very healthy right now. So HP total's looking a lot better for Maus compared to the last game, which definitely they do want to see. Like I said, they didn't have the agency in the previous lobby. Feels like this time round, at least they're playing the game on their own terms. But as much as you can be in a random emblem assault.
In a random emblems, especially the fact that everyone looked so strong on the likes of ag.al. But you can lick your lips about the augments that you've been given, but if you get classed across the early and mid game and all of the Maus players just run away with free streaking extra HP, you're going to be sitting there going, I have the best board. No, I have the best board on ag.al. And then you're all going to be 20 HP in the late game and go, oh, well, only one of us can actually make it forward. We don't have any HP to work with.
Kabixen, at least here, Brawler and Darkstar is a very good combination. The cap for Darkstar when you're playing around the likes of Aersol, you get to Jin, is very, very strong. So definitely Maus' player that you're looking at for that late game potential. Has a free hit Reforger as well with the Stargazer because it's offering him nothing for the time being. But just stacking HP on a Cho for the time being, which isn't going to be his primary tank, but we'll make good use of it.
Yeah, we'll eventually be able to swap it out with something else. Unfortunate, it doesn't have a 2-star, doesn't have extra items. You can see the components there are just quite awkward. That's
a Corki.
Well. Yeah, Corki early, especially with this setup. Level 5.
Said a humble Corki Riven, just the classic, I'm going to go 4th or 3rd. It does its job, as he said. It was so powerful, especially around TPC2 this season, was just Corki Riven, Corki Riven, Corki Riven. Now it's definitely in a position where you need the setup for it. This combination of augments, this combination of items is the setup for it. And Waymu definitely in a comfortable position to play a comfortable game.
Especially with the extra swords there, is going to have more than enough items, going to be dealing out enough AD damage to proc and get those extra swords, as we know that Riven can also hold the AD items if she needs to. Very, very powerful setup there.
Mod with the 1v3 there, just a big beefy boy refusing to go down. As we do get into our second augments here, we have got gold augments loading through. A lot of teams will be discussing amongst themselves here. We see taking their steady time to make a decision, especially when you have the likes of Travis and Kabixen on so much HP.
Yeah, has access to the Z. Now the thing about the Z is that it
hasn't rolled it.
No, it needs very specific items. Talked about this previously with the way that certain augments like that work, just to hold off from rerolling depending on whether or not you want other people to be able to see it or not. Now, you know, it was tempting for sure, but I think that when you're on a streak like this, you want to prioritize being as strong as possible now, which is why he's opted into picking up one of the Ornn items, is just waiting a little bit, still has to use the remover to utilize it, has access to something like the Prowler's Claw, synergizes very well with his melee carries.
Yeah, certainly does. It feels like it's one of the best options you can hit. We've seen Prowlers, if it's not the artifact you're looking for, it's possibly the worst, but then if you are playing a melee carry, it then suddenly becomes very, very good. So Travis just taking his time to load in with his items there. Didn't want to potentially do too much damage to one of his teammates. Loads in against Kabixen, who has a lot of HP to work with, and they're hoping that Travis can keep his streak going here, which will be the case. And Maus definitely setting their tempo in this lobby. They've got Org on a 4-win streak, Travis on a 7-win streak, Kabixen is very healthy himself. Jungler was one of the players with the strongest setup emblem-wise. So it definitely feels like Maus a better start than the previous game.
Yeah, and we kind of called it the opposite when we were looking at the emblems, but they've done very, very well. Wet Jungler, the only Maus player who unfortunately hasn't had as much success with saving HP, sitting down there at 71. If he's able to cruise his way to maybe a 7th, then he should still be okay because the rest of them have so much HP to work with. I wonder if they're going to learn from their previous mistakes of sacrificing too much HP, because if Wet Jungler's position is poor, they might just let him bleed. Look, they might go, we're going to make sure that the rest of ag.al have to go up against each other, and instead we're just going to cruise at 100 HP, 90-ish HP. We will slowly cruise, so as long as we have 3 of us finishing in the top 4, it doesn't really matter if we send someone 8.
Yeah, I think teams tend to want to avoid an 8th as much as possible, but as you said last time around, it was a mistake and they should have let him just fall away earlier. You do also then have a player that can play a little bit of a coach role in-game. You have somebody that's out early, and they can look around for you, they can take that pressure off some of the team captains. So, not end of the world if that does happen, as we do see here. Once again, Yasuo or Thresh, a lot of players leaning towards that Thresh. They love the randomness that it provides.
Yeah, the extra resources, and most of the things that you're going to be getting are going to be benefit. some way. As you mentioned, sometimes the Yasuo might be too good to pass up and synergize really well. But some of the ones that are scaling, like the extra HP, just don't synergize that well because you haven't hit your final board, and so you don't hit those 4 costs early, and you're going to have to wait a while until you're really benefiting from that scaling.
See here an artifact coming through. Org now pushing on for his caretakers, so gets that Belveth 3-star coming through. So level 7, 30 gold, very strong position to be in. Did opt for Yasuo himself, so just a little bit extra attack speed. That Hex will be used in the late game by the likes of a Kindred. For the time being, Belveth's going to be doing more than enough work there.
Yeah, in the mid game can be a little bit awkward because now you have a very static positioning. Yeah. It's another reason that some of these players would argue against the Yasuo in the likes of a 4v4, especially when the opposition has four eyes or four sets of eyes looking down on your board going, okay, where is the Belveth going to be positioned? How can I try and abuse the fact that he's now static on that side? However, if you're super strong, it's going to be okay. And then yes, eventually it can go on something like a Kindred and you can move your melee carries around.
I see here a really big win for Achen against his teammate, bigger than they would have liked, because Weimu isn't going to be one of the strongest players on the Corki Riven, so taking a big hit there, but had enough HP to hand over. Jungler here able to pick up a win himself, so Lichuan on a 5-loss streak, Mao's still looking very good HP-wise. We see Org able to put together a 6 streak. We knew how strong he would be with his early setup.
Yeah, as you got to look at Wet Jungler, who is the player who's struggling the most on the side of Mao, so quite down low there on the 62 HP, is managed to stabilize, so his board looks quite good. It looks like he's maybe going to be in a similar position that he was in the previous game, where he just pushed to level 8 and then had to roll quite deep to stabilize. However, now the context has shifted entirely. He's going to be able to get to level 8, stabilize, and then hopefully just bleed out slowly. 62 HP, not great. If you can win the next couple of rounds and build up a little bit of a streak, with the Leona 3, I think he's looking quite stable.
Yeah, it definitely gives you that little bit of front line, which you can sometimes be lacking with this AP flex line. It does have the 4 Arbiter, so cosmetic Arbiter +1 for the time being. But we do see often when you're playing around this AP flex, you're looking for Nunu, you're looking for Morgana, and it can be difficult to get there. These are hotly contested units. So if you ever have the potential to have the Leona printer version, then it just fills in that gap and can provide you that extra bit of front line.
He is now only 7 HP from making a complete switch from all of the Mouse players being in the top of the HP pool. So incredible.
This is what you want to see if you're a Mouse fan.
Yeah, exactly. If they want to take this series to Game 3. So we did see that Weimu was lucky enough to find the early Corki, was able to stabilize himself, but 54 HP when the entirety of your team is quite low in the HP department means that you might actually be the player that's going to bleed quite slowly because people aren't going to respect you in your own team to win out.
Yeah, I think for Weimu as well, it's an easy denial for Mouse to play because some of these front lines are flexible. You can hold a variety of units. If everybody just make sure that you don't hit your Rammus, there's nothing you can do. So Rammus will be getting held there by almost everybody. Morgana can be splashed in, just get an early copy of Rammus and Riven, so putting together a few pieces. If he's able to hit the 2 stars right now, it's going to be a perfect time for him to spike pairs of almost every unit.
Yeah, we did see the likes of Wet Jungler didn't have that much money, so the fact that Weimu is able to roll down and
get 7 in.
Yep, 7 people in quite early. He's very, very close to being super stable, and then now he can start to play a little bit of defense because we saw some of the likes of the Mouse players very healthy with their HP, but if they're not full streaking, they're actually not rich enough to do a full-on roll down.
Yeah, it does have the access to the printer through Meeple, so can finish one of these. Ideally, you hit at least 2 of them. You can build the other one this stage, and then he would be in a comfortable position. Comes up against one of his teammates who hasn't yet rolled as well, so pretty good matchup as far as ag.al are concerned. Not too big of a victory either, so perfect.
And we're going to be getting another gold option, so potential econ coming the way of the players who need it to do their final 4-2 roll down. Hoping to have something like the best friends, be quite beneficial. So we are going to be getting a look at Kabixon, who, as I said, is waiting until 4-2 to do his full roll down. So he's going to be on interval, have a little bit more money to work with. Is trying to hit that Morgana 2-star. And has managed to hit the Karma as well. Archen doing a roll down as well. We've seen the Jax 2-star be enough to stabilize. That being said, though, he will have to start sacrificing HP eventually. Look at all of the items there on towards the board as well.
Just a bunch of items coming through. Org here has made it up to level 8 himself. Has Group Hug, which is very, very good for this setup. is able to pick up 2 copies of Kindred as well, so putting together what he needs on the 8 win streak. It feels like whether you were playing Jinx or Belveth, any of this Primordian, Challenger, Marauder lines are just tempo, tempo, tempo. You want to be able to run over odds in the early game, which is what Org has done, because we know it's cap definitely on the lower side.
Yeah, great tempo, manages to get the TK in there as well, so be able to stack up a few extra resources. Looks like he's in a position to now maybe push to level 9. He's still winning rounds, so still very powerful. I'm curious to see what his plan is when he gets to level 9. He actually had enough money where he could have maybe rolled a little bit deeper to play defense, especially up against some of the opposition team there with some of their 4-cost carries. However, he's decided, you know, maybe it's better if I don't spend my 20 gold now, I actually try and get to level 9.
Yeah, certainly seems to be the case. Ryu here goes for the reinforcement. When you're playing Space Groove, very, very nice if you can just get that Nami, which is the key denial. Reinforcement, another 4v4 favored pick, just stops these potential griefs happening. Achen here, as you've said, on 2-star this bot can be very strong, but definitely not the crazy spot that we saw from Akali in the previous game.
Yeah. We've seen some crazy, easy Akali 3s in some of the previous games of this series. We will see Achen here. He's just holding out, hasn't fully stabilized, has a slightly awkward Akali build there. Does multiple Kraken Slayers, so really not the items that you definitely want, and the lineup from Wet Jungler there was able to take out his melee carries, although Wet Jungler doesn't have enough frontline to stabilize, and he's going to be taken out at the end.
And he's actually on the Zoe reroll variant of AP Flex, so didn't opt for the pushing towards level 8. Was able to get to the Zoe 3 there, so did have his backline, but as you said, really lacking in the frontline department, and now stuck level 7. 0 gold by the looks of things as well, definitely not a great position to be in. Org, though we did see the pop-up there, is on a win streak still, so definitely the player on now who has the most HP to be able to spare if they need it.
Yeah. And some of these players actually switching between the two, picking up a Yasuo, picking up a Thresh. We haven't seen as much of that in the previous series, where they are usually just sticking to one of the gods, which means that the final decision doesn't really matter if they've already picked up 2. But now sometimes this can actually really start to matter as we head into stage 5, where the boon is going to be changing the outcome of their game. So they have to really think about which one they want to utilize, if they have enough HP to even be that picky, because as we look down to the bottom there, players like Litsuchan, if they're sitting on 1 or 2 lives, then they don't actually have the time to be picky, and they need to get as much combat power and strength now.
And sometimes you pick one god and you get given the other, and that's what happened. He did get 2 Yasuo hexes to play with anyway, so a little bit of the illusion of choice. Unfortunately, because of best friends, he has Voyager Emblem, but he's not getting any value from it in this particular round, so definitely needed to fix his positioning a little bit. And going up against Kvix on the other side, who has got to that Karma 2-star, has a copy of Aesol already. His front line is definitely looking good with, as well with that mech, so we'll see if it's able to live long enough here. There is a lot of damage coming through from Li Chuan though. And that D-Claw is making it very difficult for this front line to go down. So Kvixen will be falling here. Not the most comfortable victory for Li Chuan. Definitely has to be careful. There's some matchups he could definitely lose.
Yeah, and it looked like LeBlanc at one point was maybe going to go down to a little bit of that AoE, but having the duo carry set up there gives him a little bit more flexibility. Does manage to hit the Morgana too, so it's going to be a lot more powerful. And with those items, especially in the AP meta, unless you're going up against an Akali, it's going to be very difficult to get through that.
I wonder what his options were that he did go for best friends. Yes, it does give you a little bit extra survivability, but I can't imagine it was what he would have been hoping for. And as we take a look across the lobby here, potential danger zone for ag.al. Here we have 11 HP, 14 HP. If these players go out in 8th and 7th, it's almost impossible to then pick up the win.
And another slow playing comp here. Wet Jungler has a very, very strong Leona, but the fight is slow. It ramps up and it enables Litsuchan's LeBlanc at the backline. So if she goes down to the AoE, then could be a close fight. And it looks like the Zoe is knocking around. She does go down, has a second carry online. Zoe has lost all of her front line. We saw this problem before where the Morgana is going to keep casting and is going to take out Wet Jungler. That fight looked really close because of the AoE, was able to get towards the backline, but the slow fights favor this backline.
A jungler now on a 3-loss streak. It feels like 2 rounds in a row we've seen his backline is doing more than enough. Taking down a primary carry, that should be a win, but his front line is just melting. Even though he had a D-Claw on top of it, you're thinking, okay, that should be enough in this AP matchup. Wasn't able to do so, and suddenly Kvixen and Jungler both on a loss streak. Travis losing his last 2 rounds as well, and actually that previous round it was a full win for ag.al. So we said going into it was a pretty sketchy round. It's definitely turned things around. Ryu here with the Space Groove +1, with the Sniper, with the Shepherd, which is a nice little piece you can just add in as a 3 option. definitely in a comfortable position.
Yeah, and it's a strong board here. Lichuan only on 11 HP, but Rio on 14. Means that if they do go up against each other, if they play their cards perfect, then the 14 HP could be stretched to 2 lives. However, it's a ticking time bomb. Eventually, it will be down to guaranteed 1. That's going to be something that's quite difficult to pilot, and so it's going to be whether or not Wet Jungler or Kubiksun get knocked out, because they're both looking to be on 2 lives here.
Yeah, they will both be trying to cling on here, at least, as you said, to have a second life as we go past this round. Kubiksun, 23 HP on a 5-loss streak. Definitely feels like he's hit the limit. Org here on the other side hasn't committed his gold yet, so it's level 8 with a bunch of gold. And unfortunately for Mao's, it does mean that ag.al may be able to pick up a win that they could have went down. But we do see Belveth doing an awful lot of work, takes down the Nami early on. That should be enough here. There's no more damage on the Space Groove side. Rio's board is getting chipped away here. Belveth positioning was perfect. Ryu falls out here. Is there any other eliminations to join him? As we do check over here, Wemu takes a defeat himself. So just the one elimination for the time being, but perfect positioning from that Belveth.
Yeah, perfect positioning, perfect lethal. Super unfortunate there for Rio that he got caught off guard. He definitely could have, maybe moved around a little bit and not got wrapped in that position. But that's unfortunately what happens when you have multiple matchups that you need to prepare for. You're juggling things like where people's Yasuo hexes are, how everyone's moving. But the melee carries are lethal. When you move them around at the last second, you can get those wraps.
And a player here that is in a precarious position. Jungler now 16 HP. Don't think there's a single player in the lobby he does pick up a win against. It's just a case of whether or not he can get his teammate who has removed items from the Belveth. So this is exactly what they wanted. Org's HP is being used to keep Jungler alive. But we do see on the other side, Lichuan coming against Wemu. 2 players that don't have a load of HP to burn, but Lichuan does feel like he's the strongest.
And Morgana's moved up all the way to the top right side. That means Riven's going to be close to the backline. Even if Morgana stays alive, if Riven can get through this final unit, he's going to be making his way on towards the backline. Melee on. BT's healing up, but Lichuan just has enough damage to get rid of it. That was looking a bit scary.
Yes.
Again, with the positioning, the wraps can happen, and sometimes your frontline carry with your triple items can go off to nowhere and not actually be a solid frontline.
And that's what they wanted. They wanted Lichuan to win this round. He's potentially their win-out player along with Archen. He's put together a very, very strong board, as we see on the 4-win streak. But if he accidentally ended up having a round scammed against your own teammate just because of Riven with the Rogue and the positioning on the front line, that would have definitely been a tough spot to recover from. As of now, though, still no eliminations. Jungler getting given that free round, so has a little bit extra room to work with. Kubiksun also in elimination range. We should see players start to drop. Lichuan gets Org, who hasn't placed his items yet, so himself is getting a free round against the Ghost.
And that's what happens when you have the Ghost matchups. The players are trying to sacrifice and be helpful to their own teammates, and it's actually costing them because of the Ghost matchups. So this should be a very clear victory, although it's looking like it's taking a little while. On the right side of our screen, left Wet Jungler does have enough damage. It's going to be able to clinch out a victory up against Archen. Has the HP to work with, so not going to be lethal, but that fight on the right side of our screen there actually looked a lot closer considering they were missing items.
Yeah, Maos will be disappointed to see that was the matchup that went head-to-head. It does mean Org potentially strong enough to take down Lichuan if they actually do play for each other for real. So Jungler able to pick up a win there. Frontline has now started to come together a little bit more, getting those upgrades coming through, which was lacking in stage 4. With the Mordekaiser, with the Shepherd upgrades as well, just giving him a little bit more oomph, but does feel like his days potentially are numbered. Lichuan now our only player on a streak.
This is something that's interesting to see. He's used his remover, Wet Jungler, sitting there on 16 HP, but he's still trying to min-max.
Yes.
Even if he thinks that his board is strong enough to live, obviously...
His teammate could get his Ghost.
Yeah, exactly. He wants to make sure that he's doing his best, and he is going up against Travis, but Travis is one of the strongest boards. Wet Jungler knows he's sacrificing. Looks like he might be. Doesn't want to take any risks, any chances. In fact, he would rather go out cleanly just to make sure that the long game is better.
Travis is level 9, he has artifacts on top of this Riven, he's also Thresh's boon, so that means he's higher chance to scale. As we do see on the other side, Lichuan keeps his streak going, as we expected, one of our strongest players in the lobby. Jungler making the decision there to give the round to Travis. He wants Travis to have as much HP to be able to cap as high as he can.
And also, I think the players have recognized that if Travis can actually beat out Lichuan and Org has enough HP to kind of cruise through there, then that's okay. That's all they really need to get into that top 2 finish. And Wet Jungler, they have 2 players now in towards the bottom 4, but they can easily clean out with like a 1-4 or something like that, a 1-3, 1-4.
Yeah, if ag.al got out in 5th place, which we probably expect based on their HP, then it's essentially all tied up. We have an 8th and a 5th versus a 6th and a 7th. So would be the case where it's all to play for that who can be the highest cap in the lobby. It does feel like so often in 4v4, having a win-out player, having a person who can pick up the win is so important for the tiebreakers. Lichuan coming up against Travis here. Can this Riven with the Prowler's Claw gain access to the backline?
Yeah, he's going to be stuck there on towards the Morgana. He's going to be consistently casting.
Going down pretty quickly.
He's going to be going down. One more kill here and we'll get on towards the backline. Riven, no, unfortunately didn't get the final proc. The Prowler's Claw doesn't enable. And now she's stuck on the next carry. She's going to get one. No, doesn't get anything available. And Lichuan is going to be able to take out another win. Travis, though, however, gifted that little bit of extra HP there from Wet Jungler. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to convert and take out Lichuan. This game's looking a lot worse off for Mouse after that fight.
Yeah, it feels like Lichuan is probably going to win this lobby. Org, see if he's able to cook something up. Travis needed the Prowler's Claw to proc there. He needed... Essentially, with Rogue and Prowlers, you do have high variance board. You can sometimes win rounds that you might not expect to. If he was able to do so, that could have been huge. But now, facing elimination range, no one from ag.al went down. And a potential at a 2-0 here unless Mouse can turn things around.
Yeah, and he does have the Shen, so he's positioning around that hexagon there. So it's quite difficult because he has to move so many units. Yes. These players are on land; they have 0 ping, so it just depends on their APM if they're able to move 8 units quite quickly, or if they're willing to sacrifice it and not play their strongest board. But you see that if they do put their main tank, because the opponents only need to move 1 tank, right? They can scout, match it, move 1 tank across, and if they all need to focus fire on that same tank, you saw that they needed everything in the kitchen sink thrown at the Morgana to be able to take it down. So that grouping is really important.
Travis digging for any upgrade. Does hit the Vex, but doesn't have anything. Since she can downgrade the Pantheon, is able to get the Vex coming through there, so it is okay. Able to get that on the board. See, as loading in against Waymu.
There we go. The Rammus is stuck right in front of them. They're all going to be focus firing on the wrong unit.
Waymu had removed his items on the cork. He sees the opposition loading in and slams them straight down. We'll see if Travis is able to get access. As he said, though, the Rammus just put straight in front of this Riven. The Prowler's not even going to get close to procking, it feels like. As soon as Corky can change focus onto Riven, get it to go down, we see that does mean it's an elimination for Travis, and it's a 2-0 win for ag.al. And Mao's unfortunately falling down in pretty quick fashion in both games here, Tamira.
Yeah, super unfortunate there towards the end, although it's been really interesting to see across both series the different things in a 4v4 environment that determine the outcome of a game. We honestly thought that from the get-go, Mouse was at a massive disadvantage just because of those emblems in that second game. Then they started to play a really solid early and mid-game. We thought, wait, hold on a minute, they have so much HP to work with, they could definitely take this series to a game 3. However, right at the end, I feel like positioning was what really let Mouse down.
Yeah, it feels like, as you said, in some spots, there's not much you can do and you have to move your whole comp. Potentially you just sacrifice Shen on the Riven and try have Riven be able to wrap somehow. Needed to try a different approach there. But we see ag.al, another Chinese team picking up a win in 2 for 2 in the first 2 series of the day. And Mao's will need to turn this game around because it does mean tomorrow there'll be an elimination game and they can still turn it around. But as I said, grouped last year, only 1 returning member. And this EMEA squad, I'll give them credit. I do think both of those games were very difficult to play.
Yeah, difficult to play because of the emblems that they had to navigate around. The fact that the first game they were kind of down on emblems, and then the second game they had the same amount of emblems, but they just had worse ones. It was difficult to pilot. One thing I will say is they looked good. They definitely could have closed out some of those games, and they were in positions where it didn't seem like a complete stop. And so what I think is they're going to be able to go back, look at the recording, see the entire game from above, and be able to look at the replays as we're about to do now and be able to pinpoint exactly where things went wrong, because I think they were quite obvious and they'll be able to remedy those situations before the next series that they fight.
And emblems were the key thing here. We do see Waymu had this turn where he hit pretty much he hit a pair of all of his core units, which since he was guaranteed to hit them, he had the 7 meeple in, so if he super low rolled, he was not at risk of finding them. And when you have a player like this that's on such a consistent line, it feels like Waymu had nobody that was really struggling after their first elimination from Ryu. The rest of the players were in such comfortable positions. And as you touched on to me, the emblems were the key thing here. We do see, unfortunately, Lichuan as well was able to turn around his game on a knife's edge and play for the win out. And we saw coming up against a teammate here, this was a pretty sketchy round.
Yeah, very sketchy round indeed. We've seen that the LeBlanc and the Karma at the backline looking super strong. This Morgana has been the star of the show across so many different compositions. She doesn't necessarily need to tech in with any trades, so if you can just 2-star and get her online, she can be very, very powerful. Unfortunately for Maus, weren't able to utilize some of these forecasts in the same manner, but they're going to be able to take a step back, do some reflection, and then they'll be able to come back stronger. But very dominant performance there from ag.al. They had a great showing and super impressive to see that coming out of the Chinese roster.
And a key thing we want to note with this roster, their coach is HoroX, who plays in the EMEA circuit. He knows all these players inside out. I had a little bit.
Does he have the inside? He had the inside knowledge.
he had some knowledge for sure, because it was a commanding victory. And I had the blind hopium that they were able to turn this one around for Maus, but unfortunately, this Chinese squad just looking so good.
Yeah, and it's only the first game, so they'll be getting knocked down after this series, but they're still in the loser bracket, so they can continue to fight back, and as long as they can make it back into the final day stage, they'll be able to play more best-of-3 series, and unfortunately, this will feel bad, ruin their confidence a little bit, especially a 2-0 is never a great way to go out in your first series of EWC. However, there's a lot of learnings they can take from this, and I'm sure they're going to come back stronger.
Yeah, it certainly is. As a roster, they're experienced. As an org, they're experienced. They have Zabroyson as their coach, who's just a veteran name in EMEA, and then off the back of a really solid season himself. So it feels like can't count this roster out. I think definitely for ag.al, though, they'll be really satisfied to have such a quick series. Especially game one was just felt like there was nothing Maus could do to wrestle the game back. And then, as we touched on, emblems were key for that second game.
Yeah, and they just looked clean across the board as well. We said, okay, they had the best emblems. They had really easy direction and ways to go.
Still got to execute.
Exactly, they still had to execute it, and I think that they didn't, force anything too badly, and they didn't take too many econ augments in order to cap out even higher. And even when they were on their back foot and their HP totals were quite low, we went, okay, they can cap high. They didn't panic. They didn't do anything stupid, and they managed to push their levels and eventually come back very cleanly, and everything across the board, it just looked like it was going their way once they started to transition across more than half the game.
Yeah, it feels like there was a point of no return where you kind of, as we touched on, as soon as they went out in 6th and 7th place for Maus, very difficult to turn that game around. And for this roster, they'll have the rest of the day to reset. They can go away and look at the other matchups, see what they potentially did wrong. But for the Chinese roster, as I touched on, their coach not only plays in EMEA, was actually coaching here last year with Twisted Minds, so much experience both on the player and the staff side from this squad. And China comes to play in 4v4 time and time again.
Yeah, incredible communication across the board, not panicking when under pressure and having low HP, and then working together as a 4-man unit is definitely their strong suit. That's where they shine.
Yeah, and it feels like they have shined so far, as we do have an interview coming up with ag.al. So Trouble, take us away.
The day, I'm here with ag.al, Lituswan, and someone more known in EMEA, HoroX, who's the coach for ag.al. And Jun, thank you so much for the translation. Now, my first question, I'm gonna come to you, HoroX, because I'm gonna tell everyone he wasn't supposed to be in the interview, but he was very willing to translate for his player. But I'm gonna grab you anyway because you competed for EMEA. How has it been having 10 Tacticians Crown experienced players in your team, and how do you balance their voices?
It's quite a challenge for me because, last year I was the coach of Twisted Minds. We also have Fancy and Xunge. So it's the second time I have a lot of players which has better Tactician Crown experience than me. I think, but I'm someone who focus on stats and focus on how to balance the team. So that's why I think I can still offer help for them. Actually, it mostly depends on the players because I cannot order them when they are playing. But as a mic of coach is silent during the play. So it's basically how to help them to find their mistakes when they are playing. So even if they are better than me, I can still find their mistakes when they are playing.
Absolutely, you get an outside perspective as a player and as a coach. Lituswan, you have the most experience at Tacticians Crowns over any other player in your team. You have 4 appearances. That makes you the most experienced. What do you think that helps your team with?
那么李彻川今天的这个比赛当中呢，你是最有经验的，在你整个团队当中非常有经验，而且呢出现了4次。那么你对这样的一个情况是一个什么样的感受呢？
这次感受可能比上次平静了一点吧，因为上次的失利让我成长了很多。我觉得这次就是要尽力的帮助团队拿到胜利。
In fact, I'm a bit calmer this time. I think last experience had really gave me a lot of confidence, and I have grown out of those matches. So I've learned a lot.
Well, that is fantastic to know. Tell me the difference between playing as a solo player and now playing in a team environment.
那好，请告诉我们，您作为一个单独的这样的一个选手，还有和那个团队当中一同合作、共同的去打比赛，这两者之间有什么不同？
我觉得个人赛让我更有兴趣吧，这个比赛，然后能够感受团队竞技的魅力。
Well, as an individual player, I think it's really interesting, and as a team player, I can feel this tense and its charm working with the team. So both are great.
What is the most challenging thing you have to do to play with 3 other players? What's the most difficult thing?
那么与其他的3位选手一起的这个合作打游戏的话，你觉得面对的最大的一个障碍或者说挑战是什么呢？
我觉得最困难的就是沟通吧，就是比如在队伍陷入劣势的时候，就容易出错嘛。如果能够稳住局面，这个是很重要的。
I think the biggest challenge is the communication. So sometimes within the battle, if we can communicate very well, even if we have a bit of a disadvantage, and then we communicate well, we collaborate well, we would succeed.
Well, absolutely. A lot of the Chinese teams, JDG is playing right now, Weibo, Aurora, you guys, ag.al, have won your first best of 3s. Who do you think out of all these teams is the strongest Chinese team playing in EWC 2026?
那么我们知道呢，在今天是有很多其他的中国的团队也在参与同一个游戏的竞赛，那包括了我们的 JD Gaming， 包括您自己，还有 Ariel 这些其他很强壮的团队。那么你觉得呢？你们刚刚赢得了自己的最好的这个 Best of 3， 就是3中最好的这样的一个比赛的话，你觉得对于未来来讲的话，你所面对的是一个什么样的竞技场？感觉如何？你觉得哪一个团队最强大？
我觉得最强的肯定是我们。
I think we are the best.
Well, that's where I'm gonna close it out. 谢谢 Litzran, 谢谢 HorrorX. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll be back very shortly for our next best of 3.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk.
Welcome back to EWC 2026 TFT edition. I'm Traveling your host. I'm here with Barry and Crowan to take you to another series. That was a very, very quick 2-0. And unfortunately for the MEA believers, Baos go down on the first best of 3 versus ag.al. However, EMEA boys and girls out there, we also have Godlike Esports versus Fnatic. Fnatic, one of the most storied orgs, but let's start with Godlike.
Godlike are actually our EMEA representatives, even though this is an APAC orb, and half the team is made up of players from America. So it's a global team. EMEA needed a little bit of help here. We've drafted in Dahuya, and Brosef is now on the team, so they actually qualified with Dasik alongside Rico and GoBuster.
Yeah, it was like almost, mostly EMEA team until Dasik.
We'll take it. We'll take what we can get.
Brosef was the coach anyway, though, so he's very familiar with the squad. But coming up against a full America's roster on the other side, Godlike will be up against it.
And I have to say, at this point, when I was playing the Box bootcamp, I had the pleasure to be coached by Brosef. I went out in the first round of elimination, so I don't know what that says about him and his coaching skills. I'm just kidding. Brosef is absolutely amazing. Of course, he had to step in for Dasik right here. So Godlike will be taking up against Fnatic. And what do you have for me right here, Barry? Because you have been a big fan of Godlike.
Yes, so Goba last year was actually here with Aegis and they finished top 4. So he's our player that's had an EWC experience. He's 4 times Crown attendee. He's finished in the top 10. So he's had a solid placement there as well. And we do see them coming in here. Dahuya, a player as well, 2 times Crowns. He feels like he really emerged in Americas for a brief moment, but he's back here. And this mixed squad, I mean, it's a surprise to see just regions mixed together, but it's what we want to see.
Yeah, Gobo has half of the team's TAC Crown appearances right there, but now we have Fnatic, of course. I'm very excited to take a look at what this team has to offer. Fnatic, it's a new year, new roster, but some heavy hitters here when it comes to the Americas, especially with Darth Nub, right, is the winner of a TAC Crown, 1 of 5 at this event, so it's very, very prestigious, right? We saw Homie earlier, but now with Fnatic, there's going to be a lot of experience here, even though most of the roster, besides Darth Nub, hasn't been to a Crown. They've been to several regionals.
But for Fnatic, third different roster. They went for the Americas super team, then the French super team, now they're back to Americas. So chopping and changing all the time and haven't settled on a roster just yet. Maybe this will be the one.
Maybe this will be the one, and I heard that they have something prepared for us. So let's see what Fnatic has to say about that.
So I'm Darth Nub, also known as Darth Noob. Stellar Minhee, he placed top 8 at the TFT Macau Open. He has big clutch factor within him. Philip also won a tournament back in set 11. Bosso Skills was in tier 1 since the beginning. Our team, we've all been friends for a very long time. We all roomed together when we went to the Paris Open, and I think that definitely helps a lot when it comes to 4v4. I think that's definitely one of our strengths, right? I think we're really good at communicating and choosing like the best lines for us. I've been doing a lot of winning this year. I won some tournaments, so I do intend to continue winning.
That's very humble from Darth. I've won like one of the most prestigious tournaments there's out there, like all across the world. You know, I've beat everyone around the world. One of the most recent also TAC Crown champions, him and Juanmie, for this entire year that we've got right here. Right, so from what I got here is Fnatic, the power of friendship. Godlike, the power of EU and NA.
Yeah, I think the power of friendship is really strong when it comes to this 4v4 format, because these are people, we've talked a lot about like study groups in previous TFT sets and during the TAC rounds and everything like that, and this is going to just be another leg up and advantage that Fnatic has over most of the other teams here, and especially against Godlike.
You're saying that, I saw the prediction from the crowd is 56% leaning towards Godlike, kind of like you, Barry.
I think I'm leaning the EMEA way always, and I do want to say, Dahui has always been part of these cross-region study groups. You touched on the study groups being so important.
Right.
He has always studied with players in EMEA, so it makes sense if any player is going to be part of a cross-region roster that it would be him. Something
that really popped out when we were actually eating at the court, it was like, Dahui is just very talkative, very open, very chatty, very social. Something that you don't necessarily find on one of the top skill sets when it comes to like TFT and very like card-oriented strategy games. Right. So do you think that maybe this will be an advantage for Team Godlike?
I do think so. If you talk with intention, right? If you just yap and there's not anything of substance, then it might be a little detriment to the team. But as long as it's very focused and you can have that clear communication, be that leader, be that talkative person, step up for your team, absolutely, Deco can be a great pick up there.
And it feels like, as one of our matchups, this is potentially the closest on paper so far.
Thank you guys so much for breaking this down, but I'm going to ask you for an extra task right here as Barry and Crowan, please take us through this best of 3 between Godlike Esports and Fnatic.
And I do think it'll be going all the way as well. We talked about it being a best of 3. I think it will be. I think this is going the distance. 2 matchups that potentially on paper look so hard to separate. An America's heavy lobby, so Crowan, whoever wins, you're feeling pretty satisfied, but I'm definitely leaning one way or the other.
Of course. And I feel like just know a lot more of the Fnatic players, just like personally myself, right? Have interviewed them, talked. Okay, we do have Dasik. Okay, so is a majority EMEA roster here.
So just to let everybody know, they Godlike qualified with Dasik on the squad, and then they were unsure if he was able to make it in time. So as far as we knew, the coach that was Brosov was stepping in. Dasik last minute has thrown himself back into the roster here, but they've been practicing together. They qualified as this core. They're back as their original 4 that they intended. A little bit of a potential disruption to the preparation side of things, but it is now a 3 EMEA roster, so I can claim it even more confidently now.
You can fully claim it, and if Godlike does win, then you get to hold that over me, of course. But getting into the game here, of course, Dasik, one of the most storied EMEA players, absolutely been in the game since the beginning, has several just big finishes, I think, and a lot of appearances at regionals, TAC rounds as well.
Yeah, it certainly has. I think he's been probably has the most history of anybody in this particular game. I remember watching Dasik right the way back in like set 3. He was the go-to player for EMEA. You were like, oh, I want to see what's happening in EMEA. Dasik, top 1 on the EUS ladder consistently, always being a trusted source of knowledge for these players. Whereas Fnatic, It's a strong squad, but definitely not a lot of the OGs from America.
No.
More of the more recent emojis.
Yeah, I think these are players who really started making a name for themselves in like set 7, 8, 9, kind of like midway through the competitive TFT lifespan here. And, you know, Dark Nub, we heard from him in that interview. He's been a part of that since the beginning as well, since that pretty much, I think, like even earlier than set 6 and set 7, but hadn't found those big wins until very recently. Like, was able to dedicate more time to the game, something clicked, able to get that TAC Crown win in Lore and Legends as well. And, you know, he was like, yeah, I've won some things. I intend to win more. So, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Now you're here at EWC. Got to win for your team, too.
It's good that he's intending to win more, though. You know, he's not turning up here thinking, I've done my part already. A player that's always focused. He had the dream scenario of announcing to the world that he was the Tactician's Crown winner.
Yeah.
He did that post himself. So that was definitely a moment he was so proud of. And a player
very funny.
Always contributed heavily to the scene, always been a wealth of knowledge. But we do get into our first augments here, Crow, and we have got gold augments. Players once again taking their times.
Yeah, Warpath is one that players aren't really going to choose unless they have like a super high roll opener and they know like, okay, I'm going to be able to deal all that damage. But it's not guaranteed in 4v4 formats, of course. You got to play a little bit differently. We do have an early Arbiter coming in there as well. But looking at Minhe's board here, a couple of Vanguards, Lissandra to start.
Does have Worth the Wait, which I think is Nafa's based on the fact it's the only upgrade.
Looks like it.
Copy in the shop. Not the best hit, but it definitely feels like Space Groove and a lot of the Vanguard lines have been just fairly solid. So not too disappointed with that. We see a Rageblade already coming down on the other side for Rico. So probably going to be leaning towards LeBlanc, which has been the flavor of the month.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rico is a player I want to talk about as well. Has been around the Mia scene for a very long time. I've actually done a fair bit of watching Riku's stream myself.
A break, and then he came back.
Yeah, absolutely. So excited to have him back. He's competed at both, Paris Open and Vegas Open as well. So has gone around, competed internationally, been at a TAC Crown as well. Just the one, I believe, but got 18th there. So not terrible. Not terrible.
Yeah, and it feels like if you're a player that's able to actually take a set or two off like Rico did and then come back, it shows you're not maybe playing when you don't want to, which means Rico, when he's here, he's always comes to play. If he's not feeling a set, he tends to take it off. So it feels like a player that is, if you're seeing him, he's probably bringing his A game.
Yeah, a healthy balance. If you do find yourself seeing that, a lot of players
don't have that.
A lot of players do get burnt out, right? And it's tough. It's tough, especially. I think it's gonna be re-energizing for these players coming in again to this 4v4 format because it's a whole really new approach to TFT. We saw even more players be like, "Oh yeah, TFT, I want to take a little bit of break," but perhaps 4v4 will do it for the one last ride, like Melk is, of course.
Yeah, and some players they thought potentially their competitive careers were coming to an end, like Tahuya, who thought he had his peak moment and maybe TFT was going to put it behind him, but then he put together this 4v4 squad. Across region has made this run so far, so definitely a player that maybe not as done with TFT as he would have thought. And a lot of players, this is their first time on a LAN environment. Some players have went to the Opens and have this experience, have been to championships, but some players have never even had that experience. So how well they can settle will be an important factor.
Absolutely. We do have the Boar as the constellation this game on board with Tahua right now with the Gwen 2 in the early game, Barry.
Yeah, it does have the solo leveling, which if you can get something like this as an upgrade, should be pretty good. Doesn't have an item to slam though.
Yeah.
But solo leveling, I suppose when you're in 4v4, you're coming up against your teammates. They can potentially play a lot of one costs. You can almost guarantee you're able to pick up quite a lot of wins. You're also not going to do big defeats to your own teammates. It's going to be a small loss. So another augment that in 4v4 has added value.
Yeah, pretty good. But up against Minhe's team here, don't know if Gwen will be able to get the job done. She will take down the Mordekaiser after another 2 casts, it seems like. Has that shielding coming through. Yeah, it's not going to be quite enough. And like you were saying, Don't doesn't have an item to slam in the early game. Not even willing to slam the Guard Breaker, which would be one of the more flexible items. Same with Sunfire, but like you really don't want to be making that on stage 2. Of course, Morello is going to be a big option there. But we do have Varus and Evelyn as... Yep. I feel like we've had that 3 times so far throughout, what, 6 games, I guess now?
Yeah,
this is the 6th.
The illusion of choice for a few particular setups. Varus enables reroll so heavily, and Evelyn is never ideal, especially in a game mode where you need HP to sacrifice potentially for your teammates. So feels like for the most part today we've seen Varus be lent towards players though here though thinking about Evelyn more. So definitely more of a mix than we've had in previous series.
It's definitely tempting at this point in the game, especially if you need direction, get a forecast. If you get one of the very good ones, it's going to, take in that direction. And it's going to be a Galio here for Basso, but selling those looks like it's going to be perhaps a bit of a reroll angle. There's potential as well with a couple of the lesser duplicators on the bench.
Desik here did get a Corky, and when you're playing the Timebreaker line, which is just leading towards Fast 8, Fast 9, he has Patient Study as well. Corky fits quite nicely into that. We've seen Corky Riven, the humble Corky Riven kind of does its job, so we'll see if Desik does lean into that.
Yeah, definitely. Corky is definitely a composition that has struggled a little bit, for sure, against more of these popular AP lines. However, a lot of players mostly willing to go that, especially with Nami and LeBlanc, right, being just everyone's focus. But having a Corky this early is good, but perhaps Desik is still losing the rounds right up against Riku here. So not just going to be a, hey, you get this early, you win the game, no items to slam for it, right? It's tough.
Yeah, losing to his teammate, though, and his teammate that is on a very clear line. Rage Blade Void Staff coming through. We know Rico's going to be playing LeBlanc from this spot. Just whether or not he can get there. Feels like that'll probably be the most played thing throughout the tournament, where it's reliable at level 8. There's always be 1 or 2 players. We talked about a Kali reroll, but it definitely feels like that AP flex still going to be the most dominant line.
Yeah, definitely. AP flex, the Melio here for Darth Nub as well. And this is a player who's on a 4-win streak as well as Rico. The only players left on a 4-win streak. There is Philip and Basso, of course, 4 losses there at the bottom. But Melio, too, is very strong. Again, no item slammable besides the death cap, however. The death cap is going to be very, very strong. No mana generation, though, is a little rough. But going up against Desik looks to be the better board here for Darth Nub.
Yeah, it does have the tiny duplicators as well, so see if he does end up using that, or if it's just the fact he didn't want to sacrifice the HP and just thought, okay, I'll just get a little bit extra econ. Feels like the God's options weren't enticing for a few players here. They're just reluctant to pick them up, because we do see just enough here for them.
It was a little closer than I thought, actually, in that round.
When you see no items on the other side, you're thinking, okay, this will be fine, but Darthnub able to get over the line. But 2 players on win streaks, Darthnub and Rico at the top.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen players go on that full loss streak, get to their fast 8s and really stabilize there. I saw Juan Mia do it earlier, even from a full open position, but, going to be preserving at least a little HP.
And streaks are the key in 4v4. That is the deciding factor. Fnatic have a 5-streaker, they have a 4-streaker, and they have 2 people that have kept a 5-loss going. So in terms of early game, this is as good as it could have went. And we've often seen in 4v4, the tempo can just... You can run away with things when you're in a position that is this good.
Yeah, we got to remember, these are players that have said, hey, we've practiced together, studied together for a very long time. They have good synergy, perhaps some of the best synergy of any team here. I know maybe T1 perhaps can compare it to that.
Virtus
Same with
Pro
Vitality. I think most of them can say the same thing. But yeah, it's going to be a true test of how much does that preparation of having studied together for years convert into this TFT event at EWC.
And there's a lot to be said for having a squad where, yes, you have a potential star name in the likes of Darthnub with his crown win, but he's such a humble player. We saw he is still very reserved about how good his own achievements are.
Right.
Whereas we saw from...
Stay humble.
Stay humble. We saw from Aurora at the start of the day, they kind of hinted at they're arguing amongst themselves a little bit. They have some big egos that they need to get a hold of. Fnatic, not the case. And we see here Gobo definitely taking some kind of team lead role, counting down his fingers, thinking exactly how many unit losses he's putting down onto Bossa here. The communication every round is so important between these players.
Absolutely. And Gobo, a player who got top 4 in EWC last year on Aegis, is now coming back as the most experienced player when it comes to EWC, for sure, for this roster. One of the most long days.
And we're here in Paris.
Oh, that's true as well. A lot to represent on the line here in Paris.
See here, Bosso rolling a little bit, so trying to pick up a few copies of this Akali, leading towards
there's some
Jax
upgrades.
And Akali too. Doesn't have to drop below 50 as well, which is really nice. Has the duplicators coming through. Second augment, definitely not ideal. I think maybe you want a bit of combat power when you're already this strong early on.
Yeah.
But it's not too bad to pick up. Just gives you that roll and that little bit extra econ.
Right, and Splasso didn't have to roll that deep in order to find those upgrades. And we've seen Jax 2, Akali 2 just straight carry you all the way through stage 4, even into stage 5.
And well, on the flip side, Gobot on the same line is 10 gold. Well, 20 gold, sorry. But he does have his Akali upgrade. He does have a copy of Kindred at least, so he's already 5 Nova, which is nice, but he's created so much more gold. Doesn't even have the Jax 2-star. Does have an early copy of Kench though, so we'll be able to get a little bit extra econ back from that. But we've just seen 2 players that are on completely different waves in how quickly they've been able to hit that board.
I do actually really like this iteration from Gobo here because you have Thresh's Lantern, you get the Tom Kenshin for 2 Brawler, it's very tanky, and getting to pull the Morgana in as well is just going to be a huge addition to that front line. Akali only has 1 item, but that's okay because the 5 Nova, she's still dealing so much damage there, putting Nova Selector on the Akali for that board-wide damage.
Yeah, and it feels like even though he's committed the most resources, he's probably the stronger of the 2 Akali players right now.
Yeah, definitely.
So stage 3 is important for this composition, able to put together that streak. We do check in here with our worth the wait player, and it was actually Lissandra. So having the Lissandra 3 coming through without needing to roll for it, we know Lissandra Cho is a very good option. This variant, no, looks like it's just the Shepherd line. We have the Rage Blade later for the LeBlanc. So a little bit of a different variant. I think most people would lean Lissandra Cho. We've seen it struggle so far today. Minhee has Shepherd in mind.
Definitely has Shepherd in mind. Lissandra 3 as well. We have seen just take you into level 9. I think it was Lilu who had that board a bit earlier, but very powerful with the 3-item slam. The front line is going to be the problem, though, potentially, but it is a Morgana with a stone plate. Still very good for this stage of the game, and we see that absolutely come through here with Minhee on a 7 streak after this win.
Yeah, very good position to be in. Sitting at 50 gold, as I said, hits his primary carry. Able to actually streak before the 3-star. Very, very good position to be in, and now has the 3-star, so should be able to keep it going. Checking back in here with Dasik, who it's going to be dropping down here. Does have some interesting emblems to work with, though. Has the 3 Timebreaker in, has the Voyager +1, so very good additions to pretty much any board.
Absolutely. 4 Timebreakers, seen a couple players go as well. Getting Riven to be a really big carry is whoever you put the Timebreaker emblem on. Can be a good secondary or even primary as well. As we get this other choice of gods between Varus and Evelynn once again.
Players taking their time with it. Definitely feels like gods is the biggest difference for this 4v4 format. Obviously, it was a huge shift for the game anyway to not have Carousel, but 4v4... it was the key talking point here. We see Dasik pick up the 4-cost, just get 2 copies of A-Sol there, so already has Mighty Mech, so able to get this in straight away. Has the Voyager +1, which pairs really nicely with any AP flex board. So pretty good position to be in for Dasik. Suddenly got quite a bit of direction.
Voyager going on the A-Sol as well. We got Rammus 1 versus a Tom Kench 1 there, but is Rammus going to be sold? Putting those items on the Galio, it looks like, instead.
Wants to make 40, I think.
Yeah, wants to make 40. Dasik needs to stabilize, right? Because 30 gold still lost streaking into stage 4 is not going to be good.
Surprised he didn't just go to actually mech his Mighty Mech, because he does have the double A-Sol in. Maybe next round, if he's able to pick up a win, we'll do that. But coming up against his teammate, Rico, who is on an 8-win streak himself, Dasik on the 5 loss, will be more than happy to lose this. If he does pick up the win, it's not the end of the world for Godlike, because Dasik HP
might win.
Important. Yeah, I think you would think maybe Rico wants to keep his streak, but Dasik's HP starting to bleed a little bit. Not too disappointed with that.
No, definitely not a good point in the game to stabilize. Minhee still leading the charge in HP there. And still rather flexible, right? We do know is going that Shepherd line. Can put in Lissandra on this, or put in a LeBlanc to pair with Lissandra on the board. If he can get a lot of items, right? Because you can have multiple carries. You'd like to have multiple carries with this board, and is in a good spot to even maybe go fast 9, because Lissandra's pretty strong.
Yeah, and it feels like sometimes the dual carry is the likes of Karma or Nami, but with this particular setup, you just get to run Lissandra and LeBlanc, and you don't need to really roll anything else.
Oh, this is great. Taking items off so Philip can stabilize as well. He's like, all right, I'll sack my win streak. It's fine. Me going, you know...
He's even stretching there. He's like, okay, no temptation to put the items down.
No misclicks happening or anything. And might still win anyway, and it looks like he will, which just goes to show how weak Philip's board actually is. having all 3 carry items on the bench and still winning the round with 5 units left alive.
Yeah, saves a little bit of HP though, kills 1 or 2 extra units, so that just show how in sync they are.
Here we go.
Here is our savings account player though, so even though he picked up that loss,
straight to 8.
Does still have 2 lives to work with, has to roll now especially. It's too much to do in 1 round.
Morgana
Does get
2.
the Morgana 2, as you said, big upgrade, but playing the AD version, it's not like he's playing AP Flex, which is, you would favor from this position. Will be trying to find something like a Corki in the backline.
Yeah, Corki might be stuck on a Zaya even, perhaps, which wouldn't feel great. There was some really good frontline options being found there between the Morgana and the Rammus. There's not that many frontline items, however, made yet. Just 1 Gargoyle. So really is going to need to hope that those anvils there are going to be defensive oriented.
Well, I mean, so many upgrades.
There's a Corki.
Does get 1 copy of Corki, but just no damage on this board, really. Morgana 2, Mighty Mech 2, Rammus 2 coming through.
There's the 5 Meeple.
Does get 5 Meeple, as you said, but really wanting to find a copy of Riven, potentially. Instead, going for this super tanky frontline version. Feels like it's just going to lack a bit of damage. Does get a copy of Bard, though, if he does want it in.
Yeah, definitely a lack of damage here. Corki, as a solo damage dealer in Stage 4, and being only 1 star as well, is definitely going to struggle. I think it's not really the roll down that Philip was looking for there. We get a little cute with Rogue being on the Corki, but I don't know. Can the frontline hang on long enough? I'm not sure it can.
Yeah, no copy of Riven, which I do think he was hoping to pick up here. Especially if you can just get items on top of it. It does need an extra damage dealer. Should get a pretty good matchup here, though, to at least pick up a few units. Skillbuster hasn't rolled too deep. We know how strong Akali is. These front lines are taking an awful long time to go down.
Oh, yeah.
Corki's trying his best, but as he touched on, just as a solo carry, not enough.
No, it took down a couple extra units there at the end, but like we're saying, Stage 4, you don't have the damage to deal with it if you're just on a Corki. 1 needs to find something else, but Philip has no gold to do so. And so if he can't find some miracle rolls, he might just be going out native.
Yeah, certainly might be. Do see loading in here. More gold augments coming through. Philip very quick with that one. I think he's aware that he's on a timer. If other players are picking their augments quickly and able to deny the Corkis, there's, as you said, a player that's facing immediate elimination. So no time to mess around here.
No, definitely not. But it's back once again on 0 gold. Has just 1 Riven. Has just 1 Corki still. Sunfire is making all the changes that he can, but the frontline items are just not great, honestly, when you got to put a Sunfire on your primary tank. 2 Deathblades on Corki, I mean, good in theory, but it still is just not going to be enough damage against a lot of these boards.
Yeah, trying to keep himself open for who he can run as his secondary carry. Does have a few 4 costs held on the bench. Trying to play Denial on his way out, it feels like. We touched on it in the previous series, how if you can maybe sacrifice a player to 8th, you know their spot isn't that good. It's Corki Riven, so its cap is like a 4th at best anyway.
Yeah.
So maybe just try play Denial on the way out, win any rounds you can. But
it might be this one, potentially.
Yeah, does pick up the win. It feels like
Corki.
Take down the ace also. A big win for Philip here. And Dasik had committed all of his gold there to try potentially eliminate him.
Definitely. Dasik on... Actually, the whole lobby basically is on 0 gold. Gobo, the highest gold player here with 11 in that last round. So everyone rolling down to try to stabilize, try to get as strong as powerful, because a lot of the HP totals right now are going to be, below 50. They're going to be within that danger zone heading into the middle of Stage 4. Darth Nub has some good frontline. Double Shojin Nami, not the build that we generally see. Often see Nashers and JG on her, but Shojin's maybe just slamming the items that you got to make use of them somehow.
Yeah, certainly can't be too greedy. As you said, not best in slot, but at this point, you just want to try pick up every advantage you can. And when you're on a 7-loss streak, you have to. Fnatic are in a difficult position here because we know Philip's cap is low. Dark Nub's bleeding away here, and he's playing a suboptimal AP flex line with no real augments prone as well. So definitely hard to turn this game around.
Yeah, a lot of people seem to kind of be on the struggle bus here. It's like they didn't find exactly what they wanted. Their augments aren't great for what they want either. And the items for Darth Nub we see. If there was better items in the Nami, maybe this would be a win. And it versus Nunu at the end. Wait a minute. The regen from the Spear Visage.
This is possibly the closest round of all time. And Darth Nub
loses.
Unfortunately, does drop down. And that was a Karma 1 that he fell to as well.
I know.
So it shows how weak he is.
So rough, actually. 1 Tactician health for 2 5 costs, but I don't know if that's going to be saving anybody at this point in time. So,
I mean, if you're someone like Philip, who is already facing elimination, you don't lose a life.
Right.
So potentially it can bail you out. Maybe it's a bad 2, who knows? So definitely some players maybe will lean towards it. But as you said, HP is such a valuable
When
resource.
you're in dire straits, you got to take all the risks, right?
Flip the
Play for those risky lines. Looking at Basso, right? Basso was playing with that early Jax, too early Akali. Hasn't saved as much HP as we've seen some Akali Jax players do previously in this event so far, but a good hit on the Tom Kench too. Now replaces that Jax. Now we get the 5 Nova in as well. That's a lot of good damage, especially with the TG Kindred as well as the secondary damage threat.
Got Rageblade.
Yeah, Rageblade, not bad at all. I think Basso can find some wins here during the end of stage 4.
One up on the other side against his teammate, whose items have not been slammed again. So
he's just sacking for his team again after again.
I mean, this is the job. If you win streak, if you have a tempo augment like Worth the Wait, you're then able to pick up combat augments as well. So that's exactly what he's done. So once you sack for your teammates, you then can make yourself as strong as possible. Maybe sacked a little bit too much, got to completely run over there, but he does have the HP to work with. But can these Fnatic players near the bottom of the lobby cling to life? Darthnum dropping down again. 9 loss streak. I don't think our Armor Technician's Crown winner is long for this game.
No, definitely not. And definitely when it comes to this 4v4 format as well, assessing board strength becomes such a more important skill that is flexed when you're facing your teammates constantly and you want them to get some round wins to preserve HP. You're not doing that in generic TFT. You're like, okay, is my board stronger? Sure. At its peak value, right? Not with all the items slammed that you got to take into account here.
Yeah, you have to consider the theoretical strength as well. Like, is your cap worth us sacking for? That's something that they have to play in mind. And for Philip, he was always playing a line that was never going to cap too high. Able to pick up a couple of wins here and there. Coming up against his teammate, though, so one of them is going to be eliminated. But honestly, for Fnatic, this might be best case scenario, because I don't think either of these would have been able to pick up a win elsewhere regardless.
No, it looks like Darthnub's team is a little bit stronger here. That Quirky one is just not going to be able to do too much. They're just going to die to like ambient AoE damage. Yeah, and there it goes down. Like you're saying, though, I think that is best case scenario for Fnatic. Philip does tank the 8th for the team, but if Darthnub can hang on for some of these players of Godlike to fall, that might be okay.
Oh, I do see the TG being pretty good for Bosso. Actually made the difference there, so able to pick up a win himself. And the rare, as we touched on, team elimination, that's probably for the greater good, where there was a chance that they both went out that round for sure.
Jin 2 for Darthnub is going to roll into some items potentially for it.
Or not.
Yeah, I was going to say, what do we have here now? It's like a red buff and a crown guard. Rageblade Jin, there we go. No, just going to be rolling to find a little bit of upgrades, but the board is mostly already upgraded. It's a Shen 1 that you're going to be on probably the rest of the game. Darthnub, I don't know if he can make it to the top 4, but maybe can hold it for one more placement.
Yeah, it does get the red buffs. He didn't have any anti-heal. As you said, the Jin 2 maybe will make a difference in this upcoming round. A little bit more uptime for his Spark as well is always welcome. So we'll see if the Darthnub is able to pick up a victory here. But even if he is, Godlike has no one in elimination range. 26 HP, 34, 36. Gobo right the way at the top of the lobby. So he's going to have to pick up a couple of wins, which I think might be a bit beyond him. Dahuya on a 5-win streak himself. Minhee, the other Fnatic player that started so well, is now on a 4-loss. So things are starting to fall apart for this Fnatic squad.
Yeah, definitely are. Minhee was the player who's like, okay, I can maybe win out, but now I got to sack so much for my team. And is going to be in 2nd place now, but Darthnub with the double Shojin's Nami against a little better Nami on the other side of the board there. Blitzcrank as well is huge, but one thing Darthnub does have good is his front line. So now it's the Blitz versus just the Nami and the Nunu. The CC goes off and allows time for the Nami to cast. Darthnub hangs on for now, but that round's a little too close.
A little too close, but it's a win against a win streaker, though, so it's a bit of a test of your board.
True.
Sometimes you want to go up against these stronger players to see, am I actually strong, or did I just beat my teammates who let me win? But that was more of a test, and
how many Nami players do we have? I think we have 3 Nami players this game. And one was stuck on Nami 1 there. It's going to be Nami 2. here for Dehua, though.
Triple Evel in this game, actually, as well. So that's something we don't always see.
No.
You're sacrificing a lot of HP by doing so, but he has made it work here. Is now level 9, which the previous round was not the case. So got a little bit stronger there. Darth up here. Another chance for a godlike player to eliminate him. And if he sends him 7-8, it'll be almost impossible for Fnatic to turn this game around. See if Rico is strong enough to put Fnatic close to defeat in this first game.
Yeah, it's going to be how long can this front line
Nami's
hold on for. Nami is doing a lot of work here for Darth Leona. The solo front line left alive, but I think it's just going to be a little bit too much. That Karma, El Blanc, and Sona, so many damage dealers that Darth Nub does go out in 7th place. And Minhee and Bosso Skills are also not long for this world. Barry, I don't know. It might be a clean 1-4 sweep here from Godlike Esports.
And if you're new to 4v4 and you're thinking, okay, how do I know who's going to potentially win a game? If everybody from one team is in the bot 4, then that is a clean sweep very clearly. So Fnatic here, these two players need to go 1-2 from this position to win this series. I don't think they're going to be in a position to do so.
No.
I mean, the likelihood is they'd clash heads at some point anyway, so very difficult to do. Dasik, I do want to shout out in this particular game, is on a 5-win streak. This is a player that, as of yesterday, didn't know if he'd even be starting for this roster. So incredible to have such a turbulent week and then come in and get those jitters out the way straight away, potentially. But not all is done here.
Yeah, this is a huge confidence booster if you are Godlike coming into a team, honestly, that's seems pretty solid, right? There's a lot of skill on the team of Fnatic, but Bosso Skills does go down, and that will be game number 1. Already going to Godlike Esports. No way for Fnatic to come back, at least in this one. But they got to be looking towards the future. What can they do?
They have to put this game behind them. Everything went wrong. It felt like they just spiraled out of control. Godlike a commanding victory, though. And Fnatic here having 2 players that just bled HP too early on. They didn't have the ability to trade HP with anybody leading at the top of the lobby. And Fnatic, unfortunately, fell away pretty quickly. Godlike will be feeling confident after that first game.
Oh, absolutely. You know, Philip being stuck on that quirky one for so long. Bosso with that Akali Jax, it still wasn't able to do as much as we expected, I think. It was like, okay, this can get top 4 pretty easily. But maybe ran into bad matchups or bad positioning. Not quite sure what happened there. So we're just watching Minhee give win after win to his team, but they still couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah, and it feels like in the past, some of these 2 cross comps we've got to EWC have been so shaping. Akali's not that strong, though, as we will be joined again by Trouble to break down what we just witnessed in this first game.
Wow. Okay. Cannot catch a break right here. Fnatic falls.
Yep.
The Yappers win. Dasik here. Literally last minute. Hops on a plane. Gets on stage from like 2 hours of sleep. Red Bull running through. But it works.
Dasik jump scared us on the cast. We didn't even know he was going to be playing. He jump scared Fnatic as well.
You know what? I saw the name. I was like, that's Dasik. But is it Dasik playing? And then I see the camera. I'm like, it's actually Dasik.
I was pretty sure it was him walking in, but I got the confirmation and had such a great game there. If we had seen that game play out, it was probably the player that was going to take the victory in the lobby. So considering the situation he's had to come in, that's got to feel so good for this Godlike squad. And very commanding victory. They were likely to just finish top 4 completely.
Absolutely. I think Fnatic needs to really just reapproach their game plan. Whatever they were doing, it just was not working here in this game 1. And it wasn't even like they were doing things I think that were super wrong. They played some decent openers, right? Minhee was able to preserve a lot of HP. We had the 2 loss streak players going 4 loss, 5 loss into the first set of neutrals, but when they got to level 8 and rolled down, it just didn't find anything.
We saw a glimpse of Philip there, who was playing this Corki line, but when you're playing level 8 AD flex, which is kind of what he was doing, Corki's the only option.
Right.
And I think as soon as you committed those AD items, it's already a mistake. You should be going to level 8 looking for some of the AP carries. Shoehorned himself into a suboptimal line.
And that's kind of crazy that we've seen so much Corki. We saw 2 players also go head-to-head, literally right before stage 2, right before neutrals, both with Millia 2, Corki on the board. And I'm like, what is going on?
Maybe they got baited a little bit as well, right? The Evelyn giving that 4 cost early. It's like, all right, I got some direction. Now it's Corki. It's not bad if you get it early.
Is that the best direction?
In theory, it's not bad, but it's not the best direction, no. I think, like Barry said, hit the nail on the head there. These AP lines are just so much more consistent and going to be a stronger cap usually as well.
They're a lot harder to deny. That's the main thing. In terms of AD carries, Kindred and Corki don't use the same items, so you're very much committed to just one. Whereas the AP lines, Karma, LeBlanc, you can run Nami, so many ways to take it, just a lot easier to execute.
And gentlemen, I have not yet seen any stargazers.
No,
it's like they've
it's been the
fallen
fall.
off the map. I mean, you can build a red buff and a Kraken, but it usually goes under something like the Kindred that the players have been leaning towards more, and the Nova. Do you expect to potentially see teams that really, really need to pick up those victories to potentially go for something more uncontested? I feel like what Fnatic was missing right here was consistency, was making those higher numbers to potentially go for something more uncontested.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, right? Maybe you're a little bit too scared to contest, and when you play what you're not comfortable with, you're like, oh, I can't do this, I can't do this. What do you land on, right? It's just not going to be that good. So Fnatic maybe needing to have a little bit more confidence as they approach game number 2, for sure.
I think even if you're playing a contested line, you might think, okay, the other team has the better spot for it, but you are slowing down their game. So even though it's contested, if you're lowering their cap and it's a better line for you than the other options, you should still go approach it.
Absolutely, and we're looking here at Godlike Esports versus Fnatic, a team from an A with EMEA blood in it and an org from EMEA with an A blood in it, going straight into that game number 2 for a best of 3 right after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back to Teamfight Tactics at the Esports World Cup 2026. We just saw game number 1 between Godlike Esports and Fnatic be such a dominant victory from Godlike, Barry. As they prepare for game number 2, what can Fnatic do to bring this back?
I think you have two players in this particular spot where they just bled so much HP early, and one of those players isn't even on a win-out line. It's fine if you have somebody playing the game on a knife's edge, 1 or 2 lives, but they need to be playing Fast 9 or one of the strongest comps in the meta, something like LeBlanc. When you're lose streak into Corki, definitely not ideal. So unfortunately, sometimes that's just the line you're presented with. But I think trying to put this game behind you, it was kind of a stomp from Godlike. And a roster that has been so up and down with who is going to be featuring, a bit turbulent. So they'll be so satisfied to pick up this victory here. But Fnatic, as you said, this squad, a lot of experience. They know each other well. They'll be able to put this aside and come back strong in this second game.
Yeah, definitely. It's a concept I was thinking a lot about, you know, when we were waiting to get into game number 2, is the concept of playing not to lose versus playing to win. It kind of felt like Fnatic was playing not to lose, but in that you don't put yourself in these good spots to get at least a top 4, right? If not just a lobby win. Minhee, the only player who looked like he was even remotely close to doing that, and, you know, I guess did make it into the top 4, but no one else.
Yeah, and it feels similar to the series we saw before with Maus, where they just had, they were dealt the worst possible hand.
True. Emblems.
Yeah, and I think Fnatic is similar, where they just had really difficult spots to navigate. I think Godlike took some risks that really paid off. We said Tahuya took 3 of the Evelyn boons, something we don't often see, because it can, you know, you're sacrificing a lot of hit. Yeah, it certainly can. So they took some risks, they took some flips that worked out really well for them. Some players maybe leaned in on the Fnatic side into the forecast. They were dropped from Everling a little too much.
Yeah.
So definitely things to tweak slightly.
And you got to realize who's going to be in the spot to take those risks, right? I think in 4v4, at least one player in your team, if they are presented a risky line, it's like, okay, I should do this. If I do hit, if I do win out, then this is just fantastic. If not, oh well, I can grief someone on my way out and try to contest them, especially when it comes to that Evelyn choice with the God there.
Gobo there, feeling full of confidence as we do get into this second game. We have Ari and Kale, so a little bit more comfortable. I think
some difference.
Yeah, some difference finally, as we've seen so much Evelyn and Varus, but I think options that maybe, especially in Kale's, well, both cases, not as warping as some of the other options.
No, definitely not as warping, and we get to see ooh, Morgana actually we get, so all augments are going to be prismatic tier this game. Things are going to be, it is warping. And speaking of not warping it, then the game just says, no, we want some high variance TFT play. And for Fnatic, I don't know. Maybe that's what they need, though. They need to be like, all right, I just get this really crazy line, get some augment that gives them some crazy win-out potential or direction, and just roll from there.
We'll make every round, augment round coming up, very interesting to see exactly what we do go for here. We do have the Serpent again, so Staggers once more.
Yep.
Maybe not lent into too much. We want to see something like Mountain coming through to really enable that as an option. Basic here, classic hold in the 2 prime audience early on. Has his Leon on the bench as well. We're at the back end of the set here, Crow, and we know exactly which 1 and 2 cost people always will be holding.
Absolutely. You know, the set is not solved as we figured out going into this event, but we do know it is close to solve. We do know what players are going to be going for in the early game here. A lot of the time breakers, a lot of Primordians, Leona Arbiter as well. Printing Leona is getting Leona 3. It is going to be very standard there. And it's something that I did want to note as well is these early Primordian players, if they get gifted a lot of copies of Bel'Veth, sometimes they're just like, hey, I'll just go this Bel'Veth line, get Bel'Veth 3, and play around it a little bit, but Bel'Veth seems to be super strong, usually for all of Stage 3 and even into Stage 4 as well.
Yeah, we've seen it be played into the likes of Kindred or just as a tempo unit. We haven't seen any of the Jinx version, and I touched on this earlier in the day. The emergence of Akali's definitely put that to the side a little bit.
Yeah.
But I do want to see that if anybody does opt towards it, as we do get to our Prismatics, which we knew were coming up.
Yep.
Some very interesting options here. Players will be taking a very long time to decide exactly what they will be picking up.
Interesting. Buried Treasure. I mean, Buried Treasure is really good right now in this meta, considering there's a lot of comps that can itemize 2 carries and like 2 frontliners as well. There's just so many options. But build a Bud TF. Interesting.
Well, you know what you're playing? You're playing around this Fate Weaver.
Yep.
You're playing, we touched on it's the Serpent, actually. Haven't seen anybody lean towards that. Obviously, Builderwood, you don't have a choice. But I think having 1 player on Builderwood, very good for having a tempo player, someone who can sacrifice HP later. Kind of makes sense to pick up. Here we see Philip went for his 3 emblems coming through, and some pretty good ones. Brawler, Primordian, very nice early, gets the 3 in. Psionic, you can just run as a 2-piece. Pretty good options here.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be some options here for Philip. Unfortunately, did take that 8th last game, being stuck on that quirky. Leona won, still generating gold for Basso skills as well. But we do have to keep in mind, right? Are they going to go for something like 6 Brawler as the front line? Are they just going to splash it in there? Are these Primordians going to gift a lot more Bell Vest? Probably don't want to, continue to go that route, perhaps, with all of those, emblems. But has a lot of other directions too.
Yeah, it definitely leaves himself very open. Not some emblems that have shoehorned you in straight away. Elsewhere, we saw Dark Star Sniper picked up. So we do see here Worth the Wait Gwen coming through, I believe. So it's okay. It's okay for a tempo unit. But losing your first round, Space Groove, sometimes it can lack a secondary carry. So maybe this will be a good option. But I definitely think Rico would have wanted a lot better hits you can find.
Yeah, definitely. If that Gwen 2 was last round, maybe it would have been the difference. Maybe you would hope now that it can win streak out for the rest of Stage 2, especially with a Poppy being a 2-star frontliner. Only 2 components, which we've already slammed to the Rage Blade. Rage Blade's pretty good. We're not going to be too upset with that, especially if we're open to these AP lines, LeBlanc, of course, being one of them. But going up against level 5 board for Gobo as well.
Gobo is on the Vertive presence, which is why he's went 5, but not on a full streak, so a little surprising. He had the potential to tag his teammate in his rotation, which is exactly what's happened. As he said, comes up against Rico, Gwen here, which is able to pick up the win. So Gobo aggressively leveling here, maybe trying to set the tempo on Birthday presence, but already lost 2 rounds, maybe not the best decision early.
No, when you level to 5 at 2-2 and lose the round, you're like, all right, well...
And then lose the next round.
Yeah, it's crazy. 2 losses in a row for level 5 board. Not something you see every day. But Minhee, of course, is going to have those 2 wins, right? Playing that TF3, at least for tempo, right? Probably leaning, of course, as well into those Stargazers. Doesn't have to necessarily, however. But when the game gives you that direction, it's kind of hard to stray away from it.
Yes, certainly is. A player that has a little bit of direction here. We have Marauder coming through for Dasik. Has the Kraken Slam down as well. So we've seen like some Marauder Kindred be played. We've seen MF as well. So lots of different ways he can take this. But Marauder, even the classic E line, which we've not seen at all today, still an option. Still something could pull out. So Dasik leaving himself open in a lot of ways.
Yeah, we saw a Yi on a board, but it wasn't itemized at all. It was just like, okay, we're there for fun. All the important units are going to be, on the Riven and other things that fit onto it. But with the Marauder, not going to be any straight synergy we have online right now. But hey, farming a little bit of gold there, has some okay damage to kill a unit or 2, right? And that could be the difference later on.
Yeah, and does have that We Stick Together as well for his augment, so it does mean that if you're playing this Marauder line, any of these other Marauder units will be buffed, so certainly does give him good options. As we do get in here, it is Ari and Kill, so either some rerolls or potentially a Reforger coming through here.
Yeah, and wherever you use a Reforger, you get a little bit of gold too, so it's a little bit of econ kind of either way. Yeah. But Ari going to be leaning definitely really good when it comes to the reroll lines if they want to stabilize, especially on 3-2. But if you're in a strong spot, you could just save him for a while.
Feels like not many rerollers in this particular lobby so far, or at least not many that are going for low cost reroll. We might have some 3 costs potentially down the line. So G players maybe leaning towards Kale, likes of Reforger, as you touched on, giving you extra gold as well, can help you fix your items. Very, very nice here. They went for the coin flip, but did get the 2 items rather than a Radiant, so not the best possible outcome here.
Yeah.
Which, when you start off the game with a coin flip that you lose out on, is definitely not ideal.
No, it feels like, all right, well, RNG hates me. I got to play from behind now. It's still going to be all right, however. Still going to be in an okay spot, just not as good as we could have been in. Gobister with an Akali 2 very early. Just Thieves Gloves on it. Not some super crazy items. For Basso, though, it's really nice that this Leona's, even though it's only 1-star, probably going to generate at least 1 gold every single fight here, even against things like an Akali 2.
Yeah, even, as you said, as a 1-star, every round we've seen it load in, it's at least picked up 1 gold. Gobo, despite the fact he's birthday presents, hasn't been able to pick up many wins at all, and picked up the win there, but lost 3 rounds this stage. However, we do have the potential for level 9, level 10. When you have prismatic lobbies, things can definitely get out of hand. So amplifies the chance that birthday presents can be just a great pickup if you're almost guaranteed level 9.
Definitely. This is point in the game where the amount of gold players have is very important, right? Who's making these econ breakpoints. Basso Skills is the richest player in the game, which we'd expect him to, having the least HP. But everyone else has done pretty good at stabilizing and not losing too much, however. But the gold does reflect that. No one's super rich right now.
Yeah, no one's incredibly far ahead. Basso will be printing Leonas, potentially. Hasn't so far really been able to get any any going. Did take quite a while to get to the 2-star, but off the back of the moguls, especially with you have the gamblers coming down the line as well, and if you're playing this AP flex and you have LeBlanc, a great holder for that. So it definitely feels like not only is this an econ augment you've picked up, you're going to make great use of both items as well.
Yeah, definitely. And as soon as we said, oh yes, Leona's printing gold every single turn, it then died before 35 stacks that round, going up against the TF3, right? Just a lot of burst damage there, wasn't able to hang on long enough, but that's okay. We do see 2 Fnatic members win streaking with 5 wins now with Philip and Minhee.
And they have the 5 loss.
And they have the 5 loss as well. We did see a similar thing last game, however.
In last game, I think it was even better. They had 2 5 wins.
Yeah.
And then 2 players on a 4 loss and a 5 loss. So the streaks, especially when we have prismatic lobbies like this, they definitely can play a massive role. We saw last game it quickly fell apart for Fnatic.
Yeah.
Direction is definitely much more important than how much extra econ you're getting.
Yeah, it's just like the first step of the plan, right? You're able to start off strong, start as you want to.
What you want, but then last game fell apart a bit.
Yeah, how do you then bridge that gap between the early game and the mid game? I think that's really where it started falling off, and then we're like, okay, we just have to roll to 0. We don't have that much resources to do it with, and you get stuck on things like a quirky one.
Yeah, I mean, we'll forget about that, and I'm sure the players will as well. We do see Gobo here on this birthday present, but actually 6 copies of Akali here, so are you tempted to stay and potentially dig for it?
Yeah, I don't know. This is a very interesting position. No one else, I believe, had Akali. Oh, there was one, actually, other Akali too, I believe, with a Thieves' Gloves.
And Dathnub is playing that standard Primordium board, so definitely something he can run anywhere. Akali's an easy deny. She's a good trait bot for a lot of the level 9 boards as well. So risky if you're, especially when your Prismatic Augment is push levels, go.
Yeah.
I think you'd be more tempted to just use the Akali as a tempo unit. However, maybe if you pick up one more copy soon, that'll change your mind.
I mean, it's totally fine, too, to just use that Akali 2 and hold 2 on the bench to grief everyone else, as long as your team doesn't need copies, right? Or if they do need them for the late game boards, right, you can sell them off before your team rolls.
I mean, right now, he's just playing both, so as we do get into our second augment, we knew it would be another Prismatic coming through. Rico, off his worth of wit, finally hits that point 3. We see pop up there. So, see.
Golden gamble, flip it another coin again. No, invested, however, a lot of gold as an option, but no.
Hold the line, picked up instead. Basic here, one of our players that is going to be rolling a little bit off it, leaning for this Marauder line, does want to get himself going. So, doesn't have the Akali 2-star as of yet, though, which is, wants to get there, but at least has the Jax for the time being.
Yeah, it does have the We Stick Together augment again as well, right? Anything that shares the Marauder tag, going to get a lot of buffs from that. The attack speed, of course. Going back to Dathnub. Okay, we got a Hull Crusher on that Belveth.
I think Dathnub after last game, just playing the whole game with no HP, he's thinking, I want to be as strong as possible right now.
Yeah, it's a lot of Thieves' Gloves.
Coming up against the Gwen 3 on the other side, and actually already our early Ram has picked up from Rico, so a nice little item holder for his tank items there. So Gwen going to make pretty quick work of this board. We touched on Gwen, maybe not the best possible hit, but certainly very good. Certainly a good secondary carry in the late game, and early game you're just going to be able to win so many rounds. And then essentially your augment is just 2 gold a round, which is not bad at all.
No, it's not. I think that's still really good usage of that Gwen. It can get you through the mid game, like you're saying, pretty darn well, and it's exactly what it's doing. But now we see on this board, can this Belveth hang on? Well, there's Blood Blast on both sides, I suppose, but 6 Brawler from Philip does go down.
Fall down there, and we do see getting our second artifact coming through for Bosso. He is getting that Gambler's Blades. With him being Kale as well, he does have the access to the extra Reforges. So the potential to reforge out of an econ artifact into something stronger in the late game, if you really do need to flip, if you're in a position where you can't beat the opposition, something we'll have to keep an eye on.
Absolutely. I think that's a fantastic shout. You could low roll and get, an AP item when you have an AD comp or vice versa. No, it's definitely an option, especially if you're just losing round after round. You're like, I need to do something. Those risky plays we're talking about, I think Fnatic need to recognize, especially after game one, need to recognize when they can go for those kind of plays.
Yeah, I think definitely something you'll keep in mind. We see both Reforges have been held already. Do see another player going up against Dasek here on the other side. Belbeth really has been the flavor of the day in terms of early item holder, just making so much work of pretty much anything you throw on top of her. Dasek picks up a pretty big win there.
Yeah, Jax as well, I think, for another 2 cost. That's the frontline version of the item holder, but also just stays alive for so incredibly long.
Jax 2, Akali 2, they're problems for sure.
Yeah, they're like 3 costs, maybe 4 costs, depending on the game, it feels like.
We've definitely seen worse, though, so...
Absolutely.
Not too bad, all things considered. It definitely hasn't been dominant in the day by any means. I don't think it's done particularly well so far. So.
No, it has surprised in situations where we didn't think it really would, but it's definitely not ran away with anything. I think usually in events like this, we see like, hey, if there's this comp uncontested in this game, it's going to get a top 4, right? It's going to be have a strong finish, but not this time around, really.
Checking back in here with Gobo, who after the tough start with his birthday presents leveled to 5 at 2-2. And lost at the 2-1, lost 2-2, so not the perfect start. Has now able to go to level 7, making 50 gold. Has a bunch of TGs coming through as well, so it's 5 costs down the line. Even if he low rolls it, it's going to have something to throw on top of it at least.
But I thought 3 TGs was excessive on the other board that had Band of Thieves, but no, this is going to be 4. Or
Lucky
was 4.
Gloves loading in, potentially.
Hey,
I mean,
that would be pretty
There's a good chance of it, I'll just say. So.
Absolutely, with another Prismatic, of course, coming through. But Philip, right, with the 6 Brawlers, 3 Primordians. There is Belbeth 2 now. Last round that we saw it was only Belbeth 1. But against Gobo, right, the birthday present player, trying to win streak, does have MF2 now in the back line. That's a lot of damage, especially paired with that Belbeth 2 now.
Yeah, MF definitely one of the best hits you can get with your birthday present caller. Your 3 costs, because you can run different variants of her. You can almost guarantee that you're going to have some way to fit her in, especially when you have a bunch of TGs. Does make the difference here, able to pick up a win against Philip, who isn't the strongest, so Gobo should really be winning this round.
Yeah, absolutely, and did win. I was a little bit scared for Gobo when we saw him at 3-2, level 6. It was like 30-something goals.
Yeah.
And that's not where you want to be as a birthday present player. Like, sure, yes, you can just use all your gold to level up and use that recover your economy from that win streak that you would probably get from playing so aggressively.
Yeah, played so aggressively, potentially punished from it, but actually no, and has been able to put together a really solid board, and he's holding key pieces as well. So the likes of Aatrox and Akali, he's probably going to be playing this legendary suit board where you throw a TG on Shen, you can throw one on Blitz, Fiora. Those are the 2 pieces you add in. So he's holding his units that he needs for level 9. It's a player that is going to try go all the way up.
Can play around 5 Nova for a little bit of the mid game as well. If you find a Kindred, if you luck into that, it's like, okay, this just slots on board right now. It's super strong. It's going to carry me again, like you're saying, to that level 9.
Yeah, feels like birthday presents where there's so many 5 costs. If you do play the legendary suit board, it's difficult to miss. Does come up against his teammate here, who is on that Gwen 3, and Gwen 3 does make the difference, I think. Gobo will be more than happy to lose that round. Rico's cap off the back of Worth Away, and Pandora's even a little bit lower.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, speaking of these frontline tanks, Maokai now with that 2 Warmogs, 1 Gargoyle Stoneplate. That was Jax a little bit earlier, but Maokai a little bit stronger. And this is where the TF for Minhee does start to fall off.
Been making it work so far, but checked in at just the wrong time.
Yeah, was at the top of the standings in HP until that round, right? 82 HP now, 1 loss. Minhee still, I think TF has done its job getting you throughout stage 2 and stage 3 relatively healthy.
Yeah, and a player now who is up against it, though, checking in with Bosso. 10 loss streak Crowan. Yes, he's got a bunch of econ coming through. He might have to already do the flip with the Reforger we were talking about.
Yeah.
Does have Hold the Line, which on the Shepherd line, definitely a good pickup. But you're essentially almost 1 life already, so a very difficult spot to turn around.
There is a lot that has to happen for Bosso in a little amount of time. Level state starts rolling, does find a Karma 2, a pair of LeBlancs as well, actually. If we could find another 4-cost upgrade very soon. Then there it is, the LeBlanc and the Karma. This is very good. Has the 5 Shepherd online as well. Frontline is also not bad. It's going to be the Alawi 2, or actually one off of Alawi 2. Yeah, one off of Leona 3. I think that was a fine roll down for Basso there.
Yeah, the backline's definitely came together. Comes up against his teammate who hasn't yet committed his gold, so we'll be able to pick up a win as well. Hopefully now can print Leona 3. I think this was a little sketchy round if you come up against one of the players on the godlike side, but able to come up against the teammate here. Frontline, as he said, it's not the worst, but definitely still needs a bit of work.
Yeah, I think the item slams are really good too there. You're not going to ideally want that Void Staff on the LeBlanc later. That will go on to the Karma, but having on the Karma is still really good. A Sunfire for your front line on your main tank, it's just gonna get you to that point where you get another really good tank item. And that's exactly, you know, where Boston need to stabilize as we do get our 3rd prismatic choice. That was like a snap pick there from Tewa.
He wants to go quickly with this turn. I think he knows that he's looking for a lot of highly contested units here. We've already seen elsewhere that a lot of the backliners he'll be digging for have already been picked up, but the frontliners, not the case. So,
yeah, with Commerce Core there being the snap pick from Deho, that's like 32 gold worth of rerolls, and then you get 6 gold worth of rerolls, right? 3 for the rest of the game every round.
Another player that did take hold of the line as well, so very good on the Shepherd line. Definitely hasn't hit the back line, but the front line is looking pretty good. So still needs to find quite a lot here, though. It feels like comparatively to our other Shepherd player who hit a lot of upgrades, Dahuya quite a way off his spike.
I think this is a situation where we really need to roll a bit more aggressively there, but Barry, that is an egg.
And it's an egg off Call to Chaos, but it is on our win streaker, Cohen. So you might think, oh my god, I've Call to Chaos into an egg. But this is our worth the wait player, and I talked about worth the wait Pandora's. You're potentially going to be down quite a bit of power in the late game. You're certainly going to be down quite a bit of power for stage 4 here because we have this egg, but he has the potential to get there. I think Godlike maybe still be a bit disappointed with it though. They were hoping this is a player that could just keep tempo, and then trade HP to the rest of his team. Now not necessarily able to do it. However, maybe can cash out the egg, especially with you can guarantee wins maybe against your teammates to cash out the egg. So Godlike will have to be in tune here. They'll have to lock it in pretty urgently. Dasik going up to level 9, getting himself a Vex 2, or level 8, sorry, but having Vex 2 already. So some players that can definitely trade lives to Rico.
Yeah, for Minhee, another Call to Chaos, but that gave 6 components, which looks really good, actually. These are some great AP items. You got a little bit of a secondary carry, plus a utility unit now with that Melio, and Morgana. Gragas being the frontline carriers are not fantastic considering it's Morgana 1. The items are good to find the units down, but Minhee is on 50 gold, is 38 XP already into level 8, so might lose this round, might lose another, but will go level 9 soon enough and have a ton of items to fit on these 5 costs.
And he's the Fnatic player that going into that round had the most HP, so they're thinking, okay, you're buildable TF, you saved HP off the back of it. For these next few rounds, we'll try trade some blows. Hopefully he can give some extra lives over to his team. And then, as he said, go up to level 9. But a few Fnatic players dropping down as we do get into our 3rd God pick. Just either some rerolls or a glove. So
one glove.
Rerolls definitely could be impactful though. 7 rerolls, a lot of gold that you can save. And so many players digging for a lot of contested units could make the difference.
Absolutely. We saw, Comet's Core being picked. It's like, hey, I just want 60 rerolls right now because I want to find my units. And 7 rerolls, not too shabby from the Karma there. Tehua hitting. All right, Aurelion Soul and Karma 2. So not bad there. Does reforge the tier into a TG, but it's just doing a bunch of it, actually. We'll see where that lands.
The strikers, so not bad at all. Able to move the Morello over to Karma, who's a better holder for it. In this scenario, you're just using the LeBlanc for more hold the line value. It can now be Sona instead, which is going to be even better. So we've seen Shepherd AP Flex, lots of different backline carries you can use it with. Dahuya going for the Aesol Karma pairing, should be able to make it work.
Absolutely. Now we see 2 players potentially on elimination point here. Dehua on the left with 14 HP, Basso on the right with only 9 HP. Looks like Basso is on a little bit of a trouble here, but some great damage coming out from LeBlanc, and Karma means he's going to win that round. Same thing on the other side as well from Dehua. Both players stabilizing. and able to hang in there for now, at least.
Who with a commanding victory, actually made quick work of that Minhee board. So a bit of a statement victory, just to test how strong this backline is you've put together. Certainly has made it work. And Minhee's board, as we said, unfortunately, just lacking a little bit in the front line, still on that mark on a 1-star. I think on the flip side, we saw Rico losing. That does make sense. He's called to Chaos. This guy essentially has no augments right now. So that's why we won the 3 loss. But for Godlike, they still have 3 players in the top 3 of the standings right now. HP is very close in this lobby. Bosso, the only player potentially dropping down for this Fnatic squad. Dahuya, similarly very low on HP. Eliminations are incoming very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to take a look at the left-hand side here for Dehua going up against Philip there. This Karma 2 Reliant Soul 2 is going to do a ton of damage, but the Fraulein, right, it's just a Leona 3 really with items. That was a great CC coming across from the Nunu as well. This Belvet just gets deleted, and yeah, Dehua is going to be able to take the round win just like Bosso's skills here yet again. Both players seem very strong right now. At least for now.
And he came up against a brawler Yi, actually. So Yi is being played in this particular lobby, but Yi was on the back line, able to walk forward and get focused down by that ASOL. We see here Gopo taking a defeat to his teammate. So he touched on this. Exactly as I said, a potential opportunity for them to cash out this egg. Gobo had the HP to sacrifice for Rico. TGs are on the bench. Able to give an all-important win over to your suddenly your potential win-out player with this egg.
I think the egg player is going to always become the win-out player, at least in many situations.
Day6 doing his thing. So
yeah, Day6 just quietly is 9 win streak here.
This spot's real good as well, let's be honest.
Yeah, I am scared for Fnatic. Very much so, because these godlike players are able to just find these lines out of nowhere, right? Playing these strong boards, saving a lot of HP, and econing really well on the side there, where a lot of Fnatic players are like, okay, I'm gonna be level 8 and roll down. There's 1 level 8 player per team, actually, Dehua for godlike and Darthnub for Fnatic. Everyone else is level 9, but not a lot of gold to work with.
Yeah, and Dahuya's job here is just to try eke out 1 or 2 positions. If he goes 7th, he's kind of done his job. He has the potential to even finish a little bit higher, though. He's had 2 pretty solid victories. He looks fairly strong. Any of his teammates will be able to give him a round as well. They're all HP to work with, unless you want to allow the egg player to win. That's the only thing they'll consider. But Dahuya...
going against Day6.
Going up against Day6. Day6 does look like he has most of his items in play, though, so they're maybe just thinking... Okay, we have 3 players that are in the top 3 right now. We don't want to potentially mess that up.
Yeah, let's just keep it there, right? It's okay if Dehua goes out in the bottom 4. If 3 players make it to the top 4 for Godlike, that is going to be a win. Yep. Oh, it's no. Whoa, losing but stay. Still alive as Minhee goes down actually in 8th place. Fnatic, the first to fall.
Some losses are wins, and that was exactly one of those. A 1-unit loss keeps you alive.
Perfect.
Minhee falls out. Dahuya has done his job, essentially. He's finished in this position. He's playing the denial game. We see he's just picking up these fall costs, doing what he can on the way out. A 7th place minimum will be pretty good. Bosso's 9 HP now. Day6 still on this 10 win streak. Godlike have so much potential upside. They have a fast 9 player with a bunch of TGs on all the legendaries. They have an egg player. Things are looking very scary for Fnatic.
Very scary for Fnatic. It has to be Darthnub continuing to win here. Philip did win last round, same as Bosso, but that cannot continue forever. It's going to be Dehua versus Bosso here. The 2 players we've been watching for the past few rounds finally go up against each other, Barry.
Yeah, both have this Leona as their primary tank. One of them falls earlier, though. We do see this ASOL is ramping up. Will it be able to take out the LeBlanc? See, however, though, on the flip side, the artifact for the Karma, making short work. Dahuya does fall down. Fnatic cling to life for the time being.
That was way closer than I thought it was going to be there. Bosso praying and holding on. Philip did take a loss, however, at 6 HP. Bosso at 9. Well, 32 for Gobo, 38 for Raiko. There is a big gap still to get past if Fnatic are going to keep alive here in this series.
Yeah, it's a mountain to climb, and there's that forever looming egg around the corner as well. So Bosso is on this 4 win streak, but he doesn't have any extra lives to work with. He has the Ares Aura, which made a huge difference. We saw a Sona 2 was hit for him. Philip does get the Fiora 2 in as well, but no items on top of it. So it's just going to, well, other than the Brawl Emblem, so we'll see how much it can do. Akali is stuck there for the time being. Coming up against his teammate, though, Darthnub will potentially be able to give him the victory.
Yeah, this is a nice creative board here, I think, from Philip, right? You're playing the 5 Nova, but you're able to be level 9 and fit in a lot of other traits and synergies with all the emblems that come through. And it's fairly strong. Darth Nub taking the loss there, right? Had the HP to sack. Basso, however, is going to find the win as well. Super important. Gobo goes to 16 HP. That is potentially just 1 life remaining. But Darth Nub taking the loss is still scary, though.
And here is the egg cash out.
Wow.
So that is the key moment we were waiting
122
for.
gold.
We have a bunch of gold to work with. We're going to level 10. We have the Tactician's Crown coming in. We got an extra item. Suddenly a player that is just looking so scary in this lobby. We knew he would get to this point. He had a lot of HP to work with. He had his teammates to give him victory, give him lives if he needed it. And Rico now should be able to put together an Exodia board.
Yeah. It's looking like a 25% chance to find a 5 cost. We get to level 10. Found the Blitzcrank 2. Found the Gen 2 like it was nothing. So strong there. Gobo, potentially 1 life. Basso, definitely on 1 life. And it's Basso versus Philip.
Gobo comes up against his teammate who has just cast out the egg, so eliminations likely here. Basso does have that Ares aura, which we saw make such a difference in the previous round. Coming up against Philip, it looks like it's going to be the same mix. Quick work with it. Philip falls down here, and Gobo able to kill at least a few units here against Rico. Himself clings to life. Just.
That is crazy. Gobo 1 HP and a dream. If Gobo hangs on and one of Darth Nub or Basso skills goes out here, that's going to be a clean 2-0 from Godlike. But Fnatic, they have to dodge each other and as well win against these powerhouse boards like that egg cash out. I don't know if they can do it, Barry.
I mean, even this Gobo board, it nearly beat the egg cash out, so I think Gobo's probably going to take down either of the Fnatic players as well. It seems really difficult for them to turn this game around. Just on HP alone, I feel like they don't have enough to work with. Darth Nub playing a humble Corky Riven. We know when it gets to this point of the game, it does start to fall off. A lot of power from his augments, though. We'll see if it makes a difference.
Yeah, as well. Let's see that Vex 2 in the backline. Double Rage Blade. Some good CC comes across from Nunu as well. Morgana casting the Graves alive, but wrapping around here, however, is the Riven. It's still alive, getting a lot of good damage
Basso
done
falls
out there, but Basso is down.
Darth Nub is down as well.
They both are. Godlike Esports 2-0 against Fnatic. And in a statement way too, Barry.
Statement victory. We can see that he is so happy with that victory. Gobo, the sole representative for France here, able to pick up a massive victory. Top 4 last year with the Aegis squad. But that was dominant. Both games, they were essentially just running away with things. 3 players in the top 3. Nothing Fnatic could really do in either of these games here, and I think you can see how much it means to this squad. They didn't know if they would be able to get everybody here. Day6 so happy to be able to just get that first game out of the way. What a victory from Godlike.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm happy Day6 to be able to be here as well, right? Definitely love to see him compete and get such a strong victory. And we were talking about for Fnatic, right? How could they potentially bounce back in game number 2? They started off strong, right? They had the 2 win streakers. They had the 5 loss, the 2 5 win streakers. But still, it's really that mid to late game transition point that they start to truly struggle.
Yeah, it feels like both their early games, were very convincing.
Yeah.
They knew exactly how to play this stage 2, but the direction was just lacking. They didn't have the best line selection. It feels like the comps they opted towards playing. Ultimately, we did have triple prismatic here, which is high variance. You have a
game warping.
You have a player with a bunch of HP hitting Call to Chaos, so I think Fnatic shouldn't beat themselves up too much after this one. Difficult game to put behind you, but now no more mistakes can be made. They'll be in the losers bracket tomorrow. Fnatic, it's the 3rd time they've came with a 3rd different squad. Will this one go the same way as the others?
I don't know. Yeah, the squads have had pretty high expectations every single time, and they've unfortunately fallen short. They've had some really strong players. I think this squad is going to be just like that in terms of their strength. But let's take a look, of course, at some moments from that last game to take a look just at how Godlike Esports dominated that matchup.
Yeah, and everybody else for this Godlike squad had pretty comfortable spots by this point, but Tahuya had the most difficult to navigate. It feels like his job was finish 6th place, 7th place if he could, and just claw a few positions. We saw played very flexibly around this AP line, didn't hyperfixate on any particular carry, was just playing whatever he was given, able to claw a few positions. Boss on the other side, kind of forced with his Rage Blade and his Gamblers, has to be LeBlanc. Did hit the backline very quickly on his roll down. but the front line unfortunately didn't put together quick enough. And we saw he did get pretty strong and start to put together a streak, but he just needed more lives to work with.
Yeah, and Minhee had some nice upgrades there, but just the units that weren't good enough to stay alive in that game. For Basso as well, right? You're talking about these are not great items. The Reforger to come through, it's mittens on the LeBlanc. It's cute, but not going to be. Yeah, definitely worth a try. Man, this round was so close as well. Did end up
with
winning.
the Arizora, which did end up make a difference, especially in this round. But as we touched on, I mean, Godlike had 3 win-out players, ultimately. Any of those 3 could have won the lobby, and it's just so difficult to turn it around. I think Dasic was just running away with things. He never was dropping rounds. I mean, when you have a birthday presents player with this many TGs, you're just going to put together the legendary suit board and everyone gets a TG. You know, even with a lack of combat strength from the rest of your augments, it's still going to be powerful.
Yeah, I think not a lot of teams would have approached that game the same way as Godlike did, right?
Very
of course,
aggressive.
Yeah, super aggressive, having 3 potential win-out players as well, right?
Yeah.
Being like, hey, I'm going to take Egg in this spot. Even though Dasic was on like a 9 streak, you know, near that point as well. It was just so crazy.
It was called to chaos.
It was, sure. Actually, that's true. That's true. I was thinking like, oh yeah, chose Egg. No, just having to play around at that point, then your team adapts and it's like, okay, let me give you some wins where I can. You can be very strong when the Egg cashes out, and then Dasic, you know, can just put the power back on his board, and it just happened that way, right? It was just too many strong boards for Fnatic to be able to deal with.
I mean, even taking Call to Chaos is a risk as well, so not ended up being the Egg, which paid off, but we saw Dahuya as well went for Golden Gamble, which he lost the coin flip on, so they definitely took their risks, but calculated risks. They knew that some of these prismatics, if you are able to get the coin toss, can work out so well. Just had clear direction early on, and I think they know that these fast 9, fast 8 AP boards are the way to play. Executed them perfectly.
I think they had a game plan. They're willing to take risks and also willing to be like, all right, this risk didn't quite work out in the way I thought it would. Now, how do we pivot, right? And I think that's definitely a skill that separates good from great TFT players, right? I talk about that concept kind of a lot. And willing to pivot. Things don't go your way. How are you going to salvage it? I think Godlike did fantastic at that.
Yeah, they certainly did. I mean, we can't emphasize enough that both these games were very commanding. And we see here, ultimately, they had 3 players that were in a position to win out. As we see, Rico was just so powerful off the back of the Call to Chaos cash out. Dasic, not Broseph, we've been swapping in and out between the two of them.
Sure.
On, as you said, there's Nova line, playing around the legendaries as well with Vex. So just so many players and that were in such a commanding position. Unfortunately for Fnatic, they were just playing catch up the entire time.
Yeah, right. Minhee in a tough spot in that game as well. Having to play around the Aurelian Soul and the Blitzcrank as your 2 damage dealers. It's like a little awkward there, even with the Sona being thrown in. But where's the front line, right? Morgana, Nunu not able to quite do enough. I don't even know if they were both upgraded at that point either. So it is a little unfortunate. Fnatic going to be out, but Godlike Esports, of course, taking that victory. Let's go to Trouble with an interview.
Thank you guys so much. I've got the yapper himself here, Dehwa. He's been telling me all the secrets. First of all, congratulations for a very quick 2-0. Did you expect it to be this easy?
I'll be honest, when we knew Dasic was coming, it was kind of expected in our mind. I mean, with him, I just feel very confident that we can beat anybody in the world, really. So, especially like a team like Fnatic, who we didn't rate.
He's smirking right behind you while you say it. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, I'm saying it's just expected. We feel that we should be favored against any team we play. And yeah, hopefully we can prove that going forward.
There was a crazy 24-hour roller coaster. Obviously, Broseph, who's your coach, was going to jump into Dasic's shoes today, but Dasic's back. Did that shake the dynamic in whatever way in your team?
Not really. I mean, obviously, we'd love Dasic to be playing and to be on the team here, but we've kind of been playing and scrimming with a 5-man roster. Just I still work, so sometimes I can't scrim, and Raiko's been having PC problems, so Broseph always would sub in here. So we felt confident no matter what the lineup was, that we could definitely win and go far into this tournament.
How come this lineup came together? When we're talking about orgs in general, we don't really see a lot of NA/EU deals going on. So how did that come about?
Basically, when the points were forming, I was like, I kind of want to make a close qualifier team, in all honesty. So I hit up Dasic because he had a lot of points through the EU circuit. And then I was like, who else has a lot of points? I was like, so Raiko had a great performance in set 16. Went, I think, top 3 at regionals. So he was like, that was an obvious choice for us here. And then I was like, Brosif's one of my best friends in TFT. So I was like, I'm just going to pick him up. He went to Worlds that set as well. I thought it was an obvious choice. However, then like Gobo, just for some reason, no team wanted to pick him up. So we're like, hey, like, he's one of the best 4v4 players in the world, if not the best. So I was just like, that was an easy addition to our team. And then Brosif, best coach in the world, was like, I'm just going to coach. So it's no problem.
That's actually crazy because usually when you think of EMA, you think of the French community and the players, and Gobo is literally the only one representing that French community here. I have to ask you, you are certified IRL Yapper, Dasik is certified X-Yapper, so who's actually leading the team and who talks the most?
Oh, I think it's me by far. I'll be honest. Actually, Gobo was getting mad at me because I was so tired at during scrims yesterday because I was just like talking to everyone. But so today I decided to take it a little easier, and yeah, it seems like it worked out.
It has been working out so far. Now, of course, Dehua, you played Fnatic, but ahead of you, there's a bunch of Chinese teams laying around, and they have been pretty damn decisive. Is there one that particularly scares you the most? There's like the Hwanmi team with Aurora. They've got like 16 Tacticians crowns or something behind them in terms of experience.
To be honest, the team that I'm most excited to sort of play from China is JDG. We played them in scrims, and to be honest, we played them early. And we were not doing really well. We didn't really have our game plan set just because there was kind of a break for me from competing and for Reiko. And we scrimmed them. We like really got we lost really badly. And then they were like, hey, in a couple weeks, we want to scrim you again, where they pushed back some of our scrims actually. Then we played them again. It went a lot better. We still lost, but we feel like that really could have been our victory there. So definitely want to play them, kind of get our revenge back.
Well, that's great. I feel like JDG is on the other group, so you might have to wait a little bit to get to play them. Dehua, thank you so much and congratulations for that swift win over Fnatic. Thank you guys, and we'll see you very soon right after this.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
We booked Esports World Cup.
To the Esports World Cup 2026 Teamfight Tactics Edition. We are 3 best of 3s down and 1 to go, our last one of the day. I'm traveling and I'll be your host, Crowan and Tamura here with me to break down the start of our last best of 3 of the day, which will be between Nemesis and virtus.pro.
Yep, so an exciting best of 3 potentially to be looking forward to. So Team Nemesis coming in as a little bit of the underdogs, we would say, versus virtus.pro. They were the runner-ups last year here at the EWC, so a very formidable lineup, and they've brought them back. This is one of the few teams that have done that.
Absolutely, right? There's not many rosters I can say that they've played together for this long, but virtus.pro, absolutely.
And before we jump straight into this, let's see how our brackets have formed for both of our streams, Stream A and Stream B, just to see where we're actually standing. Again, you lose to best of 3s, you're out. You win to best of 3s, you are good to go. So here are the teams on Group A, which were mostly on the other side. We have Weibo and Godlike advancing forward. We just saw Godlike win over here, and that will be the best of 3. T1 versus Fnatic on the bottom side.
That's a crazy matchup to have, right? These prestigious organizations, T1 and Fnatic, but one of them is going to go home, however. We saw Fnatic really struggle. T1, right, put up a fight against Weibo. Don't know exactly how that matchup went, but at least it was a 2-1. Might be looking a little better than Fnatic if they don't change things up.
Yeah, Weibo making it through, and that's kind of been the story of today, is that some of the top teams are actually defending their titles. You can see that Mao's knocked out against ag.al. Zeta Division, another really strong performing team there on the likes of Tidal, the Japanese side there. The high expectations coming in, and they managed to pull through alongside with Aurora Gaming as well, which we predicted would be at the top.
And that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at Aurora. They're sitting backstage and they're like, who is our opponent going to be for our next best of 3? Well, what's no further is going to be right here, right now, our last best of 3 of the day on Stream B. And gentlemen, I'm looking at Team Nemesis and I'm like, wait a minute, this Phoenixa guy, doesn't he play from like a garage or something?
Hey, Phoenixa is colloquially known as Garage Guy. Yes. He is one of the players who is who's been around NA scene, for a long time though at this point. I think the team overall, there's a lot of question marks, a lot of unknowns about how well they're going to play as a team. Kind of similar to that Nongshim we were talking about earlier. Can they really say that, hey, no expectations are on us, so let's just play our game and have that 4v4 experience?
Most definitely. And we're getting towards the end of the day, and it's going to be up to Team Nemesis to bring us one of the biggest upsets, because we've been looking for it. We've been trying to predict it. Barry had faith, but the upsets, they just really haven't been happening much today, have they?
No, and I'm really excited actually, because not only do they have an adorable plushie for Team Nemesis, which looks really cool, but they're also the only mixed gender team that we have this year in EWC 2026 Teamfight Tactics tournament. However, they've got a very tough task against them. It will be virtus.pro from APAC, and if you are not very familiar with them, the boys here on the desk are very much so.
Yep, so as I mentioned before, virtus.pro, the runners-up. This is a strong powerhouse team from Vietnam down in APAC, and, they are here to play. They showed up before. We kind of counted out a little bit last year. However, they ran through the competition, making it all the way to the finals and just narrowly missing out, unfortunately. However, they actually had a bit of a rough time here, making it all the way through globals and only just barely getting qualified this time, Crowan.
Yeah, absolutely, which is a little surprising, right? Considering, right, getting that second place last year versus Weibo. But this is a team with a ton of international experience as well. Individually, they have 8 TAC Crown appearances amongst that whole roster. And these are names that definitely recognize, right? Mars as well, 3 times at Tacticians Crowns. Milo as well with 3, then 1 for NCC and 1 for Kian as well.
It is going to be a very stacked roster from virtus.pro, and of course holding the fact they have been to the finals and they could almost taste glory might make them that much more hungry versus Team Nemesis, who are coming in through an A. And honestly, I feel like when we're talking about regions a lot at EWC 2026, it has been APAC and it has been China that have dominated across multiple titles right here so far, and we're only on week 3.
Yep, and we're following that, that trend you're saying China and APAC, as the Chinese teams have done incredible today, and then we saw Zeta Division winning on the open bracket there, so APAC's showing up as well.
Well, gentlemen, you are very excited for Nemesis versus virtus.pro, so I'm going to leave it over to Tamura and Crowan to take you through our last best of 3 of the day here on Stream B.
Thank you very much, Trouble. And Tamura, I'm very excited for this series, because I think let's see what the Americas can do, right? There's a lot of expectations on this virtus.pro squad. Even though they struggled a little bit to get here, there's not much that we can really pull from the experience of Team Nemesis, besides for Phoenixa, right? Has been in the scene for a while, has gotten pretty far in America's regionals, but none of them have TAC Crown experience.
That's what makes it all that much more exciting, because we were hopeful before for the upsets, but I'm still hopeful. If anything, it's unlikely that we don't see something like this across multiple games. So who knows, it might be this series where the power of friendship, the unlikely 4, are able to take home against the Vietnamese giants.
Absolutely. As we get into game number 1 of virtus.pro versus Team Nemesis, Tamura, let's see what we get here.
Thresh and Echo. So we've seen quite a lot of Thresh today, and players are, opting towards taking that line. I think they just value the extra resources they get from it, even if it adds a little bit of variance. I think that it's just something that's safe to go for, given the current meta.
Right, especially if the other option is like, okay, I just don't need that. You're gonna click it every time and be a little happy that you guys get that, at least get that little econ on your side as well. And I think the meta has already started to develop a little bit over just the short period we've had in day number 1, especially looking around where we see the role of Akali Jax fit, where we see the role of AD compositions at level 8. It's not much of a role they have.
Yeah, and extra resources that you get throughout the game just from choosing that randomness, but also when you get to the end and you pick up the Thresh boon, you don't feel so bad about that. It's just a little bit of consistent resources versus something like the Evelyn, where you're willing to take that risk and take a little bit of extra player damage. That's something that even if they want to take those resources early, they can't risk that, because then when they get to the boon, it's just too game changing in a 4v4 environment.
Yeah, definitely. And we're making sure all the players have all of their equipment set up, everything working properly. before we get into the game here. But tensions are going to be pretty high here. You know, they've had to wait for the final match of the day to play, but they're going to be, you know, having watched everyone else, see what they're up to, see, you know, they might have scrimmed against each other. So they're just learning a bunch of new stuff, how everyone else is approaching the matchup.
Exactly. And also I wanted to touch upon the fact that the veterans of the VP have already been here. They've been on the stage. They know how to play. From the likes of Team Nemesis, you know, are they going to be getting any nerves? Is that going to be changing stuff? As we get delayed into the first game, is that going to be throwing them off a little bit? We had interviews previously talking about players who had more experience were able to shake off the nerves after repeating visits to EWC.
Absolutely. That's something to keep in mind for Team Nemesis here as we get back into game number 1. But it's going to be, I think, game 1 getting the jitters out. After game 1, though, I think there's no excuses. Like, all right, we went through that. Even if they take a loss, you know, they still are able to bring it back. It's best of 3 for a reason. And virtus.pro, a tall mountain to climb.
And it looks like Poppy's going to be giving us a few extra component anvils now. And also that we can see there was the bore there for the Stargazers. Something that's really just not been picked up at all. I don't think in any of the series anyone's gone, I'm going to play Lulu reroll or maybe Xayah this game.
Right, even the Build-A-Bud Twisted Fate 3 we saw just completely strayed away from it. I mean, it was the Serpent that game as well. But just looking to play tempo in that game. But for Milo here, yeah, rocking with a couple pairs of Lissandras. We've seen Lissandra 3s actually, I think more often than I've expected for today.
Yeah, definitely. To some success and to some failure. In some of the early games, we saw the Cho'Gath couldn't really come online to support that. Maybe this game will be different. So we see everyone's got access to those component anvils. So the open components that you can see on the left side of your screen there might not be as necessarily directional because you have a bit more flexibility after ripping those component anvils.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with all that direction and how poor we've seen AD compositions go, I think people are going to be leaning towards that AP line. But Phoenix did find an Akali from an open orb there. We'll see if they're able to stick with it there.
Yeah, and those extra AP items definitely don't scream out Akali. However, you know, you can pivot. Given a few different options here, the worth the wait, give him a lot of direction. You could pick that up early and let your team know what's going on.
Heroic grab bag.
Yeah, you could take the heroic grab bag and say, okay, me Akali. I got 2 component anvils. Surely I can't miss.
It's not going to be that, however.
Yeah, just going to be going for stock stand. I think he's recognized his items just didn't really kind of suit that. So instead, just going for something more generic. So you do get the Arbiters here. Do see there was a Leona option as well from Arbiter, so that's a nice way to get. We've seen a lot of Leona 3s. It's one of the most common 1-cost 3 stars, I think, so far.
Absolutely. Leona is really good. Probably better than the average, 1-cost frontliner in terms of that tank power. Still tanking very well into stage, end of stage 3, into stage 4 as well, especially when you get a few items on her. But would you look at this on the other side?
So we see the buried treasure over there for NCC1, so that's going to be perfect when synergizing with the Primordian opener. This means we can start to stack up that extra econ generated from those champions, making 10 gold already. That's perfect. Hasn't even ripped the component anvils, but most likely we'll be able to use that flexibility. Could we see another Akali 3?
Absolutely, and the flexibility is really the name of the game a lot of the time here, but when can you commit comparatively to the rest of your team, right? If your team's like, okay, I want to commit to this, and you're like, oh, I was thinking about that line, but now I got to pivot to something else, right? You can't be too flexible.
We actually saw that, I think it was before, when there was one team had multiple of the same players trying to play around the 2-cost line. So it was the Akali 3 as well as the Bel'Veth. So one player decided, okay, I will play Bel'Veth. I might not cap as highly, but at least it's going to give my entire 4-man team more success moving forward. And so that's going to be the aim of the game here.
Hey, absolutely. A Jax in the front line with a stone plate from Maris. Maris, a player of virtus.pro with the probably most experience, right? 3 attack round appearances, part of the roster as well as all of them to get second place last year in EWC. Off to a strong start here in game number 1.
Yeah, very, very strong start indeed. Having the solo frontline there with the Gargoyle synergizes so well with the Jax. We've seen Jax 2 really 2-star, make it all the way to fast 8, fast 9 with some of these other boards. Look, it doesn't cap out as strong. We know that if you can 3-star it with the Akali, it'll be a lot more powerful. But just given some of the items, look, I know they have flexibility of the components, but if you're given a bow and a rod, you might want to stay away from Akali and go to a fast 8.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually curious if anyone's going to be able to, across this entire event, get an Akali 3, Jax 3 line, because if someone someone sees that that is a possibility, it's like, okay, nope, let's just click all the Akali's Jaxes we see. It's going to be a whole team effort there.
Yeah, you really need extra econ. Sometimes if you get access to the extra champion duplicators, that's when they can start to
like
come
worth
online.
the wait kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. And then maybe they can hit. Otherwise, it's really just going to be the 2-star and pushing tempo, which has actually been a theme we've seen in previous EWCs. The first one was Syndra, second was Gangplank. These 2 costs are very, very strong in that regard. However, towards the end of the set, there's still a lot of other Fast 8 fleshed out comps that have been optimized a little bit better this time.
Yeah, give me flashbacks. The Syndra one, I mean, I just can't forget it. It was so long ago, but it was just so strong. I think Akali less so, but still very, very powerful in that way. Milo trying to streak here is going to be up 3 wins, taking out Sarah 2020 in that matchup.
We get a first look at what the gods are going to be offering us. Echo, the late delayed PvE round there, could be quite beneficial for some of these players who aren't playing a strong board. Now, the mini recombobulate.
That's interesting.
Oh, that's a lot of randomness to be thrown in. We've seen a lot of these players just default towards the Thresh because they really like a lot of the Thresh offerings. This one seems a little bit out there, though.
Right, it's going to be like, hey, if I have some upgraded 1 cost or 2 costs, do I want to just rip it? Because I'm not like really satisfied with what those options are. They're not going to be things that I'm keeping my board for a long time, but I think a lot of players probably will steer clear of that in favor of just more resources on the neutrals with that Scuttle Party.
Yeah, and the only thing to really consider is if you're trying to win streak and you have to take something like a delayed Scuttle Crab, you're not going to be getting that extra power. True. But the flip side is changing your entire board. So
yeah, it might make you weaker.
Exactly. If you already had a winning board streak, you're not really going to want to change it up and try and keep with what you already have.
Absolutely. Phoenix with the early Akali has 2 very strong items as well as now that Psionic.
Now that is starting to look a little bit more like a Xayah, if I'm not mistaken. He has slammed the Kraken already.
Yeah, crazy.
Has the front line. We haven't actually seen any Xayah yet, but has a position for it at least.
Yeah, I think it's... What else is it going to be, right? With the early Kraken. There's really good items on the Ornn as well to start off that front line. Talon, a very good early game unit when it comes to holding kind of whatever items. Is going to be jumping around, doing a lot of work, especially when Ornn is able to, you know, just hold on for that long.
Yeah. And Ornn, when you already have 2 items on him with his ability, and he just gets the triple item, and having something that early is really, really powerful because none of these other players, as I say that, like the Akali, will have 3 items. It's just super rare.
Yeah, there's a Psionic item right in there as well, so it's basically 2, a little cheat for the 3rd item, however. But there's Rageblade potential going to, however, be waiting. But we do see a Stargazer finally, Tamura.
Yeah. Finally, and playing around that Jax is just, as we know, such a powerful unit in the early and mid game. And even as you start to push levels, we know that they like to play around these cheaper budget unit costs, and then they can roll a little bit slower. One thing I am worried about is that when you put your items like this on 2-6, you're kind of screaming to the world, if you hold my Xayahs, I'm going to be in trouble.
Yep.
And with a lot of the AP flex boards, that's not always the case because they have multiple outs.
Absolutely. Some players, you know, with the Aurelion Soul even, but it works out for them. There's the Karma, there's the Nami, there's the LeBlanc. There's so many options where the AD lines just really don't have that. But here it's a little unfortunate for virtus.pro, Maris, and Milo go against each other, but Maris is going to be the sole 5 win streaker into neutrals, and CC1 and Kian, though, down at the bottom, both 5 lost.
Yeah, both 5 lost perfect, just around sitting around 70 HP. Now, pretty much all of them are going to be going into a lovely Scuttle Puddle, boosting up their economy. So virtus.pro already putting themselves in a really good macro position just based off HP and gold.
Absolutely. See what this Scuttle is able to provide because, you know, not that much gold here for Maris. I think being at 25 is relatively poor for the first neutral round. However, things will stabilize here soon. Going to get a bunch of components and see if there are more items that are slammed, right? Because we've already pretty much committed. Might as well if we get something that is just makes sense for the line.
Yeah, exactly. And almost all these players are going to be getting to 50 gold soon now, maybe 40 if we're holding on to a relatively expensive board. See that Panchi here is playing around that Zoe. We know that if we can get the Leona 3-star online relatively early, this is a cheap board that can come together without much rolling. And then it's just a matter of whether or not you can pivot at level 8 or get to 9.
Yeah, Panchi doing a good job, actually. Not having leveled at all was just, you know, naturally level 4 there, still in the neutrals. But 90 HP, we're playing around that Leona 2, playing around the Zoe 1, with 2 items. That was pretty strong, and I think assuming that she can find that Zoe too, probably a bit more frontline, you can really have a good spot here in stage 3.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how much these players will kind of change their game plan now that they know that they've already picked up one of the Echo offerings as well, if they want to try and force that Thresh boon, which is what we've seen previously. However, if you get things like the Recombobulator, it can be quite scary. We do see some really nice Akali items already being picked up here as well from Phoenix.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 out of 3 of kind of the best in slot that people will be going. Deathblade being that 3rd option. And Gargoyle Stoneplate Warmogs, of course, is a fantastic frontline combo as well. Items are pretty much perfect as we get a prismatic choice for 3-2 here. Golden Gamble, perhaps.
And we can get some extra items here. Yeah, looks like it's going to be the extra items. If you could have gotten a 3rd item here for your Akali, the Radiant, yeah, or the Ornn. But, you know,
2 at least.
Still very helpful because there's a chance that you can finish your items by the time we enter stage 4.
Yes, there is, but we'll have to see what those anvils are going to bring here soon. Maybe we find... Is there ever like an argument to roll for Ornn 2 here, do you think? Or is Akali 2 going to be enough with that Ornn 1?
I guess that just depends on the matchups, right? If you're versing your own teammates, you don't want to dish out too much of a loss, because if you do hit that Ornn 2 and you actually slam the items, I mean, he still has the ability to get 3 more items here. He can make, yes, he does make the Spirit Visage there. So this Ornn's going to be very unkillable. And with the extra 2 items, I don't think many other boards are going to be beating it. That being said, though, going up against Riveting, 94 HP, it's team-on-team action.
All right, the Infinity Edge being picked up there for the Akali, and it was the Dragon Claw being picked up as the 2nd item for those item anvils. But this is just so strong, right? The Ornn able to make that Spirit Visage into the Radiant version. Akali with 3 items. There's just not much that Riveting can do on the other side there.
And that was someone who was already on 94 HP, so arguably had a very strong board for stage 3-2. And we saw previously how even Akali 1 could be strong enough to clear through stage 3. So just recognizing I can play a little bit slower, save my econ, and then come back later.
Absolutely. And the emblems here, we've seen a lot of players really start leaning towards those emblems. I think there's really a lot of good options that you could find. Seeing verticals going up to like that 7 Shepherd. We see 7 Space Groove a decent amount of the time. Vanguard as well as Space Groove here, because getting a lot of vertical Vanguards is rather strong.
A little bit awkward here with the items. Does have really good items there for the Zoe and manages to quote-unquote high roll the LeBlanc. But with those items, that's not really the full cost that you're looking for.
No, it's not. Would much rather be a Nami in that position. LeBlanc liking to attack very fast, and will be a little bit monologued there with the Shojin. However, it is still strong for this point in the game, and with that Zoe in the back line with 3 items, it's probably going to be enough to win this round versus Kian, but the front line is nearly falling. It's a close one there for Panchi.
Yeah, going to be able to take out a win there, but going up against the savings account, quite a weak option, as we are going to be seeing what else the players are offered here. So the Blessings between Echo or the standard Mystery. Now, we've seen a lot of Mysteries picked up so far.
Yeah, we have, but the 20% attack speed, right? That's going to be pretty solid for a lot of these different boards, but right, like you say, wanting to pick up one of the Echo ones, but then 2 Thresh to get that Thresh boon at the end. Players are probably going to click that.
Yeah, maybe only someone like who's locked in and they can utilize it now. Putting it onto someone like the Akali could be quite beneficial, and just recognizing, okay, I'm gonna go with Echo boon for this route. As we can see, a lot of the players here, Sarah has managed to pick up the Thresh as well, so wanting to play towards that and is starting to build up those Threshes.
Yeah, Morgana and some gold it looked like for Sarah 2020 there. Morgana, definitely a solid frontline answer if you're looking for one. Does go on the board. Level 7, right, comes through with that extra gold. So can fit a lot of good stuff onto this board. Morgana can become the primary frontliner. And in stage 3, Morgana 1 sometimes good enough to do it.
Yeah, and still isn't entirely locked in. Is playing this Timebreaker, so it can push levels, get to level 8, and then pivot into the comp, but still has access to that Reforger. So not entirely locked in to all of those emblems here, but just waiting to see what we get at our next neutrals before we kind of hard commit ourselves to our final board.
Yeah, definitely. When you get the neutrals and then decides like, okay, which of these emblems do I want to reforge, if any? What items do I want to reforge? Probably not items, however, might be okay. with that Void Staff and Guard Breaker. But Sarah does going to be losing there to the Lissandra.
Yeah, perfect loss though. 5 loss streak here, 1 unit loss. That's exactly what you want to see. As we do get, if Maris didn't say that he was playing Xayah before, he definitely is now.
There we go. The Rage Blade, which was an option in the early game, but wasn't slammed, now is on this board here, probably just to be like, all right, I'm going to maintain my streak. Looking at this board on paper, it doesn't really look that strong. It doesn't look like a confirmed, 9 win streak, but that's the power of early game talent like I was talking about earlier. And Jax just needs to be a Jax 1 apparently to do it.
Yeah, especially with those items, it's very difficult for anyone to get through. As you see a little quick swap here with the units, hopefully this isn't going to, okay, going up against an interesting front line there on towards the Lissandra for the Talon. Let's see where he can get to. The Aurora on the back line is going to be quite safe. Oh, goes over towards the target dummy. The 9 win streak might be coming towards an end here if the Talon does go down here.
Talon does get a cast off on the Aurora, so Aurora is bleeding. However, looks like it's going to be just a little bit too much damage. Mars not able to get that full 10 streak into stage 3 neutrals. Oh, it's just like 1 HP left in those units too. It was pretty close.
Yeah, it always hurts when you lose your win streak before going into neutrals, but still very, very cheap board to get there. We'll have plenty of money and be able to do a nice roll down. Speaking of money,
absolutely. Yep, level 8, 60 plus gold. There's already a Nami 2. I feel like Nami 2's just come out of nowhere today. They've been doing that.
Especially when you're playing defense and you don't even really need it for yourself. You can see the DB is already slammed, so that's not really a pickup for Kian, but Kian is utilizing all of that extra econ that he's generated in order to play defense, and defense is usually really important, but being on 27 HP can be a bit scary.
And what this signals to me is that there's no one else on Virtus.pro right now rolling for Nami, otherwise you'd just be playing defense on his own team. But they might be like, okay, let's roll at 4-2, I guess. At 4-1 would have been. Kian would probably sell that immediately. However, it's just going to be popping a lot of these anvils, trying to figure out what direction, and it's just Akali items right here, right? 5 Nova coming through, want Kindred to be the secondary carry, but we're finding everything but Kindred.
Oh, that's problematic, especially when you're level 8, doesn't even have the Akali pair, so... Oh, he's playing defense, but I think a lot of that gold, a lot of that defense is going to go to waste soon.
This is rough. This feels very uncharacteristic, I think, of what we'd expect Virtus.pro to do, and just how a player, I think, would approach this game. Going to 8 and rolling down pretty heavily after we've committed all of these Akali items. Maybe should have stabilized a little bit earlier, but look at this Akali. It's still doing work. It's Milo here.
Managed to wrap around the back. Insane from Akali. Akali 1-star. Doesn't even have the pair, but is managing to win fights, albeit up against his own teammate. However, that spot's looking very, very dicey for Kian, I would say.
Yeah, definitely dicey. And then it goes back to like, oh, should you have rolled more at like 3-2 at level 6 to stabilize, get that Akali 2? Maybe it just didn't hit, but it's going to be rough to continue to get those wins. We do have a silver augment to end things off with. Stand United, Vampiric, or... well, Stand United, okay, is going to be the pickup. Not bad in this situation.
Yeah, it has a lot of gold to roll down as well. Are they going to hit the Jhin 2 before they even get the Xayah 1 online? With these items, you can definitely put at least 2 decent ones on towards the Jhin.
There's the Xayah.
Okay, there's the Xayah. So we're going to be able to stabilize off of this, but where are our frontline upgrades?
Our frontline upgrades are nowhere to be seen, even with that Jax pair being found. It's still a Jax 1. I guess that's the trend, right? It's just your 2 costs just will not come through for the upgrades.
I mean, this looks solid, though. You just needed a little bit more on the front line there, but the items are all really nice. We got the Jhin pair, so there's a chance that Maris will be stuck on level 8 for a little while, but having access to the Jhin pair means he can just get a little bit lucky later into the game and get a Jhin 2 on 8.
There is also a target dummy as well as the Shen that was found pretty early, so it's a little bit extra tankiness that makes that deceptively weak front line just a little bit stronger. However, it is not strong enough to deal with this Bel'Veth 3 Jinx 2 from NCC1, still level 6, and is actually full re-rolling for it, trying to find Jinxes, Akali's, Bel'Veths.
It was actually going up against the teammate there, so it didn't opt into slamming the Kraken, just making Xayah a little bit weaker so that we can share the HP around. Because when you're in a comfortable position where you have HP, sure, you haven't hit your entire board now, but if you're in a position where you think that you're going to hit relatively soon, you can start to be a bit generous with your team, as stage 4 is definitely the time to do that, especially when you can start to control these losses so the losses don't end up being that bad.
Absolutely. And speaking of bad losses, I think we just took a look at Panchi's board. It is stable for now, but might be taking bad losses here soon. We see a lot of players just get stuck in the game plan of rolling at level 8, finding one of your, carries, one copy, but not two-starring it for a very, very long time, and you don't got a lot of HP to work with either.
Yeah, Kali gets on towards the backline there and would have actually been able to take out the LeBlanc, but didn't have any items, so NCC1 itemizing the Jinx has 3 stars on across the board, but not playing around the Akali yet, maybe just because of the way that the early upgrades were hit.
Yeah, probably is going to be. I mean, those are some decent Jinx items. Just need to get her a little bit more upgraded, of course, as we get our final choice there between Thresh and Echo.
A little bit of extra gold there. If you're already locked into the Echo because of the options you were given earlier, then getting a little bit extra gold. I mean, most of these players, especially in a 4v4, they're not playing for the win out, so they often drop below that 10 econ. When you're playing solo queue, it's really important that you don't drop below 10 until you're pretty much on your last life.
Yeah.
So getting that extra 2 gold is very important.
I know, I think players a lot of the time will be stuck, over-rolling, right? It's like they got a few lives left, they go to level 8, and maybe people are scared that all the copies are going to get taken, right? Especially if you're going to play around that Nami or LeBlanc. If you wait one round, sometimes you're just like doomed.
Bit of extra money coming in here. Sarah's doing a few final rolldowns here. Okay. Does get the Mighty Mech too, but once you already have the Morgana 2-star online and you don't have extra items for these upgrades, they definitely feel less impactful. We are going to move some items around though, favoring the Vex here.
All right. Yeah, not too bad. The front line actually looks pretty solid as well, especially with that Galio upgrade. But Karma now paired with the Vex win the back line. Vex great at applying that red buff.
Going up against a teammate here, so not wanting to do too much damage to the Akali 2 over there on Phoenix. The Akali is going to be stuck on towards the Morgana, but still doing a decent amount of damage. Might have slammed a little bit too hastily here, had the options of not making the Sunfire cape, but I think rightfully so, sitting on 18 HP.
Yeah.
Just a little bit too scared about making the board too weak, as we know what Akali 2 can do.
Yeah, we do know what Akali 2 can do. However, it might have been, too much of a unit loss to what we'd have liked to see ideally. These HP totals are getting rather concerning for the bottom, let's say 6 players actually. Milo at 33 HP and Sarah at 18 HP down there in 8th place currently. Just a couple of lives left for some of these players.
Yep, 18 HP, definitely 2 lives when you're going up against your teammates. Don't take too bad of a loss, but if you get absolutely destroyed by one of the stronger opponents in stage 5, can definitely get knocked out. We do see I'm Riveting is one of the strongest player here for Team Nemesis, who's managed to build up a HP lead and now has a very strong Shepherd board playing around the LeBlanc backline, and this is exactly what you need, that infinite front line to enable the scaling. We are going to be stuck on a decoy here though.
Yeah, stuck on decoy for now. It is going to go down rather soon. There it is, and Alawi is the item holder frontline option. It's going to be able to cast again, though, get a little bit of shields coming through, while LeBlanc just tears through everything, was able to take the carry out.
And 2 removers available there for I'm Riveting, so it definitely feels like a bad beat, a little bit of miscommunication there, perhaps, because those are the sort of rounds where you really want to make sure you're giving out the extra HP. Does manage to maintain a streak, so good for the gold, maybe bad for the whole team's perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be rough there for I'm Riveting, but one of the saving graces is that Riveting is pretty rich and is maintaining that streak, so if the other players can stabilize, might be able to just play for level 9, be that win-out kind of player.
Yeah, be the win-out kind of player, especially if you see someone like Kian who is on 1 life NCC sitting there on 14 HP. If one of the VP players go out, then Nemesis will definitely look to say, okay, look, as long as we can guarantee that we have 1 player who can play for first, it's going to be really hard for VP to somehow win this game if they take an 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Players drop a dangerously low NCC 3 loss streak. That re-roll 2 cost, right? It's not going to be around that Jax Akali, and I think it's easily getting griefed, easily getting denied, and not going to be able to hold against these people who have high-rolled, I guess, their level 8 boards.
Oh, and it's coming down to a stage 5 where multiple players are sitting at 1 to 2 lives. These next couple of matchups will determine how the rest of the game's going to be played out.
Yeah, and Riveting did go to level 9, as you see on the left-hand side there. Not too much happened in terms of improving the board, but is going to have taken the items off of LeBlanc. Wants to make sure that Sarah can get that win. And on the right-hand side, we got NCC as well, trying to hold on. Looks like we'll be able to. The Belveth is 3-starred like it's been for a while, but the Jinx now as well with 3 pretty good items.
Yeah, so proving that the board is actually quite strong, and unfortunately it looks like Panchi's down to only 7 HP there. So Kian, NCC1 holding on, both won their last round, have strong boards. Hopefully they don't have to verse each other, but if they do and they utilize their removers well, they can play it in a way such that both of the VP players make it out alive with that matchup.
Yeah, this is a little awkward of a board for Panchi, has the option for 6 space group, but not able to get to the 7, and is stuck on, is just trying to roll for anything possible. Stuck on a pair of Blitzcranks, a pair of Namis as well, and Panchi had that Nami pretty early on. Not able to upgrade that though is really devastating.
Yeah, all eyes on Panchi here on the left side. Didn't hit the Nami too, so the board is going to be quite weak despite going up against a teammate there. On the other side, we have VP versus VP as well. So both of these parties having to kind of play it around. But if Panchi's board is weak, then maybe there's not going to be any support. And did VP play it well? It looks like they might have managed to both come out alive with that one.
I believe so.
On the other hand, both teams have done the right thing here.
Oof, okay, just barely. That is a sign of great team play, however. Milo on 4 HP for virtus.pro. Sarah also on 4 HP for Team Nemesis, however. Panchi gets that one win, but I don't know if Kanchi's board can hold on for much longer, especially with those upgrades just not coming through.
And this is the sort of HP stack that you look at where every single fight in the early and mid game matters, because it's going to come down to a couple of difference in HP points in terms of what determines their final placement. This is going to be really close here.
Absolutely. All of virtus.pro are 14 HP and under, meaning all of them potentially could fall in this round. We're looking at Phoenix versus Milo here.
Yeah, Milo looking quite strong there with the Kench. The Anomaly on towards the front line does have to go against the double Gargoyle. And eventually the Morello as well as the Spark is going to come along, and it's going to get shredded quite quickly. Is the Riven able to stay alive and make it towards the backline? It is. Riven takes it down. That ended up looking quite close, but Riven was doing a lot of work towards the backline. VP coming out on top of that, and Panchi unfortunately is going to be knocked out. Still 2 players of VP hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, unfortunately Panchi's board just wasn't able to get the upgrades that she needed in that round. Although the decision making was fairly solid, right? Just maybe a little bit lucky or unlucky there rather.
And Maris, unfortunately, on a 7 loss streak, that board is only barely starting to come online. And given how strong of a position they had in stage 4, I would have thought they would have been able to stabilize a lot earlier. So very unfortunate there for Maris that did manage to hold on to 1 HP, but Maris had one of the best spots, I would say, heading into Wolves.
However, Maris was the player who had committed to that line pretty early on, it seemed, and it's just not very strong. The Kraken, double Kraken now actually on that Xayah on the right-hand side. Jin won with 3 items. Will it be able to hang on versus I'm Riveting with that LeBlanc in the back?
Does have the Bramble. Bramble is taken out. The Jin is doing a lot of damage, but the front line is going to fall quite quickly there, so Milo not looking too strong. Kian, on the other hand, is winning his matchup, so it looks like it's going to be going opposite ways there.
Okay, see where all the HP totals do land up here. Sarah is going to be out in 7th place. Maris does hang on just a little bit more to get that 6th, and that now means, Tamura, that Phoenix on I'm Riveting need to go 1-2.
Yep, very, very unfortunate. And given the HP totals, the matchups don't stack the way that they want them to. I'm Riveting can't really sacrifice anything here for their teammate Phoenix. So VP have played their cards well. We'll have to see if it's going to be over and done now, or maybe the matchmaking can just give them a little bit more hope. And unfortunately, does not seem to be the case. We are going to be getting Riveting going up against the teammate Phoenix. I don't know if they can play it well enough to take a win loss.
Maybe like a
HP.
1-unit win from Phoenix perhaps. I'm Riveting can survive.
Very impressive if they can pull that off, but it will have to be a 1 to 2 unit loss, and I just don't see that happening here.
Now it looks like it'll be a little bit more than that, and yes it is. It's going to be a 7-unit win at the end of the day, but we do have a couple eliminations coming through there. Okay. I'm Riveting does end up going out there as well as Milo, so it is going to be virtus.pro taking game number 1.
It definitely looked a little bit closer towards the end as we started to see some of the VP players drop down in towards the single digits. But yes, unfortunately, that is just how it ended up. The matchmaking didn't quite go the way of Team Nemesis. They had a strong game plan. There was a lot of different positions that made it look like they could maybe kind of claw their way back. However, I think VP looked quite solid across the board, and they're following on with that narrative of the players that were predicting to win the 4v4 games, the series, are showing up.
Yeah, definitely. I think for Team Nemesis, they showed a lot of promise there. It is just their first game, and like I kind of said, maybe that's just the game to shake off the jitters and really focus up once we get into game 2 here. But they added a lot of really solid lines. I think Panchi going for the Nami line, just a little bit unlucky. Phoenix with that Akali tempo style we've seen work out a lot as well. But Trouble, they weren't able to do it here for game 1.
Okay, so basically the result from everything we've been hearing is not necessarily surprising. Virtus.pro making finals in 2025. However, I feel like Nemesis opened up a lot more lines that we haven't necessarily seen a lot. For example, we saw the first Saya of the day.
Yeah, I mean, that was great to see. Called it from the beginning, wanted to see, any players willing to take that route. And unfortunately, didn't actually end up working out as well. But I think partially just because they weren't able to get the board online that early. But there was so much gold to work with. It looked stable. It looks good.
I saw that position, saw you get the Xayah 2 online and everything. I think the lessons just don't play Xayah, honestly. It seems like it's just not going to be nearly as strong as these AP lines. Or Corki if you need to go AD.
And of course, that was a Poppy portal. You start with extra components on your bench, which usually really does enable those reroll lines that we see in NCC1 right here.
Yeah, it enables those reroll lines, but I think we actually saw a lot of discipline out of some of the players. It giving, a bow or a rod, and they had the perfect position to play Akali. Went, no, even though I have extra components, I think I'll be a lot better if I play towards my outs that I'm currently given.
Yeah, absolutely. Phoenix was the player who played that tempo Akali line, even going, with that Vex Kindred as the other carries in the back line. Usually people would really just lean on to that Kindred, but if you find a Vex, hey, might as well slot it in.
And we saw a bunch of players also hold that Nami in their on their bench, especially since you have like a Groover +1 emblem as well. You know that player is going to definitely be going towards that Nami. And I feel like if you guys have not been acquainted too much with the 4 versus 4, this is why this is really cool. Our players have to be extremely creative. If they're angling one line, they might have to go another one. There's going to be 4 players against you that most likely will be queued to grief you.
And it looked a little bit scary actually, because some of the Virtus.pro players were pushing on 4-1 and using all of their money to roll down and hit these 2-star 4 costs. And then you go, hold on a minute, you need to actually stabilize your game plan, because it doesn't matter if you're griefing if you're going to die in the next couple rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Just not able to do it. I think we kind of expected, Virtus.pro to start out on top, but again, Team Nemesis getting those jitters out. I think they do have a chance. I saw a lot of promise in their game plan, so if they can shore up a couple of weaknesses, they might be able to bring it back here.
I love that you mentioned the stabilization of the plan as well. I think we saw Dekwa holding a Corki 2 Ramus and 1 Morgana and then dying the next day. So they all just return back in the pool. But that will be us for game 1 right here. Let's see if Nemesis has anything to bring this back, as we have a look at a lot of the boards. That is a banging graphic production, by the way. Thank you so much.
Yeah, as you can see across the board, all the different options they were given there with their augments. We saw dancing back and forth between the Thresh and the Echo. You can see a nice little split there, as previously players were going, no, we have to definitely play around this Thresh. But when you're given something like a Recombobulator,
you just can't justify clicking it.
Exactly,
sometimes.
People have second thoughts there.
Absolutely. And, Phoenix, talking about that Akali Tempo line, was the best performing player in that game for Team Nemesis. So we still do have evidence that line is very solid. It's just going to be these other players who really need to, show up. Sarah had to go on this weird little, Karma flex kind of board with Voyagers. I think it was 4 Voyagers on there at one point. But it was just maybe a little bit too creative, cooking a little bit too much. I understand you have to sometimes, but, why are you in that position in the first place? Really.
I feel like 3 members of Team Nemesis kind of angled the same sort of backline AP soup. One shares the Karma, the other one shares the LeBlanc, the other one shares the Nami, and it just didn't quite click because all these Namis were also out of the pool. But we're going to be seeing if Team Nemesis can bring it back to finally a Game 3. But first, they have to go through Game 2 and beat virtus.pro, the runner-up winners from last year. Let's see if they can after this.
It is 1 win to virtus.pro to 0 of Team Nemesis as we get soon into game number 2 here at the Esports World Cup for Teamfight Tactics. Now, Tamura, virtus.pro looked very solid here in game number 1.
They looked solid all across the board. All their positions were very, very strong. A little bit low HP towards the end. I'd say it was quite dicey. I think we had around 5 players who were on 1 to 2 lives at one point, and then it looked like it could go either way. But in terms of the positioning and the game plan, I'd say they actually looked quite structurally sound. And if they can bring that energy again, I feel like the story of today is going to be that the underdogs just aren't able to compete with the favorites here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of these teams, right, have, especially if they weren't at Tech Crown, you know, competing and prepping for that, they're going to have a lot of really good game plans. Now, the thing is, can they execute on those game plans as well, right? Once you get to the situation where the pressure is on, where you're maybe in unfamiliar situations, because that's TFT, right? You're going to sometimes be in these unfamiliar situations. How do you just kind of pivot from that into anything?
Yeah, unfamiliar situations, I feel like was the opposite of what we just had. It seemed like a relatively low variance game. Everyone kind of had a game plan and stuck to it. We've casted a couple of games today where everyone's been given lots of different emblems, multiple prismatics, things that make it unusual for a new player. However, of course, these players are very fast to adapt. It'd be interesting to see if the series continues to game 3, whether or not we're going to see that more variance or if we're just going to have a quick 2-0 because VP know how to play these lower variance portals.
Right. I think maybe the only player on Team Nemesis that really could have fallen into that trap was Sarah there with that Karma Voyager board. Maybe not exactly what they had wanted, but I think, Trouble had mentioned it as well. They're kind of contesting each other's similar units, going those backline AP lines. Besides for Phoenix, Phoenix was playing that tempo Akali style that ended up performing the best on the team there. And I think there should be one player, I think, looking for that line. I think it's not going to contest your teammates. You're going to be able to get a solid top 4. You can hold the units at the same time as well when you're doing that strategy.
Yeah, and even pushing for fast 8 and not having the 2-star. So getting into game now, we can see Varus and Echo offered up here. We've seen a lot of the players favor that Varus. So I'm guessing there's definitely going to be a lot more Akali this game again.
Yeah, probably. Those rerolls coming through, those duplicators, going to really make that more appealing here as we get on board with Sarah. Sarah, of course, dropping early in that last game in 7th place, but hopefully for Team Nemesis can bring it back here. And, okay, an interesting 2-cost there to start.
Interesting, very beneficial 2-cost there with the Pantheon. If you can play around the Timebreaker there, can be quite beneficial. Zoe as well with the Arbiter. If we can get Leona 3 online early, it's a nice way to stabilize. We do have the Medallion there. So really leaning towards Lulu here. We talked about Xayah being potentially viable, potentially not. This is definitely not one where you'd go, okay, I want to play Xayah here.
No, not particularly, but the Lulu reroll, like you said, right? 3-cost rerolls, we've seen a little bit today, not too much, but there is still opportunity when you get these, just varying games, like now Medallion receiving for the first time.
Yeah, so maybe we'll get an Augment or an early Lulu drop, which would kind of give you that direction. Otherwise, it's definitely not a comp that players heavily lean into, just given the current meta, you're more likely to go elsewhere.
Zoe sold, Zoe found as well immediately. Not wanting to go that route, but clicking the pair of Aatroxes in that last shop. The early Arbiter, though, as, hey, we see right here, a chance to gain gold at the end. No Leona printing, it looked like, for Phoenix. So a very, very small chance we see Leona 3s this game.
Yeah, I mean, can be beneficial just to get a lot of extra resources, but Leona 3 is really what makes it shine and stable. So players opting out of playing that early Zoe if they don't have multiple copies of Leona to try and tempo their way up. As we do see, Phoenix is going to be taking a different route. I'm going to be starting up with some silvers, so slightly different tempo.
Yeah, get the tower potentially if you want a little more frontline. Latent Forge, I think, is going to be pretty solid. Risky moves. I don't know, maybe you need to be taking some risky moves, but nope, it is Latent Forge as well, getting the Artifact Anvil after 8 rounds. So Phoenix giving up a little of that power now for power later.
Yeah, it can be a little bit awkward though. When you take something like this, you don't really know what you're going to get and what to expect. And that makes it even harder for your teammates, because if you do get stuck with some suboptimal options and you're forced into a very narrow line, what if it contests your teammates?
Right, it's going to be a little unfortunate. You really want to be as flexible as possible. And there's some items where you can do that with, right? Maybe, some tank focus, so you get those kind of item agnostic backliners, or, a unit like Talon maybe that can hold kind of whatever. But yeah, there's a world where you open up that anvil and it's like, oh, I just have, AP options and I actually can't go AP route this time. I'll be contesting all my teammates.
Yep. You can see the Patient Study picked up there from Sarah, so going to be playing around a very, very solid loss streak. Opposite of a loss streak is a Silver Spoon.
Silver Spoon, yeah.
Yep, pushing levels, going to be strong. Can taking the asset Anvil there, so just a little bit of extra gold, a little bit of extra bonus there. It's going to be quite beneficial to playing a nice tempo. Going up against a Silver Spoon, if you can make sure they lose around in early, is going to be quite painful. Is up against a teammate, so I think they might want to give the option up, but people don't like to waste their removers too much in stage 2 here.
No, definitely not. Aurora, not really a unit that we see being played around a bunch, but I guess it was just the best option there in the early game. We get a Cho'Gath 2 coming through here for Kian. So that 2 Dark Star in the early game. Lissandra, even Lissandra 2, I think we've seen being a very, very solid AP holder if you don't have anything like a Zoe.
Yeah, a little bit awkward here for Kian, potentially wanting to get rid of that Alawi to make the 10 gold here, but selling the Alawi when you're playing that AP flex always feels quite bad. It doesn't fit the board now because we are playing around the Brawler frontline, but it's just one of those trait units that you want on your mid and end game board.
Yeah, gotta be thinking about economy though, right? Holding on to, 3-cost units, gonna be griefing the econ a little bit. Really want to be making 10 around now. Sarah almost making 20. It looks like there. Mars on 0, funnily enough.
Yeah, so
Same
gonna
with Banshee.
Opting into just holding on to all of the units, all of the outs. I mean, not making 10 on 2-2 is acceptable if you're going to be pushing levels anyway. We can maybe try and tech in 3 Shepherd quite soon, and then that'll be beneficial. Can push levels and then make the econ by just winning rounds instead.
Yeah, that is great to generate your money, playing from behind, making sure you get on that win streak. We saw a couple of players from Nemesis go on some streaks in that last game. See if they're able to do that same thing this time. And we have a very solid committing to the AP line here for Maris, Voidstaff, and Jeweled Gauntlet as well. Very, very solid.
Very solid and a little bit more generic. When you have something like the JG, you know, that can go on either the attack speed casters like LeBlanc, or you can put it on towards your Nami. Then the Void Staff is, you know, it can go on either, again, gives good base stats, but it's something that you need for that shred anyway. And then based on what you hit, hopefully by the time you get to your Wolves neutrals, then you can start to tailor exactly with where you go. So very flexible here. And with that augment, we're going to be getting some more rods as well.
Yeah, definitely. Rods leaning into that AP line, just committed from that 2-1 augment choice. And now we get another choice coming through. And it's going to be Varus giving some champions, potentially, or another artifact.
Yes, you can take the safe route here with the Varus, get a little bit of extra econ. Maybe you can build a board if you've been playing a bit of loose streak. But for other players, the Echo giving the artifacts delayed will synergize quite well with the already 2-1 delayed artifact, as well as certain players like Sarah who've picked up the Patient Study. So they're not really going to be playing a board right now anyway.
Yep, and if they don't need that 5 gold, right, that Varus will give in the champions for economy, it's really going to be worth it to click on that Echo. They're very, very strong artifacts as well that you can play around.
Yep, Maris is making good econ intervals here, is level 5, sitting at 10 gold, so will be quite strong here, and has managed to find the Lyra in a 2-star, so it doesn't have any items for her yet, but is a position where you can play around that Shepherd in the mid-game soon, and then, of course, if you can get Zoe 2-star online, that's going to carry you until you get to the 4-cost 2-stars.
Absolutely. I wonder if there's ever a argument to clicking this Victor. If you win the round, sell a Zoe pair, click a Victor, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, it's a gamble because the Zoe is more likely to come online earlier, and then that can continue your streak. Victor, definitely very strong, but the problem is quite expensive and then usually gets replaced by the 4 cost anyway.
Right.
Seems like he's going to be a little bit more greedy here and stick to the 2 costs, and seems like a very sound decision.
Yeah, definitely. And was going up against Milo, who was full board open, it looked like, as well there. So trying to make that economy. Players aren't super rich in this game, but getting to 50 gold here is rather solid. Sarah, player on that full open as well. 46 gold, however, not quite up to Milo's gold count.
Yeah, so sitting on a 4-loss streak with Patient Study, not buying a single unit. Be interested to see if Milo can counter that, because obviously you want to snap that streak, but when you take something like Patient Study, it doesn't hurt you as much to play no units. Milo, on the other hand, if he doesn't have something to match that, will still want to hold on to that. Looks like they are going to be dodging themselves. No, Milo was willing to sell absolutely everything. And 2 players going to be able to keep their 5-loss streak. Are 2 players going to be able to keep a 5-win as well?
Looks like there is potential for that. Let's see, Kian. Looks like you might be able to do it. This frontline Cho gap is still full HP. Akali cannot get through it and does go down here. And CC1 will find the 3rd loss in a row. Kian at 5, Maris at 5.
Yeah, that's 2-5 win streak there, so great showing there for virtus.pro. Not only were they able to maintain the 5-loss streak there for Milo, but having 2 of their forefront players at the top, maintaining as much econ and HP as possible. Panji didn't get a 5 streak, but still in a decent position, making a 4 win streak. So if their board is stronger going into stage 3, then they'll be able to topple with the likes of Kian and Maris.
Yeah, Panchi, she's still in a pretty good spot here. Not able to make that other econ breakpoint in the streak category, right? It's only +1 gold at the 4 instead of the +2. But really, now players going to be seeing what direction they can commit to with the items coming through from these neutrals. And we got a lot of things, a lot of potential here from Riveting. We have potential Nashers, potential Shojins as well. Or hey, Gargo Stoneplate, might as well slam that right now.
Yeah, and we've got a Nasus 2. we can play around, or we got the Meepsy there in the front line, but just having that extra Shepherd. Oh, there's the 2-star.
Yeah,
as
use
well,
the duplicator, I believe, for that.
Yeah, makes sense. Trying to maintain that 3-win streak, try and convert it into something else. Is waiting to slam. I think they've probably made up their mind on where they want to go.
Yeah.
However, it just depends on who we're versing.
Yep, is going to level up to 6 right before the round starts there. Puts in that Aurelian Soul. Was a pretty nice find to have on level 5. And it is going to be Shojin and Nashor's Slam, of course, as well.
Yeah, so it used to previously be quite a nice synergy because the Nashors gave the attack speed and the Shojin was the managing. But
a little different now.
Yeah, not as strong anymore because the Nashor synergizes a little bit better with the crit. You often see JG with the Nashors, but honestly, it doesn't really matter because it's going to be generating so many extra costs in the early and mid game. And then eventually when you get to late game and you have 3 items for both of your carries, you can start to move those items around.
Absolutely. Speaking of items, Wand Overflow for the prismatic version potentially here, but Belt Overflow as well, another choice.
Rolling here.
Wow, okay, bunch of rolls.
Finally going to commit to the Akali line, but heaps of rolls. Does hit the Jax too. So we saw previously players have struggled to hit this.
How deep do we roll?
Oh, we keep going until we find some Akalis,
wait,
I think.
Skipped an Akali actually in a shop there. Sarah rolling a little bit too quickly. Does still manage to find one.
It is getting to the players. Because once you find some of those crucial units in your shops, you're going to have to break your patient study anyway. So it can be a little bit awkward if you haven't 2-starred anything, because every time you get a pair, you're going to have to hold on to it and then keep rolling. It seems like a lot of the free rolls are gone, and this is an okay position, but I feel like it could have been better.
It definitely could have been better. This is going to have to be a double Warmog slam for the Jax as well, which you really want 2 stone plates in there. Nah, 1 Warmogs is good. 2 is going to be okay. A Giant Slayer jammed on the Akali as well, just wanting all the power that you can get right now, because still looking like it's going to be a round loss against the Misfortune 2 there with Flicker Blades for NCC1.
The Warmogs just feels like a budget version of it. I think the Gargoyle synergizes so well because of the built-in shield. So that shield is going to benefit from the extra resistances that you get from the Gargoyles. Once you already have 1 Warmogs, adding on extra HP is not really going to do the same thing as stacking those Gargoyles.
Absolutely. You see players with some 4 costs on the board as well. Potentially Panchi. 3 items in that Riven. It was like Red Buff, Giant Slayer, and a Rage Blade. Not a typical Riven build, but hey, you gotta throw whatever items on a 4 cost you have them this early.
Yeah, and we saw success from odd items on towards units like the Talon, if you have those items on towards the Riven. I mean, if you're gonna throw odd items onto a unit, I feel like Riven is definitely one of the ones to do it, just because of her ability to switch out between the AD.
Yep.
Not an attack speed unit, however, it still will be quite beneficial in 3-3 to have a 4 cost.
Yeah, has a lot of attack speed. Oh, Panchi does have a Kali too. And it's going to be taken out very quickly against this Riven. Some unfortunate positioning there, but good positioning for Panchi. So Phoenix had the Akali, sorry.
Yeah, so Phoenix are going for the Akali as well, but I think we saw Sarah 2020 as well rolling for it. So
teammates.
Yeah, not great because they're both sitting in the bottom 4 of the HP totals, but contesting the same units. So they know that these Akali 2-star can actually enable them to go 2-star Akali into a fast 8. However, when you're contesting each other and one of you hasn't hit, that definitely feels quite bad.
Well, that's Champion Duplicator. Going to be an option for the players who are rolling for that. Even if it's just a tempo, get your 2-star online, that's probably going to be pretty value.
Yeah, and some of these players who've already done their roll down and miss are going to have to kind of rely on that. If they pick up something like the Echo, they can't really wait until they get to the PvE. It's going to be too little too late, as they need to really bounce back now, especially when they don't have much HP to work.
Yeah, Xayah and Nami going to be some options here. Xayah, I mean, as you saw last game, can't rely on her. Nami, though, potential if they want to pivot away from this Akali line. Looks like it's just going to be for the component.
Yeah, going to be another Ornn item here. Multiple are being popped. Quite a few different options. We have the Moguls can synergize quite well with the Gargoyles. Maybe doesn't want the Econ. It's going to go with the Thresher's Lantern. Yeah, just makes more sense because the extra Econ that you get is not as beneficial as throwing in extra power.
Yeah.
That's sometimes the downside to ripping your Ornn item on 3-5 is that the game still gives you those Econ options.
Yeah.
Sometimes players will wait until after the neutrals and do it at 4-1. but that's 2 rounds in 4v4 of being a lot weaker.
It's going to be the Void Gauntlet for Phoenix was the choice there. Didn't really have great options for any carries. Like Varus' Obsession was one of them that could have been picked there, but now a red buff slammed for the Akali. However, these MFs, or this MF from NCC is just tearing these Akalis apart.
Yeah, we've seen the early MF2 stars seem to kind of appear out of nowhere on stage 3, and then they're strong enough to carry you all the way into stage 4, and then you don't have to roll as deep because you've already stabilized quite well, and you can slowly build up your econ and be quite more powerful when you do eventually decide to roll, or you can use the extra econ you've got from win streaking through stage 3 to play a little bit of defense, as we know some of these players love to do that in early stage 4.
Oh, absolutely, and hey, we get the emblems here for Kian. We got Space Groove, which is one of the ones that we think can get you towards that highest kind of cap. But we're going to be able to do with the Time Breaker and Meeple as well.
Yeah, the Meeple not going to be helping out too much, but that's kind of what you'd expect. Usually when you get your 3 emblems, on average, one of them is going to be the one that you're focused around, and then something like a Time Breaker can just tech in, and it's definitely not a bad option. So for a Prismatic, getting 2 that tailor quite well, then unfortunately you're just left with 1, and most of the time you're just hoping that it gives you a bit of base stats if it's going to help you at all.
Oh yeah, I feel like every board we go to, we just see NCC show up and be like, all right, hey, your win streak is now over, and that's going to happen to Panchi here. Panchi, though, with an 8 streak, was very strong. Actually, I think one away from a Leona 3 as well.
And Panchi sitting on an 8 win streak with the min-max orb. So if you're the player that has all the HP at the end of the game, you're the one who can actually make those sacrifice plays of saying, okay, I am going to be, I'm going to be the player who can sacrifice my HP. I'm going to rip off my items and be weaker. And then you can be that player to really bring your team forward, and that's a great pickup there from Panchi. I do think that it might make her just a little bit weaker in general, as some of these other prismatic augments can be better, but definitely the team play right there.
No, absolutely great team play, especially from a team that's like, hey, we don't know how much they've been able to practice together, right? See how well that synergy does end up working out, but there's definitely a practice that. But we'll see what Phoenix is able to get here. Still level 6, is going to be pushing levels. Not fully rolling this Akali. It'd be a little silly too, I think, from this point, so correct decision. Not able to go to 8 though. This is like not the true tempo Akali version that he was playing in the last game. This spot is a lot weaker.
Yeah, a lot weaker indeed, and having all of those really nice items there on towards the Akali, if you don't have the front line to support it, she still can get taken out quite easily. Will be able to go 8, but has to wait until 4-2, has access to the Flicker Blades, good frontline items, is maybe just waiting to see who they verse. Going up against Maris is definitely going to start slamming, but don't know if that's going to be enough to deal with a Victor 2.
Yeah, Victor 2, there's the Zoe 2 as well, that just gets a Gunblade, a Death Cap, and a Hand of Justice actually being slammed, so just everything. Wanting to make sure to deal as much damage to Phoenix as possible is Maris there, and does just that. Panchi losing out in that round as well, as a Prowler's on that Akali.
Yeah, and taking the Silver Spoon with the min-max means that not going to have as much combat power. Maybe that can be changed here, as we do get a few options. Skipping over some of those econs. Never mind, there's triple econ.
Right.
And does go for the... Oh, okay, so this is going to be either an attempt to push levels and be the win out, or just saying, look, I'm going to be the player who's going to play defense. We've seen it before in previous EWC even, that players are willing to take invested just to play defense.
Yeah, from a spot with the highest HP on the team, when everybody else is about 50 or lower, it's a little tough, right? You maybe need to be dealing a lot of damage to virtus.pro at this point if you are Panchi, but it's nothing really feels amazing though. There's no like great option. You just gotta hope your team can also come back themselves.
Yeah, and on the other side, Kian, sitting down at 0 gold, that's when something like Moni Monsoon can be quite beneficial, because you're not really making any econ here. So this is the situation where you need to be donkey rolling every single round, and then hopefully that you can stabilize, because you will eventually ideally hit that Nami 2-star. You can get the Riven online, and he's just carrying a Gwen for now before we get the Riven 2-star. Definitely seems like it's going to be quite powerful. Going up against Riveting, and Gwen on the backline is going to be able to almost take out the Nami. No, not quite, but the front line on both sides are looking really strong, so it's going to come down to that AoE. The Zhonya's Hourglass is going to give Nami a second life, and it's going to be able to get one more bounce around. Such a close fight there, but very nice win from Kian there, as is not sitting on much HP.
Yeah, it's one of the rare occurrences where a Nami 1 will beat a Nami 2, coming down to that front line. That Tom Kench was an absolute beast there with the Space Groove.
That's not the egg you want to see.
Nope. call to Chaos into egg again, but this is a much worse spot.
Yeah, I think I like the Warmogs here on towards the Maokai a little bit better. The Prowler's Claw can be good at cheesing out a few fights. However, I mean, you know, sitting on a 4-win streak, if you can win a couple more rounds, maybe something can be sacrificed and then get a guaranteed cash out on the egg there.
We know Akali can do it. It just kind of depends on what matchup she'll go into. It's Akali into Akali here. However, that front line from Milo looks just a little bit better, with also a double Warmogs Maokai, but a Morgana too as well. And wow, yeah, as Akali just exploded there. Akali is gone and out for the count, and so I said that Sarah could maybe get a handout from the teammates, get a couple of extra wins here, but of course Milo being from VP is going to absolutely wipe the floor. That's going to be a loss, making it harder to cash out that egg. And with that board, it's definitely looking a little bit scary as we do head on to our final selection here from our gods. Yep, we got the 4 tiny duplicators, 1 lesser, or 5 cost shot potentially from the Echo one. I don't think many players are in a position to play around 5 costs this game, unless they need something like a Blitzcrank to fit into the Space Groove, right? That would, or a Sona maybe to fit into the Shepherd LeBlanc line. Yeah. Not too much that is going to be appealing there.
A 4v4 environment, it definitely feels like it's less likely that the players are going to be able to get to level 9. It's just something that's out of the picture. You see a lot of these players are picking up Econ, but it doesn't even really help them to push the levels because they're constantly having to play that defense.
Oh, this is a little rough here, and it is a Vex 1 alongside that Akali 2, but Akali only has the guard breaker. Maokai 1, Tom Kench 1. Hey, we find 1 upgrade, but it's just Aatrox.
Yeah, and this is a 7 loss. If Phoenix does go up against Sarah, this might be the position where you say, okay, look, my spot's not great. I'm probably going to be out anyway. This could actually give you a free egg cash out win, and you know, you just say goodbye.
MCC again.
Going up against the board, almost a mirror matchup in the sense that of the structure of the shape of the board, but completely different items. The Vex on towards the sideline is going to be quite powerful. See, the Kench will get 1 final cast off there before it is going to go down to that double DB. No, 1 extra cast off as well. Okay. Vex's Gunblade's healing up the Kench and is doing quite well and gets a final explosion. Vex is doing working wonders here. The Gunblade's healing up so much in the board that looked like it was going to get run over. Actually takes a win here.
I would never have bet on that board to win there. Actually, Vex did way more work than I thought she would. I was like, oh, okay, there's 3 really good items. Granted, I guess it was just a 1 cost, or sorry, 1 star Kindred in the back there. I guess that was the difference at the end of the day. But with those 2-star Akali having full items, kind of crazy.
And now Nemesis has 2 players who are probably on 1 life there. Sarah has to win a few more rounds to cash out that egg, and Phoenix are unfortunately sitting on 6 HP as well. It's not looking good for Nemesis.
Look at these HP totals. I mean, Panchi was on an 8 or 9 win streak, now on a 5 loss streak. Just was not able to convert that. Does have 81 gold though, so Panchi's just going to be like, all right, I'm going to drop low. I will be the win-out player. You guys got to hopefully stabilize.
Yeah, and Phoenix are as well taking off some of the items, but going up against Riveting, who has also benched the items there on towards the Nami, means that they can kind of have a handhold handshake here and just play it out slowly.
Sarah's gone.
Yep, it's 1 more player falls. Unfortunately, was not able to make the best of the opener. The mid game looked solid, but then eventually just started crumbling.
Right, and I guess that's why Phoenix had to take that win, because if both Sarah and Phoenix fell that round, it would have been really devastating. It's still not looking good, though.
No, there's 4 players of Team Nemesis in the bot 4 position in terms of HP total. virtus.pro looking a lot more solid across the board. Honestly...
Wow.
Oh, okay.
A full 5-cost soup board, selling everything, just wanting to be like, hey, I don't want to be selling my units mid-roll down. I actually kind of like that. If you have the APM to support it, there is 23 seconds left in the round for Panchi. It's going to be Fiora to Graves to find the Aatrox and the Akali to fit in there as well. This is actually a really good roll down.
Yeah, solid roll down indeed. It's going to be very, very tricky to utilize that min-max as well, because Panchi is actually the player on the team that has the guaranteed 2 lives in stage 5 if they time it well. So I would hold out from slamming absolutely everything just yet, just in case.
Yeah, it does have the golden remover. Is going to continue rolling. Vex 2 is a big hit.
Yeah, and perfect items across the board. I mean, that's what you would expect when you have access to the golden remover. Turns all of your regular removers into reforgers, and there we go.
Things around still.
Yep, is going to be able to take off items. And I guess the Fiora online can start to win back a little bit of HP, but probably just sitting at 2 lives regardless. And unfortunately, this is going to be so difficult to min-max. You've got to try and kill as many units as possible without taking a life from Phoenixa.
This is so rough. Phoenixa is not very strong. It's a Vex in the back line as well with that Akali. A little bit of CC comes out. Maybe it is going to be able to get the job done. Panchi weakening the board enough, but 5-unit loss, that's not really ideal for Panchi either.
Yeah, and
look at this HP.
Riveting falling down to 3 as well. Really not much they could do, and I think mathematically it is.
Yeah,
it's not. It's looking
might be
pretty
cooked.
Over.
Might be cooked.
Looking over here for Team Nemesis. They've done well and made some strong boards towards the end, but VP just looking so strong across the board. Everyone on their team just seems to have a good game plan.
And VP, I think, while they did look really good in Game 1, they look great in Game 2 here. I think it showed up a lot of the weaknesses. They were able to get this, get really good matchups against each other and preserving HP, and just get really good boards online, right? Players playing around MF2, playing around Akali 2, not contesting each other like we saw from Team Nemesis there with the Akalis a little bit as well. They're just, optimization is crazy good.
And that's what you expect from a team who's a returning runner-up champion from the last EWC, and this is a team that's stuck with their org, and they've kept their players, and they all have multiple crown appearances as well. So it's individually a stacked roster, but together they look solid, and their game plan is very well done.
Right, and now officially with Unriveting and Phoenixa out, virtus.pro take the series 2-0 against Team Nemesis. Mathematically it was already over, but hey, at least we got the confirmation they're actually out now. So.
Yeah, and that is a very dominant performance there from Virtus.
Might be a 1-2-3-4 actually.
Yeah, I mean, if they keep
we're not going to get a chance to see it, but it very well could have been.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's kind of what we predicted, what we were expecting from virtus.pro. You know, they did come into this EWC being, or just barely being the 3rd seed from the global qualifiers, so they didn't do too well in their local APAC region. However, did manage to get here, and now they're showing up and saying, okay, we might not have had the best qualifiers, but we are here, and we are much better prepared.
I think it's a bit of a wake-up call, too. When you are a team that's runner-up in 2025, you have not good qualifiers, you're like, wait a minute, we got to really lock in before the event and make sure that we don't drop some early games. And they did just that. Looked really solid, and especially Game 2, but Game 1 as well. And Team Nemesis, there was a lot of question marks on how this team would perform. It's just one series, right? They're not eliminated yet. They will play in the eliminations tomorrow, but they got to go back and study up. But I think there's a lot of potential with this team.
Yeah, a lot of potential for sure. I think that one thing that's a little bit disheartening is that it looked like a clean sweep. We've seen some of the other players maybe take a round or maybe have a couple of close series. To end on a note like that, they're definitely going to be, unfortunately, not holding their heads high, because there's a lot to change, there's a lot to fix, and not much time to do it in.
No, I mean, individual plays, they looked pretty good, right? Just that roll down from Panchi, actually, I think was like really solid. Yeah. To have only like 40 seconds to do so, find 3 or 4 5-cost upgraded units, have all your items there. But again, this is the team play, I think. They really need to shore up a little bit of those weaknesses if they're going to have a chance to stay in EWC.
Yeah, the team play, especially on stage 2, I feel like just from the get-go, as the game folded on, it didn't matter how the individual play looked from the side of Team Nemesis. Everything just kind of fell apart. From the very beginning, every step of the way, it seemed like VP had a clear game plan, and there wasn't really much they could do.
Absolutely. So take a look at some of the moments from that game as well. And this was Sarah's really big roll down at level 6. And I think it's going to be, an Akali that's missed here, if I'm remembering correctly, in just a couple of rolls. Yep, one does pass by. You know, one comes through 2 rolls later, so not the end of the world, but still, that could have been a pair of Akalis right there. Exactly,
and you really cannot afford to be doing that on the world stage against the best players, the best of the best, and VP will punish you if you're going to be making mistakes like that. As we see some of the other highlights, there's the Vex there with the flicker blades. Very, very powerful. We know this unit loves attack speed, can just continue to ramp up and go crazy, especially with the Gunblade healing up the front line. So you get another perspective here. Vex with no items, 2-star 5 cost without the item slam. One of the weakest 5 costs for sure, not doing anything for the board. And the small micro play like this, managing to save an extra life and, you know, play this quite well, it doesn't matter because the early game was just messed up from the beginning, and by the time they got to stage 5, there was nothing they could do.
Yeah, there could have been slight oppositions there of something items a little bit earlier. It was a 5-unit loss, but most items were on the bench until just that last second there for the Vex, unfortunately. So, like, the thought process is in the right spot. Just need, again, to make these little optimizations. You know, Riveting did have a very solid 5-space group board, had the Nami 2, really good items there, but it just wasn't enough into a lot of that really solid mid-game from Virtus.pro especially.
I love to see the player reactions there. This means a lot to them, and it's great to see the happiness coming out of some of the players. Even they're a little bit unhappy with the result, but they're not out there. So you still see some smiles, you know, maybe happy with their performance, just not the result.
Right. I think you gotta be looking forward in a positive way, right? If you're just gonna be down on yourselves like, oh, okay, that was really, really tough, you're not gonna be in the mind state to come back, right? You gotta be like, hey, that game was just, you know, one match. We still have more to play, and we gotta give it their all at that point. You know, study up, go watch the VODs, prepare, and really bring your all.
Yeah. And looks like it's going to be a 2-0 sweep there from Virtus.pro, but we are going to be heading into an interview. Trouble, take it away.
Thank you guys so much. Fantastic cast on the day, and that was our final day, our final game of the day. I'm here with Kian and of course Alicia, who's going to help me a lot with the translation. Thank you both for joining me. Now, Kian, you come again with Virtus.pro, with the same guys, runner-up winners for 2025. Does that make you more hungry to win it all in 2026?
Kian, trong năm ngoái thì mình đã lượt hạng nhì ở năm cuối năm trước, thì hiện tại bây giờ đến với năm nay cùng với VB thì mình có khao khát giành được chiến thắng trong năm nay hay không?
Dĩ nhiên là trở lại đây trong năm 2026 này thì em rất khao khát chức vô địch, tại vì năm ngoái về nhì rồi.
Yes, of course, when we came here today, we definitely hunger for the championship.
All right, well, you guys also took the longest road to come here, the last possible qualifier, but you made it through. Now, was that easier because you played more games, or was it harder because the road was harder to get here?
Trong cái đợt giải lần này á, thì mình đã đi một cái đường rất là dài, qua rất là nhiều game khác nhau để mình đến được tới đây. Thì theo mình thì mình thấy nó dễ hơn tại vì mình đã đi qua nhiều vòng đấu rồi, hay là mình cảm thấy là mình muốn là mình vào thẳng luôn.
Thật ra thì để vào đến đây thì em nghĩ là không khó, nhưng mà tại vì bọn em muốn luyện tập nhiều hơn nên là đi đường dài hơn thôi ạ.
Yes, we don't think that it's really difficult for us to be here, but yes, definitely because we play more games, so we are more experienced.
Definitely, more practice and officials makes perfect. Now, we have had so many Vietnamese players and teams throughout all games here. Also in League of Legends, Vietnam is huge. What does it mean for you to represent Vietnam in TFT?
Trong cái giải này á, thì có rất là nhiều đội Việt Nam ở các game khác nhau, và đặc biệt là cho game Liên minh huyền thoại thì có ý nghĩa như thế nào đối với mình khi mình là đại diện Việt Nam cho TFT trong đợt giải này?
Em đến với giải lần này không chỉ với tư cách là đại diện cho tổ chức mà là đại diện cho cả Việt Nam thi đấu ở giải đấu TFT lần này ạ.
Yes, of course, we came here not only to represent the VP alone, but also the Vietnamese.
And tell me why in Vietnam you guys are so expressive and always so loud and amazing. The atmosphere from the Vietnamese fans and the players has always been incredible. So what is it about Vietnam that is so explosive?
Trong cái tinh thần chiến đấu của người Việt Nam mình á, thì lúc nào cũng hò hét, lúc nào cũng cổ vũ cho bao gồm cả tuyển thủ và cũng như là các fan Việt Nam. Thì cái chuyện đó, tại sao Việt Nam mình lại như vậy, người Việt Nam mình lại như thế?
Em nghĩ đấy là cái chất của người Việt Nam mình là hơi ồn ào tí, nhưng mà cái tinh thần nó phải thế thì thi đấu mới tốt ạ.
I think it's in our bone. That is who we are. Because of that loud, because of that attitude that makes us the best.
Absolutely does. Now, my last question to you, Kian, is that your next opponent is Aurora Gaming with some insane names. Juanme being one of them, to lead them as well. What is your opinion about that best of 3?
Trong cái trận đấu tiếp theo của mình á, thì sẽ là đội tuyển Aura. Thì trong đó bao gồm cả đội trưởng là Hermie. Thì mình cảm thấy là mình như thế nào khi mình tiếp tục trong trận đấu tiếp theo?
Sau chức vô địch chung kết thế giới ở mùa này thì Hermie có thể coi là GOAT thế giới ở tựa game TFT. Nhưng mà ở 4v4 thì hoàn toàn khác. Bọn em tự tin giành chiến thắng vào ngày mai.
Yes, of course, in the World Championship, of course, Hermie is the GOAT of TFT.
Of course.
Considered as the GOAT. But right now, we are talking about the 4 versus 4, so it will be a completely different game.
Absolutely, it's the team showing up. Thank you so much, Kian, for the interview. Alicia, thank you so much for the translation. It has been amazing. We're going to throw it over to the guys on the desk to break down the game we just watched.
And that was an astonishing victory. A great interview there, and we can see this VP squad is just so confident, Tamura. I think coming in last year, runners-up, they have such a point to prove. This squad is so in sync.
And they deserve to be confident. After that display, having a 2-0 like that and being so dominant, especially in that second game, the confidence will be rolling in towards the next couple of games that they will be playing tomorrow. So, you know, going up against some of the stronger opponents, they got to feel good.
Yes, certainly will. They'll be going up against the other teams that have got the win. It's, as we touched on, it's now Aurora. Different ball game, really. Are coming up against a world champion stacked roster. The most crowns in the tournament, with 15 amongst them. And we do see here it was pretty clean across the board, and almost every player was able to get in that top 4 if they wanted to.
Yeah, all the virtus.pro players there up at the top 4, making the Nemesis boards look significantly weaker. They had a massive HP advantage across, and all of their compositions just look really structurally sound. Virtus.pro showing up, showing that their preparation has done wonders for them, and every single one of them has made a unique board without contesting each other or stepping on each other's toes.
Yeah, there's room for multiple AP Flex players, which they definitely lent into. We have the Space Groove line, the LeBlanc line, and then they had someone on Akali, which we know how strong it can be, but definitely not as warping throughout the day as we expected it to be.
And definitely not over-forcing on that Akali line. Yeah, I think we saw previously with Nemesis just realizing how powerful it is and going, okay, I think we need to have someone on Akali, we need to force someone onto Akali, but Virtus.pro recognizing that they can still make other lines work, and as long as they have one person, you know, playing defense, then they can play their own game and show up as a strong, formidable team of 4, and that's worked out really well for them.
And we are joined once more on the desk here with Trouble. We've had a great set of series, Trouble, today, and even more to look forward to tomorrow.
Absolutely, and I feel like the interviews have been incredible as well. I feel like a lot of the players are coming in with a lot more confidence. And I love what Kian said. He's like, Juanmi might be the god of TST, but this is a team game. This is not a solo adventure. And Virtus.pro is back as the runner-ups from 2025. Now let's have a look at the brackets and how they have formed so far, because we have had some upsets, but also we have some of our top dogs who are doing incredibly well.
Yeah, we certainly have had some upsets already, and I think 4v4, as you said, it lends itself to that. VP last year were the underdogs. This year we cannot call them that. Even though they're the lowest seed, if you're the runner-up, you're not an underdog. I think in this particular series as well, they were fancied, but as we do have the bracket loading up in front of us, we do see a lot of squads, like even elsewhere today. T1, one of the big rosters coming in. What a showdown that was with last year's world champions. So
yeah, last year's world champions, Weibo, come back here to defend, and they did drop a game, but still looking super strong. Godlike going to be going up against them after taking out Fnatic, as we see there as well. And looking over the side of the Group B, which is some of the matches that we got to cover. So ag.al taking a 2-0 against Mouse, Zeta Division on the other side 2-1, Virtus.pro taking a 2-0, which we just got to watch against Nemesis, and then of course Aurora Gaming with Juanmi taking the 2-1.
And I think with these decider matches coming up as well, they're very important. Some of these rosters have had those 2-0s. I think Nongshim showed quite a lot in that series against a tournament favourite, picking up a game. They're going to be carrying that momentum forward.
And we had one of our teams tell us that JDG, I think it was Dehua, who said he's actually looking forward to play JDG because he thinks it's the strongest out of all the Chinese teams, and suddenly they have found themselves in the lower bracket. One more best of 3 lost, and it's done deal. So now let's see what the schedule is going to look like and what you guys can expect. We're going to have it in just a little bit. We can just check with them after the A stream has finished. They still got a game to go. I feel the Vitality's over there with Flash Wolves. You guys gonna catch that. So we'll have the schedule right after this. But how do we think this one might go? Because I feel like the first one was Flash Wolves' favorite.
I think that series feels like it's going to go the distance. There's an Ironborg-led team against this star-studded Vitality squad. I think we're expecting a 3-game series there. Whereas we've had a few more stomps over here on the B stream.
Yeah, a lot of stomps on the B-side stream, but honestly, I'd be disappointed if that one didn't go the distance. A big fan of both sides. It's really hard to root for one when you enjoy individual players on both sides, but you know, it's always good to see a best of 3 that goes the distance.
All right, well, this is going to be all for us today, gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much to Crowan as well, who's not with us towards the end of the day. To find out the schedules, you can join us on our social media or stream A after the Vitality versus Flash Wolf series has concluded. You guys will know exactly where the games will be played, whether on stream A or B, and what the matchups for our best of 3s are. Gentlemen, any final words for day 1?
I don't know what to conclude on other than just I'm super happy with the play. I think that seeing the stomps, you know, it's been great to see that the dominant teams are able to show up. And I think the story of today has been that the underdogs haven't really been able to prosper, and they're going to have to rethink their strategies heading into day 2.
I'm feeling good about Amir going into tomorrow. I think Mars are going to put this game today behind them. But this godlike roster, they had such difficult circumstances coming in. So little time to get themselves in order. Dasic came straight from the airport, essentially. So I think they've shown a lot today, and I'm confident that especially Godlike should be able to carry this forward.
Big yap, big result. That's what I'm hearing from the Godlike roster right here. Thank you to everyone who tuned in today. Make sure to follow us on Stream A, where Vitality are facing up against Flash Wolves. From Stream B, we are done for the day. We will see you tomorrow.